Hmm. Oh, wait, maybe. Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh,
Copium?
yeah, there we are. Okay, we're back.
Wow.
We're back, everybody. Oh, this has all been on
Just
your
like
guys'
that.
end. Yeah. I mean, it's honestly, this was your guys' fault. Like, it was working fine the entire time. It was just you personally, the one person in chat I'm talking to right now, it was you. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're back with EGC Masters Fall. We finally in the playoffs, and now we're giving you like the very quick rundown because we only have 25 seconds left until we're getting into our first set of the day. Myriad, how you doing today, man?
Well, that was a classic little debate we performed on Twitch chat over there, and hopefully they can forgive us for that. But as you mentioned, here we are. What a matchup to start off with. Byzantines up against Delhi. And these two, I mean, not long ago, Puppy Paw was in talks of being the second best in the world and met Marine Lord at Red Bull, right? That fated day years ago. But nowadays, I mean, it's been more up in the air as well, right? Puppy Paw hasn't been playing as much as he has in those times, right? We can say. Having on a job himself, right? But Marine Lord has kept in great shape since then. But really, anything can happen. Puppy Paw has went through a playstyle change. We've talked about it last time, becoming way more aggressive. And another very aggressive play that did great against Marine Lord recently was, of course, Vortex in the Epoha's tournament, which he did end up winning. Marine Lord was taken out 3-1 in the quarterfinals there, and another quarterfinals here against another very aggressive player, not Spanish this time, but Canadian, so who knows what this one will bring.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm honestly just very much excited here. Okay, we're starting off with Delhi versus Byzantines. Now, this is historically a matchup that I would personally, I'm not sure about you, Myriad, but I would personally attribute this one to be a little bit in Byzantines' favor most of the time. But we're here on Boldland. This is a very, very open map, and Byzantines isn't a civilization that's really known to going into pro scouts. Delhi will eventually go pro scouts, so I feel like there's like certain factors here that will certainly favor Puppy Paw as the game goes on.
Especially considering that Puppy Paw does want to continuously fight in that feudal age for a good little while, control the mercenary mass from Marine Lord. That's very likely going to be coming out. And with so many deer towards the center of the map especially, way more than a regular map, you know, map control is even more heavily and earlier rewarded here than on most other maps. So Puppy Paw, as the Delhi, once that Pro Scout comes in, I wouldn't be surprised to see the foot hit the gas way harder than beforehand for him to make sure he secures all of that food. And really then he can fully contest the olive oil. But as you mentioned, Byzantines on this map has seen plenty of play. There's a good chance of getting some very close, easily defendable berries initially for you, which, well, Byzantines always loves that very much. And if those are obtained and Marine Lord is able to get his timings underway well, then Puppy Paw might be in a bit of a struggle as we load into game number 1 here. Marine Lord as the Byzantines, in the color pink, spawning towards the eastern side of the map here on Boldland, facing Puppy Paw. The color blue as the Delhi, already turning back with his scout after getting a nice little bunch of sheep in the center.
Yeah, sheep definitely existing in abundance here on this map, so there's always a lot of sheep that you're able to start with, but eventually players will have to move out onto the map in order to acquire those resources. Marine Lord, though, with a pretty, I want to say, like, we've had more fortunate spawns on this map for the Byzantines, right? Like, we got forward gold, forward berries for Marine Lord here. This is something that he will definitely have to juggle with a little bit.
By Marine Lord standards, this is definitely not what you would expect for his kind of a spawn, right? There is some solace there. I mean, the secondary gold towards the side and towards the back, 2 wood lines ahead of it that can serve as a good part of a wall, and a nice tucked away berries at the back as well. But, you know, his other 2 additional berries, there's 1 additional berry here, at least in close proximity compared to regular maps, one of the reasons Byzantine does very well. But those are forward here too, as well as the starting berries in gold, like you mentioned. So, not the best, not the worst either, but definitely towards the slightly unfavorable end here for Marine Lord, because the early pressure will be coming in from Puppy Paw, and it's up to, most cases for Marine Lord here as the Byzantines, to control it, not take too much damage, get his mercenaries. That's sort of 5 to 10 longbows. Ideally 10 is when you can start really contesting those sites. Of course, some horsemen would be necessary as well.
Yeah, it does take a little bit to get all of those longbows out, and you'll be a little bit vulnerable in the meantime. Now, typically, Delhi does start off with Ghazi Raiders, right? Like, as soon as you age up, you typically do get a stable out. And that is something where Byzantines definitely have an answer to with the Limitani. That's also, like, the first unit that we'll normally see from the Byzantines. I'm wondering if Puppy Paw's going to flip the script here just a little bit and maybe starts off with Archers immediately rather than Ghazi Raiders.
Archers would be pretty bold for sure. Of course, the way the Byzantines always likes to go for that Limitani in anticipation of getting pressured early by a lot of these cavalry civs. Could pay some fruit, but there's not much to be gained in terms of map control from the Archers, so although you'll get a good mass nice and early, plays really well into Marine Lord going into those horsemen potentially. That's always a dangerous game when you don't have the mobility advantage as Delhi. You, of course, go into Ghazis later, but you don't have that early mass to control.
Yeah.
Marine Lord though. The winery on the way now. Well,
it's something that you have to keep in mind as well, for sure. Like, on this map in particular, mobility against the Delhi isn't the most important thing, because there's only 2 sacred sites and they're quite close to each other. So it's not like Puppy Paw can just go on one sacred site on the map, and if the enemy rotates around, then he can go on the other. He will really need to mass up an army that can actually compete at any given point in time if he wants to get control over these sacred sites in.
yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword for Delhi as well, because although they are very close by and you can defend them somewhat easily, you can bounce up and down as needed with your fast army here at the Delhi. At the end of the day, there's also only 2, not 3. You don't have that potential for a triple cap getting what is essentially 3 additional villages in Golden Com on top of the 2 sites you had already. That won't be happening here. So if Puppy is able to hold them for an extended period of time, it will work out in his favor, but using even 1 just hurts so much more because of how close they are in the positional advantage. If you can take 1, chances are you can take the other one.
Looks like we are going to be getting that opening in with the Archer range instead of the Ghazi Raiders here, so Puppy Paw will immediately be able to start pressuring onto those berries from Marine Lord with the added benefit of having range units immediately. Now Marine Lord could now open up with a stable instead of a barracks. It's going to put him a little bit behind, though, as his horsemen are going to be significantly weaker if Puppy Paw then decides to follow up with his own spearmen.
Yeah, the horsemen would be prudent, right? But one of the difficulties in doing this for Byzantines, and why this is actually so smart from Puppy, right? The horsemen, they need a lot of food to produce early on, and especially if you want to maintain production upkeep on that stable. Difficult to get the food in early because you want to gather from these berries. It's hard to sneak in a horticulture to boost that gather rate. Speaking of, Marine Lord will try to do that. Of course, he has assistance to help as well. But, you know, as we see now, the shift towards that berries, all of this idle time makes it harder to get enough horsemen out in time here for Marine Lord. So the archers can prove to be quite a nuisance here. If he doesn't respond quickly. Triple horseman, as we say, though.
Oh, villagers getting pulled as well. Marine Lord, though, pulling the boar onto those villagers in the way. So this is an attempted tower rush by Puppy Paw. And Marine Lord has the perfect response with these very quickly produced horsemen now. Do mind you, he's already on Cistern level 3, so actually Cistern level 4. So these horsemen are coming out rapidly here from his production buildings, and he's already got 2 out on the field now. The archers only just arrived from Puppy Paw, and he already has to idle out these 3 villagers, running them all the way back to his base. If he's able to make it that far, horsemen now ignoring the archers, instead going for the villagers.
The misread on the timing here could cost Puppy Paw very, very dearly. He didn't quite manage to have that turnaround time with the archers and the villagers, and now pays the price of 1 as well as an archer. 2 most likely, maybe even all 3 of them will end up falling here. The second one will definitely go down. There's 3 more archers to meet, but archers are not the units that will dissuade these horsemen from continuously chasing, as the third one will fall as well as an additional archer on top of it, and make that a 3rd archer too, probably even a 4th here, but they're all chunked. And
that's it.
Knows. That's all it takes. And the GG is cold. Marine Lord takes a very decisive early lead here.
And that is... I mean, these kind of openings, these kind of game openings, when you're at such an insane disadvantage, right? After that opening, you can kind of just tell, okay, there's no way to really recover this game, especially against the Byzantines. Give them a finger and they'll take the entire hand, and that's kind of what we saw here. Puppy Paw just realizing, okay, there is no way back from this point in the game. it looked very convincing at the beginning, right? Like with the archers, in theory, you've got like the perfect like kind of counter. If there was an immediate transition into Ghazi Raiders before the villagers got pulled, that would have like been almost, I want to say, like a checkmate for Papipo there. He could have really had Marine Lord at that point in time. In the end, it just wasn't quite there. The early villager pull and the timing with the horsemen was just too much for him there.
We spoke about the vulnerability of that spawn for Marine Lord with the forward gold, with the forward berries. That's a ripe place to plant one of those towers, and Delhi historically not a civ that does it, but Byzantines always somewhat susceptible to that early timing. And the archers, we talked about it, right? I mean, they're not the slowest units in the game, and the spawn was optimal for them to get there ASAP, but still, they're not Ghazi Raiders at the end of the day, right? They're not knights. They can't hold down a position and buy time for those villagers to build the outposts. Even with 3 of them and the horsemen, as you mentioned, Byzantines, they are somewhat vulnerable early. So if you do lose that early tempo and advantage against them, chances are it snowballs so brutally out of your favor, and people and Marine Lord both understand that, so the game was decided quickly because of it.
Next up, though, we are going to be moving over to Holy Island. There's a little bit of a mirror that's going on here. We're getting the HRE versus the Order of the Dragon. Now, these are 2 very, very similar civilizations in nature, mainly because, of course, Order of the Dragon is the variant civilization from the HRE. But there are some major discrepancies, mainly when it comes to like the way these civilizations are getting their economic bonuses in. So the Order of the Dragon, of course, getting a baseline plus 28% gather rate on their villagers. Meanwhile, the HRA needs to actively inspire their villagers for a plus 35% increase. It's kind of interesting, like with the recent changes to inspiration, where now we're kind of at a point where it feels like Order of the Dragon actually, even with the inspiration like always being there, they're at a point where their economy is kind of like looking a lot better, I want to say.
It's true for sure, especially in comparison to HRE. Because HRE does have another little bonus, the additional innate carry capacity for them, which is nice, but it's not that significant in the long run, right? As other civilizations' economic bonuses. Notable point though, right, is on a map like this, Aachen gains additional value, right? You have so much wood to spend on those ships to contest the water. You know, that's typically the point of contention here on Holy Island. And both of these civs will want to fight for the water. But once that Aachen radius runs out, which is pretty quick on a map like this, without a doubt, the villages from HRE will lose their inspiration bonus outside of the Aachen, unless of course, Marine Lord decides to produce more of them, but then he sacrifices villages. Whereas Papipo will retain that additional 20% for his gilded villages.
Exactly, and that's kind of the strengths of these 2 civilizations, where nowadays Order of the Dragon feels like a very, very solid, just overall more rounded package than the HRE. Now, of course, they don't have that added movement speed on their infantry, but it's a little bit of a give and take. Overall, I feel like Order of the Dragon, at least on water maps, currently, definitely pulling ahead of the Holy Roman Empire. So Papipo has to be quite happy here with his pick for this map in particular.
Marine Lord is one of the players I've noticed in this tournament so far that, upon picking HRE, tends to actually favor them on these water maps as opposed to where they're most commonly played nowadays, which is land, especially on some maps where timing can be used to their advantage due to the early pump in aggression that HRE often has. And Marine Lord decides to play it on Archipelago, decides to play it on Holy Island here, quite often played on both, so he clearly believes in them still, and of course this very solid civilization, even now, on these water maps, but it's enough to take it with such priority, so I'm quite curious to see what he has in mind here going forward.
Early opening here, of course, on these water maps does tend to be a little bit slower at the beginning, but will ramp up once these 2 players will reach Feudal Age, with a lot of economy already being present then on water. And quite a big shout out here to our nice new looking UI, where we are actually able to tell exactly how many fishing ships our players have on the map each. And look at that, Marine Lord getting harassed here by his guard. He's like, nah, you're harassing my villager, I'm gonna take your sheep instead. And very quickly able to take down 2 of them there.
It always makes me wonder whether, I'm curious by your perspective, is this worth it for, at the end of the day, Papipo or for Marine Lord, right? There's idle time killing those sheep. Sheep is always nice to get rid of from your opponent, but obviously way less value on this map, so is it even worth the idle time when you want to get Feudal Age so quickly? Not so sure. I think it might be.
It's very conditional value, I want to say. Like, it's a lot of value if you're actually able to force your opponent off of water, right? Because then that's when they want to have resources on land. And if they then find themselves without any sheep, that's where it starts getting very, very difficult for them. But to get to that point in the game, right? Like, it's quite far down the road to get to that point. And until then, you're losing out, I want to say, like 10 seconds of villager idle time. That's like 10 food. It's not the most, but every little bit counts.
Notably here on Holy Island is the distance between the shoreline and the deep sea fish is larger than on most other water maps, so it takes a while for those fishing ships to gather that food and bring it safely back to the dock. On top of it, the recent changes across patches to fishing have made it slightly weaker overall, bit by bit, incrementally so, and you know, for playing this map quite a few times, the result of that is even if you do win water, it takes a little while for that lead to materialize. The real way you get severely ahead if you do have water is also taking the side of your opponent. It's often easier said than done. And if your opponent just moves out onto deer, they can compete with your fishing income for a little while, of course, until that deer runs out. So it's easy to underestimate and get too comfortable when you do have the water lead here. See how if that comes into effect later on or not.
It's always nice when, like, you're on the defending side on water, right? Your opponent, for one, it takes a lot of time for their military to make it all the way across to your side. Also, you got that passive healing coming in from your dock, like aura, that's healing up your ships at the same time. It's always easier to be in the defending side on water, so even if your opponent has, like, in theory, a stronger army, it takes quite a lot of effort to materialize that into a victory on water, which is where these, I want to say, like, very snowbally mechanics are coming in to, like, shift the tides there on water with, like, the way demo ships and Springle ships interact, where they're very, very strong against each other. These kind of things are absolutely necessary to have if you actually want to, like, resolve water battles at one point in the game. This time he's taking all the sheep.
Yeah, it looks like people are just content to actually let them go to cause even further idle time here. I mean, when the villager gets to this halfway point in his health, is when you gotta start thinking and paying a little bit more attention to pull him back. I mean, the scout does 1 damage ahead, but it's a decent distance between the docks and the base. You can see the villager will be down to pretty much a third health by the time he reaches the base. So it's easy to lose track of the amount of health there. But as you mentioned, on top of the defensive bonuses right on water, the strength of the ships against each other, the arrow slits, it's so easy to get them in, and they have such a massive range. They're not able to fully effectively defend the actual fishing on this map, but to get to the actual fishing, if you're being aggressive, it takes a while. You have to wrap all the way around, play around the range of the docks as well, and potentially overextend yourself, which on water can spell disaster.
It very much just constricts your opponent's ability to take favorable engagements on water, so there's always an argument to be made for them, but typically, just because they're so expensive, it's not something that you want to go for straight away. Now, both players here are going to be aging up with an Archon Chapel, of course, makes a lot of sense, all the bonus gather speed that you're getting there, especially, I want to say, for the Orthodox Dragon, where nowadays, instead of, you know, like, it being 35% gather rate and being 28% for the Orthodox Dragon, now it's more like, okay, my opponent's getting 35% better gather rate, but I'm getting 43% better gather rate on my villagers, at least for a specific duration until they're, like, outside of the influence of it. That's quite a bit. Like, Puppy Paw, he's going to have a massive window of opportunity here where he's going to be getting a lot more resources than his opponent.
It's true. On top of it, right here, a map like Holy Island, these two saves historically, there's often a tendency to play very explosively on water because of the instant boost the Archon gives them, right? Facing other saves, they often go very aggressive on water early to fully capitalize on that boost and get as many ships out as possible. But of course, they both have that bonus now with slightly tweaked numbers. So it could lead to either a very explosive early game, as these saves often play, or a more laid-back one. It does seem to be the case. Neither player really investing fully into military ships. We see fishing ships continuously being added behind this as well for both.
I'm interested right now. Did Marine Lord see the archer range from Puppy Paw? Because he's heavily investing into men-at-arms at this point in time, like already getting 2 out. He had a third one in the queue, and indeed, he is actually going for that third man-at-arm. Never mind, cancels it yet again. So the archer, yeah, he did not see the archer range, so this is gonna catch him a little bit off guard here relatively early on. Playpaw, though, he's slacking a little bit when it comes to the production on water. His wood income isn't nearly as good as Marine Lord's at the moment.
Yeah, after learning quite a bit of food, Puppy Boys, at this point, he may have just slightly misadjusted his macro to the level that he wanted to invest it on land as opposed to water, and the result of which now he's getting pushed back. Only one galley, which has taken some damage already. The Sprinkled ship is about to come out. Demo in queue now as well, but it's going to be a little while till that comes out. So he's fishing. Although there's no real danger to too many ships here dying, the idle time really hurts.
Probably does, and he is going to lose one ship for it. But now does have the full army composition out there. Man-at-Arms is now going to find his way into the wood line of Puppy Paw, so that's something else that he's going to have to deal with. Now, at the same time, first couple of attacks are coming in. Now, Puppy Paw does have a couple of archers, which he can relatively easily pull. Actually, also pulling the ships from the villagers here. Needs to make sure that the other villager is going to stay alive. That's a lot of idle time cost here, though. And he's actually going to potentially lose one of his villagers. No, is able to keep it alive. The Man-at-Arm is going to go down, but that is a ton of idle time cost here by Marine Lord.
Price has been paid for that Man-at-Arms death without a doubt. As Puppy Paw, already stalling on wood beforehand, finds himself in thicker waters now when it comes to that. But, I mean, judging by this macro, honestly, this kind of looks intentional at this point. There's a very distinct intention for castage here for Puppy Paw. Makes me wonder, I mean, when you go for it so quickly, Regnitz gains a lot of value, but of course, the greed that comes with it, significant. But can you even afford to fully produce effectively from the Burgrave here? Potentially so.
I mean, you do have the water being added into everything, right? Marine Lord, look at that. Like, his economy isn't that far off from a potential age up here as well. He is certainly working towards it quite effectively. Puppy Paw, his military on water isn't far behind Marine Lord, so I doubt that Marine Lord's really going to get a timing attack with Puppy Paw reaching Castle Age here soon. This is quite the dynamic that we've got on our hands here now.
Not what you expected, for sure. Not what I expected, at least here. Marino's going to try to make a little push here. He does have a Springwood ship advantage, but really, it's not that. One extra Springwood ship here is not going to really make the difference, especially with Puppy Paw's defensive advantage. Good focus fire coming through from Marine Lord, though one of Puppy Paw's Springwood ship is nearly dead. The demolition goes down as well, but he does pay with the galley. Both players losing one ship each.
Reached. Nothing immediately Castle Age-ish coming in here at the moment. We are just getting in the veterancy upgrade for these men-at-arms. None produced yet, none on the field at least. No water upgrades coming in yet either. A little bit of a housing situation as well here on Puppy Paw's side. Is going to resolve this with just the death of one of the demo ships here now. We are getting the Regnitz from Marine Lord.
Yeah, Regnitz now close to completion, over halfway at this point. It's going to go for an archery range, actually. Expecting those men-at-arms, so likely to prep crossbows here, Marine Lord is. Meanwhile, this is what we're talking about with this early castle timing, right? What really do you decide to invest in here? I mean, we got the veterancy for the men-at-arms, but ideally you want to get a couple on the field and heading towards your opponent's base before you do that, but then you have to reinvest on water. But on top of it, you can't afford your water upgrades either, as well as your men-at-arms upgrades, so you have to be really careful what you choose to invest into, because you can't have it all here, Spoppy, that's for sure. You see Undermesh coming in now, so it looks to be a clear decision to invest on land. No further ships added on water, so Puppy's just going to keep playing defensively. Look to deal some sort of damage here to Marine Lord. There's a lot of men-at-arms.
A lot of men-at-arms, and the archers haven't been upgraded yet. One even goes down here now to the outpost that has an arrow slits emplacement on it. The archers are going to have to fall back at least for a little bit here, but we are getting some Gilded Crossbowmen. And Gilded Crossbowmen, they're a little bit of a menace. Against armored units, they're more akin to, I want to say, like a hand cannoneer in Castle Age, with just how much DPS they can put out. A lot of additional range on them as well, so this outpost here, in theory, once we get to like some more deep-rooted battle around the Gold Vein, isn't really gonna do too much to protect Marine Lord's villagers there. We do see the archers just pushing ahead, trying to deal with the crossbows behind. Just kind of struggling with it, though, trying to keep that archer alive, and behind all of this, Marine Lord is trying to get this relic back home.
Yeah, the numbers just can't here for Puppy Paw in this position. I mean, it looks like he's just struggling to really get them together. Still switching now to crossbows, right? As well as trying to make it archers at the same time, but they cost different resources, so stretched thin Puppy Paw here is in terms of economy. The Aachen is running out by now for both players, which should in theory favor Puppy Paw here, and the value from the Burgrave will add up quite quickly for him too. but takes not the best of engagements at the front there, and the relic goes back to Marine Lord. The relics that he desperately needs, really, the more he gets back. So much value to be gained from that Regnius Cathedral, of course.
We've done the math before behind this, and it turns out that Burgrave is very similar when it comes to value, compared to you having like 3 or 4 relics as the with the Regnius Cathedral. When it comes to the bonus income, it's always something to keep in mind. Burgrave is a very, very competitive landmark for the Order of the Dragon. It's just that Marine Lord at the moment, he is able to outproduce Puppypaw not just on water, but also on land. Same time. And Puppypaw is really trying to push this right now and just not seemingly able to do so.
So difficult to push here on Holy Island when it comes to the water. All of those advantages we spoke of. Marino's going to make his own move on land as well, trying to push Puppypaw back, but now we see that the mass is in Puppypaw's favor here in his base. Difficult to cross. There's very fine margins here for both players. It's difficult to really be able to stay on the opponent's side for an extended period of time, whether on water or land. Marino has a second relic now secured. Third one is likely to go his way as well, but I mean, can we just talk about this wood line just a little bit?
It's a weird one, right? Like, typically there's like an opening, at least in the middle.
What is this?
Not this time around. This is a classic map spawn.
Looks like it's even shaped like the letter F. A bit BM, if you ask me.
It is. It's one of those classic Marine Lord spawns that we're getting here. For him, at least, this time around. He's securing all the relics thanks to that woodline. Well, not exclusively thanks to the woodline, but certainly doesn't hurt.
Quadruple relic now. And he still has that relic, of course. One additional one on this map, on that center island in the water. As well as a sacred side and a large gold. Easier said than done to take that, especially when neither side really has a clear advantage on water.
And no clear advantage gained yet. Marine Lord, he's got a lot better economy at this point. Looks like he also reinvested a lot into the water economy. Right now, he's pulled ahead by like 12 economy units. Yeah, he's got 4 additional fishing ships, and then of course there's also a little bit of just slower production on the villager side for the Order of Dragon. Looks like we are getting a little bit of a fight in now on water as well. Marine Lords, he's investing into all the water upgrades. Doesn't look like Puppypaw has researched any of them yet. Currently, Marine Lord will find himself getting pushed back on land, but on water, I feel like Marine Lord, now that he's got the upgrades, he's gotten another ability, another timing to push there potentially. Doesn't want to risk it on land at the moment, though.
Yeah, it's very difficult as well to coordinate an attack on both land and water at the same time. That's the ideal situation, but not an easy feat to do effectively. One often tends to sacrifice compared to the other one. You know, although he does have a big boost in income here compared to Puppypaw, especially now with the relics delivered. Puppypaw does have a significant upgrade advantage, already having a specialized pick as well as wheelbarrow, plenty of blacksmith upgrades too, so when it comes to a fight, in theory it should favor him, but there's so many crossbows here for Marine Lord, which ideally you want to make those men-at-arms from the Burgrave Palace to gain maximal value. That is one of the disadvantages. Although the value you gain is massive, it is a barracks at the end of the day, and you really want to use it to gain value from it, and the choices you can get from there are, of course, quite limited.
We are getting a lot of spearmen in now, though, and spearmen for the Order of the Dragon are excellent, even against men-at-arms. They've got a great base damage, high health, and they're not taking any bonus damage from the crossbow as well, so they have really good meat shield here, and they're very cheaply produced from the landmark as well, from the Burgrave Palace. Looks like now Marine Lord's trying to push once again on water. Puppypaw does have the upgrades now as well. So the fight should be quite even, and Puppypaw should be able to hold water here.
Yeah, they've been neck and neck on the water investments so far. It's quite amazing to see the level they understand. The fine margins here between being overinvested and underinvested. Even now, even in ships and upgrades. Land, a bit of a stalemate too. Neither player wanting to be too reckless in making a move forward here. But that 4 relics for Marine Lord is definitely pretty scary. I mean, it's, you know, although the maths is relatively similar to the Burgrave, it's way more flexible. I mean, you can do so many different things with the gold. In the day, barracks is a barracks.
something to keep in mind, or something to look out for right now. Marine Lord, he is looking to prep for an age up from the looks of it. He's saving up a lot of resources in the bank. And he's not really, like, he's close to 200 population, but he's not quite as close as Puppy Paw. Now, there is, of course, the role to play with Puppy Paw just having a lot of, like, these high population units as just playing as the Order of the Dragon. He's now even adding in additional scholars or prelates to boost up his units and to heal them up. We're also getting the ranged armor upgrade on the archers, so these are going to be quite tanky, are going to be able to sustain up against crossbow fire and even TC fire. And this is going to be quite the decisive timing now. Marine Lord, he's about to age up just when Puppy Paw starts to attack.
Yeah, the Inspired Warriors by now I would assume is in as well for Puppy Paw, and that technology on the Order of the Dragon is not to be underestimated without a doubt. So many fewer units to inspire, but they're so much stronger here for the Order. And this could be a very dangerous timing here from Marine Lord. There's upgrades coming through. Stone is being actively gathered. There's already plenty of Spring Golden placements here, but no fortifications yet. And once that emergency repairs is used, other buildings are vulnerable. Marine Lord understands how pivotal this timing is. He backs off as much as possible, waiting for his upgrades. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw also pushing on water at the same time. This could be the game on our hands either way.
And the archers, they're focusing down the crossbows. The front line from Puppy Paw still holding strong for the time being. At the same time, water battle is going on. The micro on both sides, there's so much being, like, attention just being dragged here to the sides. Puppy Paw paying attention on both sides, not letting those demos connect here. That is so crucial here at this point in time. And Marine Lord, he's losing his entire military mass. He is getting pushed in right now. And there is no way back. I feel like Marine Lord, he just aged up to Imperial Age, but he's losing his entire economy now behind this, down to 125 total population. Puppy Paw still at 160, continuously pushing on water. More demo ships coming in. The archers from Puppy Paw looking for villager kills now as Marine Lord's complete economy pretty much idle right now as they're just running for their lives right now.
It's over here. For Marine Lord in game number 2, Puppy Paw is all in. He's going to continuously invest. Plenty of demos coming through here on water as well. Marine Lord pushed all the way back to his furthest dock near the edge of the map there. His fishing under threat now as well. Losing on land decisively and on water at the same time. Marine Lord is on his last legs here. Plenty of ships still on water here, so he might survive this push, but land is a different matter. His entire army is just gone. You know, Puppy did take plenty of losses too, but still plenty of units on the field. And with the prelates, they're gonna re-heal his army. Then he can go in again with the Inspired Tech and most likely finish Marine Lord. The emplacements are still there, however, so Puppy does have to be careful, I think.
And it looks like water, like taking the water battle wasn't quite successful for Puppy Paw. He really tried trickling in a lot of these demo ships. The issue there was that with the added attack speed on the Springle ships and Marine Lord just having just enough of them, he was able to pretty much snipe out every single one of them. But Puppy Paw knows in the current meta there aren't like these hard counter anti-siege units anymore with the Springles or the Culverin that they used to be. So Puppy Paw is going to be essentially able to trap push into Marine Lord's base, and that is something that has now in the current meta stronger than ever.
Discovered Marine Lord's gold Puppy Paw has here, and Marine Lord, he's really struggling, economically speaking. You can see, of course, he's getting plenty from the Swabia here, and food is not the biggest issue, but really, the only thing he can afford here is men-at-arms. We can see more barracks have been dropped, another tower being rushed up now, looking to upgrade it, but there's no more stone left nearby, safely accessible either. There's a lot of villages going down, but the Swabia is going to make up for it. Double fortified emplacement outposts here will make it very hard for Puppy Paw to stay. I mean, Marine Lord, he's just spamming men-at-arms. If Puppy recognizes this and continuously makes the crossbows, then in theory it should be okay. Even though he's not paying attention on water. The demos! His entire navy's gone.
And just like that, with the entire navy gone and Marine Lord also getting the upgrades in on water, swivel cannon placement is in. We're also seeing Tithe Barns now coming in. He still has 4 of those relics. Puppy Paw has not won it yet. His economy on water is gonna be gone, but he still has a great timing here. Oh, he's not going for trebuchets though, he's going for rams.
Yeah, the cannons now on the Springboard ships from Marine Lord as well. Water is finished for Puppy Paw. Down an age, down on water. This is make it or break it now for Puppy, but I don't know, I just don't think the mass is there anymore, Crackety. There's 20 elite men-at-arms in the field for Marine Lord, fully upgraded, 8 more in queue. His range units are being chased down. The crossbow mass is not there for him. Rams are coming up, but Is it really enough?
I feel like when it comes to the crossbow count, we're pretty much there to the ideal count to be able to kill these men-at-arms quite effectively. Look at that, even the Springald placement getting completely out-healed here by these prelates. Looks like the first relic is going to be uncovered soon as well by these rams. Marine Lord, though, pulling a couple of his own men-at-arms in order to deal with these rams now. All of these men-at-arms are sure to be going down. There we go, first relic is now going to get uncovered by Puppy Paw. Is going to be able, with all of these prelates forward, to just immediately yoink that one back to his side, denying Marine Lord of those resources. These crossbows, they're quite capable now of taking down even the elite men-at-arms.
These inspired crossbows being healed at the same time as well. Definitely pack a punch even against these elite men-at-arms now.
Warriors.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't have it yet.
Yeah, we don't have inspired warriors.
That's so strange.
It's just moral support.
I was wondering where the golden highlight is that they get, right? But so I knew it was bugged sometimes in the past. I figured that might be the case here too. But the healing is doing work, however, despite that. Rainlord's struggling here, right? He's only making men-at-arms. That's the only infrastructure he has available to produce with. Some hand cannoneers being added in now as well. But the crossbows from OTD outrange them. So theoretically, Poppy can just snipe them, right?
We're now also getting some Gilded Landsknecht in against all of these just mass men-at-arms now from Marine Lord. This could really punish him quite dearly. Little Wololo coming in there as well, but the Springald emplacements, they're still there. They're still doing quite a bit of work. Crossbows once again. Men-at-arms are just getting stuck on all of these rams right now.
Yeah, the rams will be going down here. Emergency repairs, I think, might potentially be in here for Marine Lord. He wasn't able to use it on the external outpost. The network was not connected. Yeah, we still have it available, so these rams will not do much here. Not even a threat to Marine Lord. The men-at-arms will definitely take care of them, but the crossbows, of course, they are still light units in the day, so even the arrows here from the Swabi are doing plenty of work, combined with that emplacement, the Springald on that back fortified outpost here for Marine Lord. Puppy does have control over the most of the map. However, there's no water left for him, and you can see that in the food income. He is struggling. If he just didn't lose water, then he would have still had plenty of food here to work with, but of course the upgrades, it was too much.
Do note that on the UI, we've got the relics glowing on the side for Marine Lord there on the top right side, as it does indicate that he has already researched Hivebarn. So all of these relics contributing an additional bit when it comes to the resources here. We're now getting a forward keep from Puppy Paw. This is the ideal moment now to finally start making some of the trebuchets here. Once he's getting trebuchets, then he can also just take down all of these houses from Marine Lord and really get him into a situation where just the space that's running out for him to continuously get the infrastructure up. That the Rams continuing here at the front side to try and take down the Palace of Swabia, but there we go, emergency repairs now being used. That is going to be that landmark getting healed back pretty much all the way up to full now. I suppose still doing a great job at taking down, pruning the numbers of the men-at-arms time and time again. That's just nothing to really be able to consistently do damage to Marine Lord's base here. And there's still like 30-ish villagers from Puppy Paw just gathering the gold there behind the wood line.
Like I've been in this position myself quite often here, trying to all in an HRE that's just went imp somewhat greedily, right? And you keep having this debate in your head as to whether to make rams or trebs. Rams are faster and cheaper, but when you get under those emplacements and those garrisons, TCs and such, it gets so difficult to survive under the pressure. It makes you wonder afterwards, trebs would have been better, but the hand cannoneer numbers are climbing for Marine Lord, and crossbows, although they're dealing with the men-at-arms, it is costing them their lives. The infantry drills, marching drills here from HRE, really doing work. So
we're also getting culverins in. Yeah, we are now also getting culverins in, and there's about to be a discovery from Marine Lord. He's going to find the boar that Puppy Paw's in with his ship, so he's going to be able to potentially snag a couple of additional villagers there. Marine Lord at the moment with 117 eco compared to 68 from Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw at least is finally able, 8 rams now, is finally able to take down the Palace of Swabia. And we're finally getting the landmark elimination counter there on the UI as well, but I don't know about you, Myriad, but I feel like there's just no real bread and butter here when it comes to the army from Puppy Paw. He's lost a lot of the crossbows now.
He almost has more rams than army, at least here on the front line. He definitely did a moment ago. So these rams are all well and good, but they can't be protected, then they're not long for the world. Swabia does go down, but the eco lead has already built up significantly. Again. Yeah, it's already getting repaired, and the eco lead is so significant for Marine Lord already here. I mean, he's pretty much the ideal number of villages you want anyway, because that does include fishing ships as well. Well, it's actually on the side.
Such a rough moment here for Puppy Paw. Marine Lord, he activated the emergency repairs just as the landmark was about to go down. That means that the healing actually comes in after the landmark is destroyed, so he basically repaired it all the way back up to full with the emergency repairs after it went down, and now the Culverin's taking down that keep with the relic inside really damn quickly.
The relic here.
Marine's been found out. Badly. He wants to, yeah, but Marine's just been found out on the side there next to the market, and Puppy Paw moved his army over there, but Marine's larger army is now making its way over there as well.
The woodline making it very difficult to actually connect effectively here for Marine Lord. Puppy Paw is cut off, however, so this is back against the wall, quite literally here. Wasn't able to break through to actually punish those villagers, and he has plenty of villages of his own here as well.
Needs to kill some of the hand cannons at least. Yeah, they're all going down.
Yeah.
The added movement speed, it's just, he can't outrun him.
This is most of his army as well, Crackety. There's very little left for Puppy Paw behind this. He's making another frontal assault here. The Culverins are somewhat exposed.
He's pulling everything! He's pulling everything!
Oh no.
Not just all the military, all the rams, but also all the villagers getting pulled now for one last hurrah. The Palace of Swabia, though, has been fully repaired up now at this point in time. Emergency repairs also coming in. Puppy Paw, he's gonna try, but there's just so many men-at-arms. 18 more in queue. Marine Lord now also, of course, pulling all of his villagers to try and get rid of the threat in his face, but in the end, it just was not enough. GG comes in. Marine Lord able to get a second point on the scoreboard.
Marine Lord stands firm in the second game here after what looked like a pretty dangerous extended push there from Puppy Paw. But the Imperial Age, the Swabia, the Tithe Bonds, the Relics, the Elite Upgrades, combine that with the Water as well. It's too much to overcome here for Puppy. If he was just able to break through on Water, then I think that would have given him what he needed to actually manage to potentially kill Marine Lord here in this game number 2. So much less food that Marine Lord would have had access to, and more food for himself in turn. He could just keep that Burgrave pumping, as well as the crossbows, and set up the keep with the trebs, but just wasn't quite able to manage it. Very well defended from Marine Lord here in this game, and I mean, a game like this, when you were just so close yet so far, these are the games that hurt the most.
Yeah, most definitely. And you asked earlier, like, whether it's worth it to be making those rams or these trebuchets. I feel like ever since they removed the anti-siege part from Springles and Culverins, it is much easier nowadays to be going into the trebuchet push instead. Yep. Once you get up to 3-4 trebuchets, I mean, judging by how many rams Puppy Paw invested into, he could have easily gotten 3 to 4 trebuchets out, right? And it's just, with the range and with the keep as a fallback point, it is much more difficult for Marine Lord to protect his infrastructure, and in those moments, it's probably even just more worthwhile going for the houses. You do so much infrastructure damage that way.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, emergency repairs can only hold for so long. On top of it, you keep your army nice and safe. It's easier to focus on water at the same time, as long as all you gotta do is make sure that your trebs stay alive, and really, there's not much more to pay attention to on land. But once this push failed here for Puppy, it's only going to go downhill, and then just one lapse in attention there, as we saw later on. That's all it takes on water for you to lose everything you have. And from then on, you can see how it unfolds. No food. When the rest is depleted on the map, just there's nothing left behind your push any longer. You cannot remass, especially fighting into these emplacements. But what a matchup we have next on our hands, actually. China on Frisian, it's been a while, eh?
Yeah, China making it through, and on Frisian Marsha is like one of the best civilization in general at the moment, considered by most pros in the game. But at the same time, they're going to be up against the House of Lancasters, the other one of the best civilizations in the game at the moment. And like, a civilization that doesn't go pro scout, not because they don't want to, but because they don't need to.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, the manners for the House of Lancaster combined with the additional good food that you have access to on this map, because Lancaster, as we've seen recently, they usually have no issues getting most of the map control very early in the game, courtesy of those lords, of those hoppalars, and just, I mean, even the yeomen later on, expensive units to add, but once you have a good mass of them, they do tremendous work, even in the feudal age. It's such a difficult push to deal with for so many civilizations, but we had Brindot himself talk about this, right, last weekend, and he mentioned that, yeah, it's a very strong push, but the top civs should have no issues dealing with it. So, I mean, China on Frisian, right? China is just, in my opinion, undoubtedly the best civilization on land right now, but that is, you know, they do tend to lean into that pro scouts, right? So they kind of want to have that at least regular amount of deer. There's less deer than on a normal map here. In fact, going pro scouts here, it just kind of doesn't feel great. It's pretty much impossible to take the opponents there as well, unless you take some pretty much game-winning engagements anyway. And sure, you have the fish, but then you have to spread out your economy here as China, which also doesn't feel good early on for them. I do wonder what we have as a cook here for Puppy Paw, right?
I know a lot of you in the chat, they've been complaining about the resolution not quite being right on Twitch. Currently, the max resolution is 720p. We're working on that right now. We're quickly going to be restarting the upstream here on Twitch, so you guys might need to F5, refresh the page in just a little bit as we're working to resolve that issue. So give us just a moment here, and we'll be back with 1080p, hopefully, on Twitch. Seems to be just about to restart there. So for those folks on YouTube, you're out the only people watching. Now we're pretty much already back on Twitch. Like that those things go really fast. And there we go, fellas. If you're already back, 1080p has been unlocked yet again. Looks like it was an issue on Twitch after all. So we're now back with 1080p. So now you fellas will be able to enjoy us here in full HD, watching Marine Lord face off against Puppy Paw. And Myriad, I think you're quite right. Like, at the moment, China is like one of the best civilization. Like, no doubt about it. I feel like China and Juji flop kind of hard though whenever they're up against. Like, there's one matchup where I swear, like, China and Juji, they just can't do what they typically want to do, and it's when they're up against the Rus. So not the matchup that we're having here. This time it's going to be up against the House of Lancaster. But House of Lancaster is also like the civilization that's able to keep up with these Pro Scout civs without having to go for Pro Scout themselves. So we'll have to see exactly just how this is going to be played, as we have Puppy Paw in the color yellow here playing as the Chinese up against Marine Lord in the color pink playing as the House of Lancaster. This is Frisian Marshals, of course, so there are plenty of food resources out on the map. Not anymore safely inside of your base though, because previously we used to have like, what was it, like 30-ish, 30 plus sheep on the map. Yeah. This time it's more reasonable amounts, but there's still like tons of resource to go for out there in these ponds, and with the deer and the boar in the middle, definitely a lot of food out there to be had.
Yeah, the map has went through several changes throughout the years, right? We've seen different iterations of what works here, different designs for the map, but it's always exciting to see some of these favorite maps change. I myself quite like the map. But Puppy Paw on the Chinese, not long ago, this was something you never wanted to face. Puppy Paw has made a name for himself for one of the scariest Chinese players out there. There's just he has an understanding of the civilization like virtually no other, I find. Now, historically, though, I think Lancaster at their peak, they did tremendously well against China and Jushi specifically, right? They just cannot be punished by the Pro Scout timing, and once that is out, it is out. And, you know, they had such great knights. On top of it, the economy with the manas was too much, and even then, as it is now, spear rushing was quite a common start here. Of course, realistically, Puppy can just get enough gold, not only for the age up, but also for his official, which is nice. I mean, he does need to get on it quite quickly to actually get enough for the official here. And he'll be able to get tremendous taxes. But the delay on the Pro Scouts, if people did want to decide to opt for it, is really felt even when you go through this.
Is Puppy Paw gonna invest? No, he's not investing into an early Imperial official yet. The issue here right now is he's gonna need to pull more than just one villager if he wants to gather up enough gold for the age up. He's lacking right now. He's not. He hasn't pulled any. Wait. Oh,
he's on the second one. Yeah. Sneaky
that's
guy.
such a close gold for him.
Yeah.
And now that these are the weak villagers though. He's gonna have to run. But now that they're on the other side, he's going back to the first gold vein. He just needs a little bit more, though. He needs 35 in order to be able to afford an additional Imperial official. I do believe that he's gonna get just enough, but this has been some delay here for him. Abbey of Kings now gonna be coming up for Marine Lord on the other side. And, oh, he's missing 1 gold. He's missing 1 gold, Myriad.
No.
He's gonna have to go back for it.
Painful.
Oh, he's got it! Wait, one of the villagers still had gold somehow. He dropped, okay, he's got enough gold now, he's fine.
It does manage to get that gold, but the delay, as you mentioned, it definitely can be felt here. I mean, Marine Lord actually slapped down that landmark before Puppy Paw, in this case, despite having 2 spears on the field already doing so. Is now going to look to get those manas quick time, I would assume. You mentioned there's kind of 2 ways to do this opening as Lancaster. You either try to get your lords out ASAP and then the manas, or you stick with the 1 lord, get manas ASAP, and then you begin making them. So, no stone yet for Marine Lords, we'll have to see, but also no gold. The Mind Gap is going to be lit on fire here for Poppy, but he has that 1 official like we spoke, and the taxes under that academy add up so quickly for him.
Yeah, so we're immediately going to be getting one of those Imperial officials. I'll imagine that Puppy Paw knows that at this point in time, like, he can't immediately rush the Pro Scouts. He'll probably go for at least a couple more Imperial officials early, like not having access to gold right away. That's definitely going to hurt his timings on that a little bit. But he'll eventually go for it, of course, just because, like, it's China. It's the greatest synergy to be had here when it comes to the food gathering, of course. Being able to boost up all the gathering from the deer by an additional 20%, that is quite massive.
China can have a really strong timing in this early feudal age when they do go for this goldless gameplay, only getting gold from the taxes, using the officials and not mining any, and focusing purely on pumping as many units as possible. That's normally quite effective for them, but in this case it's more of a necessity really than an active choice, as those lords will be coming in quickly here for Marine Lord. So Pro Scouts, as we mentioned, also way less likely on this map, but once those manas are in, as long as the fights just end up evenly for Marine Lord, I feel like he should be in a very good spot with those the population-free income constantly pumping behind everything.
Marine Lord tries to lame some of the sheep here away from Puppy Paw Scout. Doesn't manage to do so in the end. We don't have the first manor quite there yet, but will certainly be coming up here very, very soon. And with that, the passive income will be starting up for Marine Lord fairly soon. And there we go. First manor is almost complete at this point in time. It's truly, this is one of these buildings that just has an insanely quick return on investment on it.
Exactly. Just barely over 2 minutes necessary for it to pay back. One of the fastest returns for any kind of economic investment like this in the game, without a doubt. The Marine Lord actually going for a half and half here, right? He has 2 lords, but he also has his first manor up at this point in time. So he should be making lords continuously as soon as he has the food for it again. Now we see the 3rd one on the way. He's going to prioritize those archers, and the archers, you know, the lords at the end of the day are stronger men at arms, so they won't be taking too much damage from the archers, but they are slower. You kind of need the archers to actually trade effectively against them and push them back to heal. But
like normal men at arms, they also only have 2 pierce armor, but they have a ton of health. Like, the health on them is gross. 231 HP.
They boost each other up continuously the more of them are together. Quite bold actually, a Puppy here, I gotta say, to move out like this. Looking to punish the manas and the gold timing here. For Marine Lord. He will need a lot of gold to finish the lords as well as make Hobblars. So, little idle time achieved here for Puppy. As long as he doesn't take too much damage on these archers, this should be decently valuable.
You can also just have multiple groups of these archers harassing on multiple fronts at the same time. Needs to be careful, though. That lord does a lot of damage. Has very slow attack speed, though. But that villager, he's on death's bed at this point in time. He's missing a couple of limbs.
Have to be very careful with those lords. They have a very big sword. It's hard to swing, but when it swings, you feel it. Puppy will actually be super aggressive here with the archers. The Hobbler's out now. He gets a lot more idle time to get on the gold, but this Hobbler now, with the additional ranged armor, you can see he's doing work. Weaker in stats in pretty much every other way than the Horseman, but that extra ranged armor is where he really shines. And now getting the extra HP from the Lords as well. This Hobbler can clean up alone.
Yeah, like, Puppy Paul could have gone for the snipe on the Hobbler, right? Like, there aren't any additional armor upgrades in, and he already has pierce damage on these archers. So there's a pretty big delta at the moment between him having pierce damage and Marine Lord not having pierce armor, where he can still, like, do a reasonable amount of damage. Are we getting to a relatively late point in the game now, where Puppy Paw is only just now going for the for Pro Scouts?
Yeah.
So his timing is very late here. Marino's actually moving out now onto the map in order to go on the shoreline fish here with the villagers, and that is the best food source in the game at 1 food per second.
That's right.
From villagers.
And really nicely done earlier by Marine Lord. That one Hobbler that was at death's door was pulled back underneath the Abbey. That's another reason this build is so effective. If you're actually able to maximize that healing, the amount of value you can get is just tremendous here for the House of Lancaster, and this has already started for Marine Lord. At this point, not losing a single unit yet this game, compared to plenty of archers lost by Puppy Paw. And with this deer coming in now, with this fish coming in for Marine Lord, Puppy Paw is going for his own Pro Scouts like we mentioned, but it's going to be hard to bring in all that deer quickly enough, and of course there's less deer than on normal maps like we mentioned. So Marine Lord, once he plays a bit carefully here, doesn't let his own deer get taken, he should theoretically be fine.
Oh, Puppy Paw now also moving out on the map with a lot of villagers. He could be going for a barbican here potentially on one of the shoreline fish, and indeed is going to be doing so. This, I feel like, is also like somewhat necessary, just baseline. He's up against a civilization that has really good economic scaling with the manors. Once he gets up to Song Dynasty, he's also going to be producing villagers a lot faster. So every single minute, he'll get an additional villager compared to Marine Lord. So that is one of those ways where he can somewhat, not necessarily even out the economic difference, but like play a little bit against it long term. Have a scaling factor working for him.
Exactly. It's very good to have, but the difficulty, right, comes from just how expensive it is, first and foremost, to invest in. And what's great about Song, on top of the additional villager speed production, is of course the Zuganu that you get access to, which can be a very, very potent unit in the feudal age. But there's some civs in the game that deal with it so effectively, and Lancaster, just like English, is one of them. The additional range on the yeoman, the additional speed, makes so that theoretically the Zuganu can barely even get in range to touch them, and with the numbers climbing quickly here for Marine Lord.
Yeah, and Puppy Paw, he's thinking age up.
Oh no.
He's thinking age up, but up against the House of Lancaster, age up is a false hope. Something that you certainly, like, in many situations can't realistically go for, because they're just gonna dive you. They're not afraid of just downright diving you. And I can see where he's coming from. He feels like he needs the H3 units, and Knights would certainly do wonders here up against Marine Lord's army composition. It's just that in order to get there, it is so difficult. And now Puppy Paw sees that there's 20 Hobblers knocking on his door. And Marine Lord now also sees the age up that Puppy Paw is trying to sneak in. And just like all the archers are trapped.
It's just disaster instantly, right? I mean, there's undermesh on the Hobblers, and as the Lords get into the fray as well, underneath that TC, additional health alongside the ranged armor additionally for these Hobblers, it's just gonna take so long for them to die, even if they do die to the TC, and every single villager that cannot be garrisoned will undoubtedly die here for Puppy Paw. This is where you feared most, and it's materializing, and he knows there's just absolutely no way. No tower on his gold. Even a fortified tower wouldn't be enough to stop this dive, and the timing is just not there for Puppy Paw. And GG is called 3-0 for Marine Lord.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations, right? Like, with the dive from the House of Lancaster, they're super solid. Having that one additional armor means that you are able to take so many more hits from the TC. With those Lords of Lancaster as well, your units have so much more health, so even the one hand cannon placement on the TC doesn't really hurt that much when all your units have 20% bonus health. And yeah, it's really rough. Like, it makes so much sense trying to go for the age up here, just because, like, House of Lancaster, they have insanely good unit scaling and army scaling in feudal age, and if you get like knights against that, like if Puppy Paw had like 5 knights against that, you would certainly be fine. Just the timing here did not quite work out there in the end for him. And yeah, this is a rough one. He is gonna lose to Marine Lord 3-0 today, and luckily though, this is not it for him in this tournament. We do still have that second elimination game that he's got there. So he's not completely out of the tournament quite yet. And Marine Lord is going to be able to march forward through the bracket.
Yeah, confident, comfortable win here for Marine Lord up against Poppy Paul. Definitely not an easy opponent for him, so works well for him to win so decisively. Agreed here for Poppy Paul. As you mentioned, it just makes perfect sense to try to go for that castle timing, get those knights out to deal with this, because the army is just so powerful here from Marine Lord's Lancaster. But, you know, on a map like this, with this kind of a resource split, it's just like this dive timing is just absolutely brutal for so many civilizations. And in this case, even Poppy Paul's China ends up falling to it, just not quite able to make it there in time and get the units out necessary. As you mentioned, Crackety, it's not over for him. Poppy Paul still has a chance to climb back in the losers bracket, which we will see later on today, actually, if I'm not mistaken. And up next, we will have quite the wild players, for sure, on our hands in the form of B up against Vortex.
That's right, but before that, I do believe that, yeah, we're going to take a quick look here at the bracket. So, Louis MT up against Wham, currently 2-0, where Wham is leading. And I do believe that because this set was a relatively quick one, we're going to be hopping into the Louis MT versus Wham set here and cover that one as well. An additional set here that we are going to be able to squeeze in between there. Yeah, after that, Vortex versus B, that's definitely another set to look forward to. Therefore, and after that, we still have more sets. We still got the quarterfinals that we're going to be casting in losers bracket. But before all of that, we do still have an interview ready here. So, ladies and gentlemen, Marine Lord, our victor for last game. All right, welcome back, Marine Lord. Fancy seeing you here again. Congratulations, winning up against Puppy Paw 3-0. How are you feeling today, man?
Feeling pretty good. I was very happy about my drafts, and then it went just pretty well, and I guess he made some big mistakes. I don't feel like I played very, very well, but it was enough to win pretty quickly. That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, the first game, that was just, like, kind of a disaster a little bit for Puppy Paw there, right? Like, yeah, sending 3 villagers forward only to have all of them getting taken down by horsemen. It's what, like we were talking about, we were like seeing Puppy Paw go for archers, and we were like, oh yeah, if Marine Lord doesn't see that or doesn't scout that out immediately, like, this is quite nice, because of course, like, we see Ghazi Raiders typically all the time early on, and so the archer play there, especially with the forward berries, could have been quite nice. But it's just kind of crazy how quickly Byzantine get those units out with the level 4 Cistern, so those horsemen came out rapidly there.
Yeah, very quickly. It's very sad because last time I played Puppy in a big tournament, we actually played Delhi against Japanese on the first game on like Relic River, and I won in 5 minutes too. It was like the game where I just I cheesed the dock, and it was pretty much the same game with Delhi again. So I guess you should stop picking Delhi against me. He is cursed. It was pretty sad.
Oh man. The second game though, that was also like a really, really interesting one that you had there on on Holy Island. I mean, it's like Order of the Dragon up against the HRE. I feel like there was this moment in time where you went for the age up, and it just suddenly became really, really close when Puppy Paw just started diving you. How were you feeling at that point in time? Were you like, oh my god, I'm about to lose? Or do you think, okay, maybe I can still come back from this one?
Yeah, I felt like I should have lost maybe. But at the same time, like, I'm making mass man-at-arms, and the only thing you can dive with are man-at-arms and archer. So my man-at-arms beat is man-at-arms, and my man-at-arms beat archer, obviously. So if I focus very well, which I didn't do, I think, very well the crossbow with my TC and my Swabia, I think I win. But I maybe mismicroed a little bit, or was not targeting the right unit, and it was way harder than what I believed it would be. But still, like, I had 4 or 5 relics. My water was fine. So like, yeah, it's a hard to hold, but it's normally doable. And if I do a bit better, it's very easy to hold. So yeah, it was a crazy strong timing, but in theory, if I play very well, I should hold. It's just that I made a few mistakes.
Myriad and I were discussing the pushing attempt from Puppy Paw a little bit, and I want to get your perspective on this. what do you feel like at the moment when like the HRE or Order of the Dragon just reaches the Imperial Age with the Palace of Swabia? Would you go for rams or trebuchets in order to like push into them when you have a slight army advantage but not enough to like just dive PCs the entire time?
Yeah, you have to go Rams. Trebuchet can't work. It's too long. It's taking too long to set up, and I'm gonna make Culverin. So you just want to have a quick push and try to kill me. So I think there is 0% chance Trebuchet works, and if I'm in a good spot, obviously Ram is not gonna work, but if it's close, maybe Rams can work sometimes.
I gotcha. And then, of course, like the last game, that was House of Lancaster. We've seen it like time and time again at the moment, just that early aggression build. And it's just these timings that are so brutal. Those Hobolars, and I was just realizing, okay, I'm immediately dead there when those Hobolars just start diving the TC. It's crazy just how strong like this feudal age timing push is nowadays. But I don't know, like it's one of those things that surely is going to get tuned in the future. Surely we'll see some tuning in that regard. Yeah, devs are working right on that.
China, which is a civ. Yeah, well, like you can beat Lancaster, but I was very surprised they picked it on Frisian March, because in theory I think China is pretty close against Lancaster on any pro scout map, where you can have like 14 deals. And then I saw like he wants Barbican on the fish plus pro scouts. But like even if it goes well for him, like it's not gonna work. Like manors are just so good. I can take map control and then I just move whenever he wants to age up. And the start, obviously, the start was terrible for him, with villagers going left and right for the gold. So I don't know, like everything went wrong for him this best of 5. I think he's pretty good. Like right now in practice, I'm doing pretty bad compared to most of the time. And Pepipo is doing. I mean, when I practice with him, he's doing pretty good. But in tournament, it's always a bit different. I'm more focused and I pick my strategies better than in practice. But I feel like Pepipo sometimes does just some bad drafts and bad strategies in tournaments, which is pretty sad because he's very good, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes these matchups are a little bit unfortunate, but that's definitely like something where like player skill and experience comes into play as well, like how you focus, how you're prepared you are for these drafts and whatnot. Marine Lot, thank you so much for your insights. You're now going to be moving up in the playoffs, and yeah, we'll see more of you in the coming weeks.
Yeah, bye-bye. See you.
Yep. All right, that was Marine Lord. So I do believe, there we go. Yeah, we are now moving immediately into the third game of the set between Louis, MT, and Wham. So non-stop action here on EGC TV.
Always good to hear from the GOAT there, Marine Lord himself, after his win. And what a spicy set to jump into here. We're action-packed here already, and we're right in the middle. Currently, Wham leading pretty well here, 2-0, winning with Knights Templar on Kalauga against Louis' JD, one of his best civilizations, and then again against one of Louis' best civilizations on Front Range. Again, strange place to pick China, right? As well, just like Frisian here for Puppy Paw. Maybe a little bit better on Front Range. Yeah.
It's like one of those situations, right, where you don't have a ton of gold, and taxes are obviously goated, just great, absolutely great to have. And it's one of those maps where it makes a lot of sense. There's also a ton of resource out on map. You got like double boar in the middle if you get map control. You got a lot of berries on the sides, deer there as well. Deer typically in the corner on that map. So China, in theory, even without Pro Scout, is really, really good on that map. Next up, though, we're going to be moving over to Frisian Marshes, where we're going to be seeing French from Louis, so another one of his, like, quote-unquote, main civilizations, up against the Japanese from Wham.
Yeah, this should be a very exciting matchup. Not one we see too often, but historically it's been a pretty hotly debated one, right? Typically people think French scales a little bit stronger than Japanese with the Guild Hall, with the Red Palace in that Imperial Age, just having such strong cavalry. But that Castle Age for the Japanese is really scary, even for the French, right? The mobility with the mounted samurai, even if your knights, if you have bloodlines, are stronger as the French, only if you have bloodlines, then the Onimusha, you know, mounted crossbows to complement the samurai, that's not easy to deal with, right? That's been quite a thorn in French's side whenever these civs have met. If they do survive that, then The story, of course, changes as we load into game number 3 here between Louis MT, spawning in the north side of the map in the color red as the French, or China, facing Canada's Wham in the color blue, as the Japanese here on Frisian Marshes yet again. But it's bound to be a very action-packed matchup, I would say. Right away, we have Arox opening here from Wham. Good choice against the French, without a doubt.
And we're moving in at max speed as well, trying to catch up to a live game at the moment. School of Cavalry now coming in for Louis MT. Didn't get too much of a delay in from these spearmen. Wham now going to be aging up as well. It's going to be that Kura Storehouse nicely positioned there in the back of his base. Is going to get himself some nice early farming economy going there that way. And Wham, he's just like keeping his eyes open at the moment. One spearman on each of these goals, trying to make sure that Louis isn't sneaking anything up there. And does indeed force Louis into an immediate archery range here. So the first knight is going to be quite delayed. Instead, it's even going to be horsemen here that are coming out from Louis. And only now is Louis going to be able to move back out to the goal. So the pro scout timing here as well, if that was Louis' plan, it's going to be met with a heavy, heavy delay. And now it's also like one of those situations where if he wants to go pro scout, he's going to have to delay the first knight by a lot more as well.
Yeah, exactly. Historically, French can go docks here, just like other civilizations, but a civ like Japanese that loves to go for that Dark Age makes it much, much more difficult. And Pro Scouts, as we mentioned, loses so much value on this map, especially if it's delayed, like it has been here for Louis by Wham. Wham going into the classic response up against the French spearmen alongside light cavalry here, in the form of horsemen. Puts the burden of micro on Louis in all of these engagements. It's not an easy thing to do to protect your archers whilst kiting backwards constantly and sniping spears, whereas the opponent, of course, in the form of Wham, with the horseman and the spearman, in theory, only has to get on top of the archers with the horseman, just start a step past them, which is a lot easier than the micro that Louis has to go through. So Louis has to be careful with his mass early on. Ideally, you want to wait to have enough archers to begin one-shotting those spearmen, ideally with a bit of leverage, so some additional archers than you would need in case they do die.
And when we're in a situation where Louis barely has knights on the field, because Wham went for the very early daimyo here, he's going to be having an Uma soon. These horsemen are going to be phenomenal up against the few horsemen or the few knights that Louis has, because they're going to be going all the way up to +4 melee damage.
Exactly. Louis is respecting it by having his own spearmen at this point in time. Not easy to deal with those horsemen.
Well, that's illegal.
Because of the additional melee damage. Yeah, and it's not something you see often, especially from Louis, right? Other professional players, when they play French, they do tend to respect even horsemen and go for that tri-composition, but Louis, I feel like I've pretty much never seen him do this, so putting a lot of respect here. I wonder if it's a symptom of his back being against the wall here, being 2-0 down, or if it's just a very decisive, decision for that matter to go for these, if it's actually what he intended to go for.
I think a lot of knights in now for Louis, so we're up to 5 now. He's been able to keep most of them alive as well. Just a couple of pickoffs here and there from Wham. Also starting to add in a couple of Yumis, so Louis definitely now also in a spot where he doesn't want to add much more into Spearman, just because I believe he did see, at least on the gold vein, that there were a couple of Yumi archers from Wham. Definitely disincentivized when it comes to adding in more Spearmen now at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, even just having 3 spearmen like this for Louis, it's actually kind of nice if you can manage to just plant them on one of the shoreline fish or the deer, potentially maybe the boar. It allows your knights and your archers to walk around the map comfortably without worrying about being raided by these pesky extra damage horsemen behind it. The 3 spearmen can deal with a smaller sized raid without too many issues. As Louis looking to chase Wham back to his base now at this point in time. And Wham is adding in those docks slowly and steadily, right? We have 2 already there on the ponds, but that's not really enough to gain a significant lead here. I mean, we see the French passive faster villager production is already tying up the lead in fishing ships that Wham has with 6-0.
Wham, it's very explosive how fast you can mass up Yumi archers with the Japanese, right? Like, I feel like just a second ago it was still just 2 Yumi archers, now up to 14, so suddenly Wham, he's got a really respectable force and not something that Louis MT can just dive into the base, and now we're getting the floating gate in as well. The point in time where Wham has got a like such a nice army there as well that he can't really be harassed immediately. Is gonna lose 2 villagers here though, from the looks of it. Does
Yeah,
still
one place
have
to
that
raid.
fishing going for him.
Good little raid there by Louis, skirting around the edge of Wham's army. Managed to pick up 2 vills for himself. A crucial timing to do that as well, as the age up notification does come in. Louis not far behind himself. And with so many knights on the field, it's not easy for Wham to upgrade his spearmen as well as his Yumi and then make samurai, mounted samurai at the same time. So no real timing to do any significant damage. He's going to be able to push Louis back towards his third here and contest the center. So gains a little bit more control for himself. He's going to use it to place more docks, it looks like. Meanwhile, Louis now up as well. Veterancy for the Royal French Knights as well as the archers coming in. And Steel Arrow 2 as well for that boosted damage.
Lots of upgrades coming in behind this. What I'm going for army composition wise, we still have a lot of these mounted samurai at the moment. Such a strong unit to have. Yumi archers. Do we have a bannerman there with them? I believe I saw them glowing a little bit.
Doesn't look like we do, right? It would show
I'm
up
not sure.
on the UI.
We're not seeing them. That's the question, right?
Yeah.
There are a couple of them glowing.
Yeah, it's true. It's strange, right? I wonder if maybe
No,
it died
there is a
recently.
Yumi bannerman. There is a Yumi bannerman. I believe it's just not shown.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's something to put on Kao's list.
Unfortunate there. Sure, that'll be dealt with in turn. The mass is looking healthy now for Wham, though. 9 mounted samurai. He closed the gap between having 0 knights and Louis' 11 knights pretty quickly here.
Yeah.
Louis did go for the guild hall, so does have canted saddles coming in, but you know, knight on knight is not something you really want to take. The knights can, the samurai can run away from the knights and vice versa, but that deflective armor blocking the stronger charge of these knights is something to really be mindful of in Louis' position. So he's gonna respect it and go for the arbaletrie. But typically, arbaletrie is something, crossbows in general, something the Japanese can find themselves struggling with.
100%. Arbaletry are the best crossbow unit in the game, especially for the Japanese, a civilization which doesn't get crossbowmen to begin with. They can find themselves struggling against that a whole lot. At the moment, though, even though, you know, Louis, he's getting a lot of passive income now, or at least a passive income in theory, thanks to the guild hall, Wham pulling ahead in the relic count is going to be able to somewhat make up for that. He looks like he's going to be able to get up to 4 relics, and if he's able to get map control and get some of the sacred sites in as well, it's going to be looking quite good for him. Army-wise, Wham is ahead, but Louis' army still looks quite scary, and in a battle of posturing here, looks like Wham is a little bit hesitant here when it comes to taking the engagement.
You have to be careful here as one side, right, Judy? I have a triple composition, which is stronger in theory, but it's way harder to micro all of these units to their utmost effectiveness in these fights, in these quick, heavy cavalry-oriented fights, as a nudge charge in to protect the back line of archers and now crossbows building as well. But this might be the timing that Wham is looking for. I mean, there's only 4 arbaletrie 6 now on the field, not nearly enough to stem the tide of these mounted samurai. He's getting pushed all the way back. There's no keep in position either here for Louis to actually defend this, and he's pushed all the way to the TC, forced to go through the choke point. Relatively even thus far, though, in the trade.
It is, but idle time is still just forced with this army movement. Now the army from Louis is a little bit out of position. Look at that. Wham, he is now pushing all the way along these ponds, and he is gonna find villagers that way.
Outposts are now in position. Stone has been gathered. There are upgrades coming in. We see those spring golden placements coming in for Wham as well on his own side. I'm not sure most of these outposts are upgraded here for Louis, though. The stone wasn't there in time. The timing really was impeccable from Wham when pushing in. Louis looking to protect here, but it's not an easy fight to take. He's doing a great job kiting with the archers. Yeah, but behind all of this, right, the villagers are stuck in the tower. A lot of the samurai in the north, and they're torching it as well.
And there's a lot of villagers that have been evacuated walking around the sidelines here. And all of this is just walking time that they're not, like, working right now. And Louis, he's taking this fight, but Wham is taking a much, much better trade here. Behind all of this, lots of the knights are going to go down. At the end of the day, Louis, he's on 14 military up against 40. Army value is still relatively even, though, as most of it is knights.
The worst thing here for Louis behind all of this is that he was forced to call in the food that had accrued in the guild hall. Not much of it to begin with, but even using it, ideally would have used it for Imperial Age later on, but even using it in a necessity for units here, he's still nowhere near breaking through Wham's mass, as these Yumi archers alone are holding the line against these knights. The healing with the chivalry, he's forced to recommit them as they're healing. They're going to go down most likely. They're gonna be able to clean up this forward mass, but this is just a fraction of Wham's army.
The Namusha is gonna go down to the archers here, but it's just a continuous stream of units at the moment from Wham. He's still got 12 knights. Louis, he's got just a couple of knights, really. Most of them are in queue. He's got a lot of wood, but he needs food. He's trying to go for a farm transition around the TC, but it's just not enough from the looks of it. And Wham, he's just really pushing pedal to the metal here, hurting Louis on every side of his base.
The lack of food hurting Louis so bad here. Food, something the Japanese have such a great time managing with that Kura, and now having these docks as well on frigid marshes. Just look at the beautiful farms coming in here for Wham, boosted by the daimyo as well. So difficult to deal with this timing, as Louis is struggling for food at this point in time. So much wood, so much gold, but they're useless without food in this instance, as Wham is just relentless in his aggression, finding the wood line again, idling almost half of Louis' economy once again this game. Now pushing into the farmlands right as they're being built. This couldn't be more painful.
Soldiers gonna jump inside. You see, are gonna at least be able to snipe out the Onimusha here, but there's still all of these knights. But there's a keep in defense for Louis MT. But it still doesn't help him reclaim the farmlands, which are now gonna get camped by Wham.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed by Louis' ability to keep these villages alive. That's pretty crazy.
Wham camping along the farmlands. He's like an undead rogue camping Westfall.
There's just no food anymore. I mean, he can barely produce villages at this point in time. He's got one relic in the bag.
Burn down the guild hall.
Yeah. He's gonna be forced to call in, what, at that point it'll be 500 food or just above maybe by the time it dies. Not as much as you want.
And the villagers, they're just trying to find something to work on here. Are the Onimusha seeing them? They did not spot them. The villagers are going to be able to move around here. Military count. It's looking quite rough for Louis now.
Louis even managed to get a raid in behind this, killing 3 villages from Wham. Actually, no, I think it might have been the fishing ships being deleted, potentially, actually.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
Yeah. Now it's, yeah, they're on that first pond, and again, the food is just not there for Louis. Wham knows exactly where to target. It's that deer. It's those ponds in the north. Looks like there's still some dots there in the far north for Louis. Are those villages? Oh no. Yeah, disaster again.
They were. That's more villagers taken care of. Louis, he's got like this inkling of a win condition with the keep, right? Like he's at least getting the knights in for a lot cheaper. The issue is just that there has been so much idle time caused on his side that he's just so far behind, and now Wham, he's just taking his time, burning down the guild hall. Louis, he's gonna have to take the small little bit of food out of it at some point soon. He's got a lot of gold, and there was a potential of him maybe hitting Imperial Age.
I feel like at this
now
point,
that's looking much harder.
It's a memory of the past, isn't it? The guild hall has been called, 0 food left in it, but there'll be no more food either coming in to that guild hall. Only the keep in Louis' base, the only thing keeping him alive. But what are you really going to stay alive for at the end of the day? There's no more guild hall. Even the one relic he managed to save himself is now going to be idled out as the monastery falls too. Houses here exposed. The farmland is still easily accessible for Wham behind this. He's gonna take the relic. I mean, this guy's just brutal. What hope is left here for Louis? The farms are there, right? I mean, there's a good bunch.
The farms are there, but he's like on the last goal that he has access to, and there's not much of it remaining. Actually, there's still some remaining, but he's not even actively gathering it just because he needed villagers to do something else. He's had a lot of gold for a while.
I look to try to wall in to close some of the entryway for these mounted samurai from Wham. I mean, Wham, yeah, you see the res. Wham has just one plan on his mind at this point in time. It's gonna be the Imperial Age. Most likely Tanegashima Gunsmith. Also, the Crow could be okay here. Sacred Side victory is locked in for a little while now.
You can rush your opponent with it.
You could. It's probably gonna deal with a keep because of that rocket emplacement.
And the choice is Tanegashima Gunsmith is going to be coming in.
And even produce bombards from this, and that's gonna make pretty short work of that keep. I mean, elite status is going to be coming in on these 32 mounted samurai, 15 on Amusha as well. I mean, the mounted samurai alone can, I think, deal easily with Louis' army once they're elite status. The Amusha as well. Bombard likely going to be in production immediately, I would assume, here for Wham. Just to close out this game ASAP. No need to give Louis any breathing room, really.
Louis is now trying to make some spearmen as well, and the army count is not looking bad. The army value is somewhat-ish close. But it's just the resource gathered so far that is where there's a firm difference here between the two. Actually impressive how Louis MT kept a lot of his villagers alive throughout all of this. Like, he only lost 10, make it 12? 11, okay.
It really
only
is.
losing 11 throughout this entire game. It's quite impressive.
Especially on this map, right? Quite often you have villagers spread around everywhere on your third of the map, on the ponds, on the golds, on the deers as well. So keeping them alive is normally even harder on this kind of a map. But as you mentioned, like Louis behind this, right? With the farms being online and the keep in place, you can see that discount coming in very clutch when it comes to his army mass here. 20 knights already again on the field for him. 20 arballetria, 23 spears as well. This is a scary army without a doubt for Louis. The archer, the arballetria as well as the knights, of course, way cheaper for him because of that keep. So with the age disadvantage,
the elite knights in now.
Yeah, that's a big problem now.
Musha, there's enough of them to be able to pretty much one-shot these knights. Now with the elite, for sure. Fight is being taken. The army's a little bit spread out for Wham. Yeah, he doesn't feel too comfortable taking this fight right now with the Onimusha actually being the front line on one of the sides. But has some ability advantage, so it's just gonna move away.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Louis is so far from this Imperial Age that man can kind of bide his time somewhat. As long as he restricts the gold axis here for Louis, in theory we find there's no more gold left enough for Louis and his base to actually go for that Imperial Age. The other gold that he might have access to is that central one on the edge of his third, and that far northern one there before the large gold vein, which looks to be secured by Wham already. Keep attempt. If this keep goes up, Louis might have a lifeline here.
Yeah, ability to get gold again. Definitely big for him here. Wham now also adding in some hand cannoneers with the Yumi Bannerman. That is going to affect the hand cannoneers, so they're going to do a lot of damage.
The sheer number of spears here are enough to make Wham cautious about pushing too aggressively, even with his mobility advantage. You don't want to accidentally get caught by one of these blobs.
Soldiers are going to evacuate on the gold. Just going to move to the next one instead. There's still villagers remaining on the deer there that are going to have to get pulled away from Wham. Or not.
Looks like Wham is going to sacrifice a few of these villagers to completely trap and encircle Louis' army. Reinforcements have been cut off. There are walls in place to prevent Louis from diving directly with his army and get maximal value from it. And it looks like actually Louis might have been outmaneuvered here. He does have a scary army, but he's down an age. Plenty of samurai and Onimusha here circling. Keep is going to go up on Louis' large gold vein. Louis has to try to break through back to his base here safely. This did buy him time for the keep, however.
And now we got the hand cannoneers here with the Yumi Bannerman aura. There's so much damage now on these hand cannoneers. Having Serpentine outer in already.
The guild hall is still down for Louis behind all of this. Unable to spare the wood and the villagers to actually repair it, so no scaling yet for him in terms of that. It's quite exposed as well on the side there. Easy to get caught by some samurai. Wham adding his own space now, actually. 22 on the field already. Elite status in for them as well.
Not very cheap, at least the barracks are. Probably a little bit out of position at the moment for Wham. He's gonna potentially lose out on some of that second army group that he had going there for him. And now going forward with his main army. Needs to be careful not to lose him, though. Might kill a couple of villagers here and there. Nothing too crazy, and now the army from Louis is coming in, though.
But I don't know if farms are yet again. Louis was just about to go for that Imperial Age as this push comes in from Wham in the back of his base. The mounted samurai spreading everywhere. Many villages going down here for Louis. The Oromushis are abandoned as a sort of buffer between the rest of Louis' army connecting with those mounted samurai, and they just tear havoc in Louis' base. Wham doubling the amount of villagers he has killed this game in the last minute alone. Red Palace is on the way,
coming
however.
up. Oh, he's putting it up next to a large gold vein. He's gonna be able to kill the keep from Wham with his own keep. It's like a keep to kill a keep.
This Red Palace, once it's garrisoned, we're gonna see that keep die in under a minute here for Louis. That's how potent
Soldiers are getting pulled. Oromusha's coming in as well.
Don't think they can stop it in... Ooh,
they're gonna kill a lot of villagers.
A lot of those will go
even
down,
if they can't stop it.
Ooh,
The villagers are gonna go down.
He's actually trying to dodge
Yeah, he's
it.
gonna pull.
Hefty price to pay for that going up. The Oromusha do die though. That keep should be next pretty early. Oh, but behind this, Louis got caught in the front and lost a lot of his knights and a lot of his arbaletier. Louis has virtually no army left outside of his spearmen.
Yeah, it's just spearmen, and you're not getting a bonus on these as French. Like, you're not even getting the discount on them.
Yeah, I mean,
He does have to keep
great.
now with the Red Palace in placement. That's not enough here.
No, the spearmen are good on the defense, but there's so many units from Wham, the hand cannoneers as well. His own spearmen triple bombard on the field now too. And he knows it. GG is cold. Wham. Performing quite a crazy upset here, I gotta say. Not upset because he's incapable of beating Louis, but a 3-0. I mean, these players are very strong and really closely matched. Didn't really have a 3-0 on my bingo card between them two.
I gotta say, like, Wham, he's been looking really, really strong recently, and this just kind of goes to show it once again. Like, when he shows up, right? Like, this is just really, really good performance here from him.
Yeah, I remember quite well. After Masters of Steel, it seemed like something clicked in Wham after that fantastic performance there at the LAN. He's been just pumping since then, playing some of the best Age of Empires 4 I've ever seen him play. Really good results coming in here for Wham, taking down Louis 3-0. Man who before took out Marine Lord in the S tier finals. Last EGC.
A very, very solid performance here from him, and a very clinical game as well, I want to say. Like, with the back and forth, with the Castle Age timing here, didn't really leave anything up to chance. Played it very methodically, and in the end, did manage to win it 3-0. Now, we only did see the last game here, of course, but the result is everything that counts, right?
At the end of the day,
it's all about the results
what
in
counts. But as you mentioned, I was particularly impressed by Wham's patience in this game, right? He had that imp timing for so long. You could speculate that he would have won the fight if he took it earlier anyway, but not nearly as one-sided, right? He wanted to maximize the use of his troops. He wasn't just content with winning a good fight. He wanted to just dismantle Louis bit by bit in his own base there, as he's done, outmaneuvering him, pulling his army to the front and diving with the cavalry, then discovering that Red Palace, punishing it severely with the amount of villagers killed. And it all worked out in the end. It was too much damage, too much idle time building up for Louis. And Wham just takes it.
He does. Oh man, that was, yeah, very, very cleanly played, and I'm actually really curious about these other games that they've played, like Logger with Knights Templar up against JD, or the Ottoman game up against the Chinese. Definitely something that I might have to rewatch later down the line. But we do have another interview ready here, so ladies and gentlemen, I give you Wham, victor of the setup against Louis. All right, congratulations, Wham, winning up against Louis MT 3-0 here today. How are you feeling after that one?
It's good to see you, Crackety. I'm feeling good. Thank you.
And we only caught the last game here, unfortunately. I gotta go back and rewatch like the other games that you played there, because there were some really interesting matchups in there as well that you played up against Louis. But the last game, just perfectly played, like immaculate patience there with the age up, and just really clean Japanese there from you. And yeah, just congratulations there. You're gonna be moving up in the bracket. In the lower bracket though, you're gonna be sending Louis MT after your brother. How are you gonna be feeling, like, just in general, like how are you feeling about Louis MT's performance here? Because obviously you played some more games than we watched here today against him. Do you feel like maybe he struggled a little bit with his prep? Do you think maybe he got a little bit of a bad draft, or do you just feel like you played incredibly clean today?
I don't think he played poor. I think draft was part of it. If you look at the matchups, right, I think, yes, China's better than Ottomans, but on front range, it's kind of sketchy, I think. So I was a little bit surprised that he actually picked JD Chinese where he did. French was a little bit more standard, but again, I think Louis MT is obviously a very good player. I just think in this set he was maybe not so prepared for the kind of draft that we got.
Interesting. Okay. In general, like when you look at how you performed here today, because obviously you're going to be facing off against a pretty tough opponent next up, right? Like you're going to be having to face off up against Marine Lord. How do you feel after like how you played today? Because honestly, like your performance just in general recently, it's been looking absolutely stellar. Do you think like this is one of those situations where you can like send Marine Lord down to the losers bracket very early on?
It would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, I hope so. I think it's possible. Are the odds in my favor? I mean, you could debate that, but I think I have a good shot. I think draft is just so important. Matchups are just so important. Like again, I felt confident in this draft. If I can feel confident going into the set against Marine World, I think I could take it. But you know.
I mean, you're definitely like setting yourself up for it. I just know it. Just in general, from your performance, you've been looking very clean, and I feel like if anybody can like get an upset, well, not necessarily an upset even, but like if the stars align, you're gonna be able to take him down. Like have Marine Lord do like the honor laps right around the losers bracket down there, as we do actually have him in chat saying that you're a dreamer. But there's
this
certainly
guy's
the
a
chances.
dreamer.
You're looking strong. Yeah.
I don't know about that. I just need to play LTD, you know?
Easy. Just like that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations once again. You're going to be moving up against Marine Lord. Those are going to be the games that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. So best of luck to you there. And yeah, we'll be seeing more of you tomorrow. Until then, have a good one.
Yep. Thank you.
Big congrats to Wham there. Always good to see the banter between the two players, Marine Lord. Calling out Wham's delusion in his opinion. He can send it down to the losers bracket. That's what he's saying.
It's always delusions until it happens, right?
Exactly. I mean, Wham, Masters of Steel as well, right? We've seen him go to the 5th game up against Marine Lord in a really tight and nail-biting set. So undoubtedly, there's potential there. We just have to see whether it can materialize, but not an easy feat taking down Marine Lord to the losers bracket, right? So that's going to be a fantastic set, which will be seen tomorrow, I do believe. So I'll be after today, but plenty to see today as well, as we have a little look at the brackets here. Of course, on next match will be Vortex up against B. That's going to be an incredibly fun set, without a doubt. So
yeah,
Anatan and Lucifer going.
Watching B in general is always nice, but Vortex, he's just been looking so dominant recently, right? Like his performance has been absolutely incredible, and many players have attributed this, of course, also to like the meta, definitely fitting Vortex's playstyle quite a bit. B is also just such an interesting. I'm especially saying like interesting because it's sometimes he comes around with these strategies that we've never seen before, and just suddenly it making click, and it's like, oh my god, yeah, this makes sense. These kind of moments are like what I personally live for in Age of Empires 4. down in losers bracket, we can already see one of the other sets that we're going to be looking at today. It's going to be Puppy Paw versus LuMT. The other last remaining set, that's going to be decided whether, like, it's going to be between the losers of Vortex up against B and Anatan against... Okay, they just moved the bracket there away. Who was the last player? God. Anatan versus Lucifer. There we go, okay. That's going to be interesting. We have the potential, Myriad. We have the potential, again, either for tomorrow or today, for a classic brother versus brother matchup.
It's true, something we haven't actually seen this tournament so far, but it's been quite the matchup to see beforehand, right? It's always a funny thing to see when the players know each other so well. The way they decide to play often it leads to some of the craziest and wackiest sets we've seen, without a doubt, historically. So that might be on the cards.
Is this why Puppy Paw lost against Marino today? Just so he wouldn't have to fight against his brother later down the line? Is it all like the 5D chess moves there that we've had?
I mean, it's a real anime moment, right? Facing your brother like that in the in the brackets, and no, you have to take each other out to proceed forward. It's, you know, you can't script it better than that.
All right. Next up, though, we are going to be taking a very, just the tiniest, shortest of breaks here in order to prepare the next set for you guys. That is going to be Vortex up against B. So stay tuned. Just grab yourself some refreshments, as we'll be right back here on EGC Masters Fall with B vs Vortex in just a bit.
Peace.
Alright, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. This time, we're gonna be watching Vortex up against 3DB, and we're starting this one off with an interesting matchup, Myriad. We're gonna be moving over to Gorge and China for Vortex up against the Ruse from B, and I gotta say, I feel like this matchup is downright doomed to the core for China. I think, like, Ruse against China and Juji, so good. So good.
I think I would definitely agree that it used to be very one-sided for Rus before they got a few shaves here and there and China and Jushi really came through. Nowadays, it's definitely not bad for Rus. I think they're one of the civs that can... China especially, I mean, Jushi's also really strong, but China is the big boogeyman, right? Rus can do pretty decently against both of these civs. I would still give the slight edge over to China here, maybe like a 55-45. What I find... Yeah, I think it comes down to a bit of a comp issue in Cast Stage. I feel like too many players, especially sort of around the top 16 mark or so, are very adamant on going for a lot of knights and archers as China here, and that works fine early on. But as the horse archer numbers climb, as Boyars comes in for Rus's own knights, that's just not a composition that's ever going to work there. I feel like if you make a transition into something like, you know, if the Rus is making those horse archers as well as those knights early on, moving into horsemen and crossbows as China here is a very cheap, effective composition that I think can really let you take some great fights around the map.
Now, I like that part of your thinking there, but just to counterplay, Rus can also make horsemen, and they still have Boyar's Fortitude, but we're about to see just how exactly it is going to get played out as we're moving right into our game number 1 now between Vortex in the color red playing as the Chinese and B in the color green playing as the Rus here. And Gorge is an interesting map, especially since we are playing on the EGC variant here. So this isn't quite like the Gorge that players are used to from seeing it on ladder. The deer, or well, not the deer, but rather the sheep spread is a little bit different here. It's more centered towards the sides here. Vortex, he got a couple of early sheep there with his Chinese large vision scout there. Able to take some away here from the bottom side there, bottom right-hand side from B.
Yeah, one of the
understated
reasons that Chinese is so strong, right? That extra vision. Like even now, it doesn't get talked about enough. It's so good. Especially against a civ like Rus, right? If you end up seeing their first scout early and they don't see yours, you can probably predict where their second scout will then go and cut them off and get at least half the sheep on the map that way, despite being down a scout.
So much information gained early on as well, and especially since you already know that the Rus are going to be having more scouts out on the field, your one scout just having so much more vision, it is very, very valuable there for you.
I mean, he sees the whole screen, you know, earlier on. Yeah. Before we jumped into the 4 view. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. B sticking with 2 scouts here, which I do like, right? Maybe on some maps, if you really manage to see the enemy scout early and isolate their movement, you can get a lot of value out of 3 and get yourself a handful of few extra sheep. But as you mentioned, with the way sheep spawn here on Gorge, the center is pretty much dead sheep-wise, so it makes it very easy to split the map with the scouts, and you can get a lot out of 2 here still, but 3, you know, is just kind of just lays your rage up, which there's no need to do here. And you can easily produce him either while you're raging up or after you get that pro scout's tech.
He has put his hunting cabins on the sides of the woodline, so he's kind of min-maxing the amount of gold income that he's getting from those 2 hunting cabins. Also means that he's going to have a very nice spot for the high trade house there behind the space, which doesn't take away from the gold from the hunting cabin, so he's setting himself up for a nicely condensed base there in the back of his TC. I was also put forward, so isn't going to be blocking anything out there. Setting himself up for success, at least in that regard. Golden Gate also coming up. Age up already finished for Vortex. We're now going to be seeing those Imperial officials coming out for him. Now the question here is, if you're Vortex, are you immediately going to be going for your own Pro Scouts play? Are you just going to go straight for the stable and try and get as many scouts out as possible? Or are you first going to be investing into barracks and try and disrupt your opponent from getting the Pro Scout in? That's like always the question that I'm wondering.
There's a lot of options here for China, right? All of those that you mentioned, and then the level of investment into officials as well. How many do you get before going for that pro scouts? You can get taxes and supervise easier, but less gold means delay on those pro scouts. So looks like we have at least 2 being invested into. The third one is also on the way, so definitely a more slightly economic focused approach here from Vortex. Not what we're too used to seeing from him, historically at least. He's going to go for plenty of officials before going for that pro scouts. I mean, China can get a way faster timing than the Rus, but typically there's a bit of a bottleneck in terms of wood and supervising the stable and having it even up in the first place fast enough to actually get enough scouts on the field. You often end up in a situation where you have pro scouts finished, but your stable is only just finished. You don't even have a second scout on the field yet, and you want to get the deer in, but you also want to see what the Rus is doing on the other side. So Vortex is going to say no to that and just make sure he gets maximal value from his investments here. Whereas B, on the other hand, we saw him go aging up just a little bit faster than standard, aging up with 5 instead of the 4. And doesn't have pro scouts yet, does he?
No, he's getting it in at the moment. The tags are reversed at the moment. You can always tell by the upgrade bar. Yeah, it's green, so it's on B side. Vortex, though, he's also going to be getting his upgrade in rather soon, and we're also seeing a stable coming in from him. So it's not going to be a barracks on his side. He's not going to be moving in to do any sort of real denial here from B when it comes to the pro scouting. Instead, just trying to focus on rushing up his own pro scouts and getting a very similar timing, which he should be able to achieve, just courtesy of the supervision here, of course, being really beneficial when it comes to catching up with the timing here.
One of the reasons China does it so potently indeed, right there. And on maps like this, these sort of standard maps with his 14 deer aside split between 2 packs, most often what we see is relatively controlled early game from both sides. That pro scout here, it's going to be 14 deer aside most likely. I'd be quite surprised to see either side manage to steal any from under their nose. It's very easy to see the scouts are slow to go across the map, not only there but then back even slower in turn. There's going to be a barracks here from Vortex, it turns out, so he's going to look to put on a little bit of pressure.
Reach out again to our production cow, who is working tirelessly in the background, bringing you guys all these amazing features on the overlays. We do have a little Golden Gate counter on the top right as well, telling us that he has 2 tickets available in the Golden Gate to exchange for resource, and also the amount of Rus bounty already collected so far from his villagers. So already gathered 200 gold just completely passively from just gathering food with his villagers underneath his TC. Little scout on scout fight here going on at the moment, but he's already just gathering up most of the deer on his side of the base. And honestly, when the deer are split 50-50 between Rus and Chinese, the Rus player has to be super happy with that result, because once that high trade house kicks in, you're continuously be spawning in those deer time and time again, meaning that when both players have the same amount of deer collected underneath their TC, the Rus player is still gonna be having a lot more food safely inside of their base, so they'll be essentially pulling ahead when everything's even.
That's true. There will be additional deer to go through that high trade house for the Rus, of course. And it's especially true to have even deer split when you invest in very little army, as B has done. We do see an archery range, but it's somewhat delayed, so I think B was a bit unsure whether to go for it in the first place, but looks to have made his decision now. Because typically when you go for this many scouts as Rus, you kind of want to just skip units, get your deer back ASAP, and go castle age as fast as possible. But it looks like B does go for the archers on a delay, just to make sure this home deer pack of his gets back safely, because some of his scouts were trying to steer the deer from Vortex's side, which means that these are home later, and that in turn means that a couple of archers here will be necessary. Vortex, though, as we mentioned, even there does somewhat favor B for sure. The 20% extra drop-off right from the official kind of really works in China's favor there as well. So offsets some of the deer from that high trade house. Such a potent bonus for the Chinese and Xuxi, but especially for the Chinese, of course. The Pure Palace now being dropped down.
Yeah, this is kind of typical, I feel like, in this matchup, that when both players just go for pro scouts, like a lean feudal age into castle age, China is going to be slightly quicker when it comes to hitting that age up. But once again, like, Rus is much more sustained once they do get that age up in, and we're now also seeing that high trade house coming up. We already have the second archery range in there as well for B, so he's going to be able to pump out those those Rus cav archers, which are honestly very tilting to play against when you're only making like cavalry. When you're making horsemen at knights, it's the counter on paper, but it's also not the counter.
It's difficult for sure. I think especially if you're making both. With knights, you know, you can't effectively catch up to them, but they're very tanky and you can dive very well with the knights on top of the horse archers, restrict the amount of kiting potential that they have. But they're very slow and somewhat vulnerable, right? Whereas horsemen, on the other hand, they're a bit squishier, but faster, and they have that bonus damage. So if they get on top of those horse archers, the hurt is really put on, but naturally they have much less strength in those skirmishes, especially if the Rus player also has knights, which is going to be the case, B, with one in production already, alongside the prepped archery ranger. So it's going to be the classic composition here for him. No surprises due to its effectiveness. Horse archers immediately in queue. He did get a nice early wheelbarrow as well, way before going for that castle blade, so that's going to be paying off quite nicely by now. No double broadaxe in for him yet, though.
I feel like this is typically the point in the game where China has like the biggest window of opportunity up against the Rus, right? Like this is where the moment where there aren't that many cavalry archers yet, and Rus just has a, well, not Rus, but China has like a really good production speed at this point in time on the cav archers. So I feel like this is the moment where if Vortex doesn't do like significant damage to B within the next like 2 minutes, that's where the cav archer scaling is just gonna go off the charts here.
Yeah, it's once those numbers reach double digits and beyond on those horse archers when it starts getting really scary and your knights suddenly go to being 3-shot and 3 volleys from these horse archers. That gets very scary. But this looks a bit reminiscent to a game between Lucifron and Louis MT last weekend, where Louis went for an incredibly aggressive knight timing, pumping nothing from 2 supervised stables but those knights and looking to dive B very aggressively. Lucifron in that case as the Rus. And looks like Vortex is going to be doing something very similar here with already 10 knights on the field.
And he hasn't showed them yet. He's just been hiding them for the most part. One of them gets shown over here, killing a scout, but he's not immediately diving in. Instead, look at what he's doing. He's waiting for Pierce Armor level 2 to come in.
This could be a really dangerous point here for B if he doesn't see this coming. There's no scouts in that center map. Looks like there was one heading towards the left side of that gorge cliff there, but he's gonna miss the army as the knights perfectly pivot around that right ridge. Is that a scout there on the front for B towards that stone? Those might be able to spot it.
I believe it is. I don't know. He didn't see it.
No, it doesn't see it yet.
It's in his blind spot.
This could be horrible here for B if he doesn't see it. Well, a lot to distract these spears, the spearman drawing potentially a lot of attention here.
Drawing it.
This area. He's going for it. Here they come.
Now the knights get spotted. He immediately reacts. Units are getting pulled over here. Villagers evacuating. Getting pulled all the way to the backside now. Archers body blocking. He's forcing B all the way around. Cav archers need to be kited now. Oh, some villagers gonna go down. We do have a sprinkle emplacement inside of the base from B. That's gonna help him out a good bit. We do have also the Saint's Blessing helping out on these cav archers, helping them do a lot more damage. Still a lot of villagers that did already go down, 4 of them in total. There's still a lot more knights coming in. Cav archers not able to kite too effectively. Oh, good maneuver there by B.
Very nice TC up there by B, but only now did his steel arrow come in. But it might be the pivotal timing as well. Most of the lancers by now have went down here for Vortex. Damage has definitely been found though. He exchanges a lot of knights for a great deal of idle time. He trimmed the horse archer mass significantly and also killed 4 villagers in turn as well as 2 warrior monks. But it was a costly investment without a doubt. His lancer numbers are not looking nearly as healthy as they did before. And behind this, he did manage to collect one of the relics. Second one is on the way back as well for him. But now is when it gets difficult here for Vortex. Yeah, because
3 relics is still a significant amount here for B to have.
And you're stuck in this position now as Vortex where you have these knights. Yeah, the day running out and you have only these knights, which the faster this front line builds here for B with knights and the horse archer numbers keep building, it just won't work long term. You can't just play pure knights here against horse archers and knights from B. We're gonna see if Vortex pivots. He's getting those numbers up quick time though with that supervision. The tax of course helping out immensely as well. Bloomery being finished up. Vortex wants to go again.
And he's gonna find a nice timing this time though. B in theory, he's got a lot more relics to utilize here as well for some defensive wallows. One of them is gonna get denied though. Eight on the side, getting denied as well. Vortex still being very aggressive here on the flanks. He needs to be super careful here as well. We're getting level 2 pierce damage coming in soon as well. Ooh, these cavalry archers need to get pulled back. He's not kiting at all.
He's being dove at the same time.
He's A-moving on the other side.
Oh no, B. All of the horse archers
A lot of units going down.
The idle time on top of it. 5 villages as well went down behind this here for B. Vortex. Just relentless in his diving here. More villagers just dying. The horse archers cannot kill them fast enough. Even with the additional damage, the undermage, this is what we're talking about. If you can back these horse archers against the wall being B's very own base, these knights gain so much value with this dive. B just can't control this mass. 20 lancers on the field for Vortex. Meanwhile, B can't even get to double digits with his cavalry anymore. The sprinkled emplacement working overtime, but it's just not enough.
And B, he can't get the cav archer mass up. The kiting, it just was not good enough in this one. And with that, his base now completely under Vortex control is gonna have to call GG. In a matchup that I personally thought was actually favored towards the Rus. Looks like Vortex was able to win it after all, as you mentioned, like you favoring the Chinese actually quite a bit here.
Yeah, Vortex did exactly win. I mean, I kind of expected to see Nice, since it is the most popular choice normally for Chinese, and Jushi for that matter, in this situation. But quite often I find it's so difficult to get the value needed out of them, but this type of timing, we've seen Louis do it last week, and now Vortex doing the very same, a little bit more concentrated, going around. But just the way he skirted the vision, I'm not sure how much of it was intentional. I'm sure he had a scout with those knights, so going around using that vision bonus, I mean, you know, it's a weird thing to say, but a lot of this was possible because of that tank vision bonus just being utilized so well here by Vortex. I mean, the dive, the idle time adding up, it's just worth it in the end for these knights. And Vortex capitalizing on it.
I feel like the one thing that I would have done differently here, this was such a nice TC hop there from be there with the cav archers, just guaranteeing so much more HP on a lot of these cav archers. One thing that I think like could have made a major change to how this game went out in the end, if those two stables were barracks instead, because I see this so many times from Vortex, where his main army composition with Rus to open it up with isn't necessarily like knights and cav archers, but spearmen and cav archers.
Yeah, it can be a really good buffer against these early lancers, right? You don't even need many of them to really get a presence. Just while you get those relics, right? While your numbers are still building up, you can get a lot of value out of those few spears for so cheaply as well. Theoretically speaking, right? I mean, B, once that Boyar's Fortitude comes in, he has the better knights, practically speaking, right? They're just better. So, you know, it's quite funny how that works out, where in theory here, if B made nothing but knights of his own, he might have actually won out in the end in these skirmishes, especially with that that inspiration, of course, coming in from the warrior monks too. But one of those things, right? Hindsight is 2020.
It's always something where you have to respect the early timing from Chinese. Like, Rus is a civilization where, as I mentioned, like, if they don't take, up against China or Shuji, if they don't take a lot of damage within the first, like, couple minutes after aging up, they pull further and further and further ahead, just thanks to, as we saw, like, the deer running out relatively quickly for China, much more sustainable for the Rus inside of their base, as they're just spawning more and more of the deer as the game goes on. And just in general, having a much easier time when it comes to managing their resource in that regard. And of course, raiding with the cav archers, but just insanely well played by Vortex, not showing these knights early on, just massing them up to like, when you have like 10, getting the Pierce Armor level 2 in first, and then just going for the all-in into the base. That worked incredibly well here for him. Next up, though, we're going to be moving out to water, and we're going to be seeing the Ayubids from Vortex on Archipelago up against the French from B. Ayubids, that's an interesting one. I wonder if he got influenced by a certain someone there.
Could be on the cards, not a doubt. It's something we have seen before. Maybe it's still one of those very solid water civilizations, especially when the distance on water is so small as it is on Archipelago. The players always spawn next to each other. Never do we have a cross-map spawn, so the distance is always minimal. I mean, it's almost on the same screen you're fishing as the opponents is, depending on which side of your island you decide to fish on. And the Ayubids, I mean, you know, they still have some great timings here, right? The 10% from Golden Age is not to be underestimated. Industry Wing can also be a very fantastic choice to give you that immediate injection of wood as well as build speed on your docks as you add more and more, which are of course cheaper for the Ayubids. And even the Fast Advancement Wing can be a great option here for some very dangerous timings as we load into game number 2 here. B. Finding himself a game down now in the color green as the French here on Archipelago, spawning in the north side of the map, facing Vortex in the color red. Leaning on the Ayubids this time round, spawning on the western side of the map. Lock opening here from both, so, you know, one possibility the Ayubids has is to go completely dockless and go for the industry with a normal age up and get a nice timing there with ships without any fishing. But it looks like that's not going to be the case, and in these cases, Advancement Wing becomes more popular instead to actually get the timing, because you already have fishing, you've delayed your feudal age somewhat already, so it's kind of dangerous and greedy to go for that industry still. I'm not sure if you see this, Crackety. We also had sometimes, this is more of a thing with Abbasid, this has been in the past, because they don't have a choice of a faster age up. Quite often we see like something even like a triple dock for Ayubids or Abbasid on this kind of a map, going for the slow age up and just splitting your ships evenly, looking to produce from all docks at the same time and trying to survive until you finish aging with an immense amount of economy.
I find it really interesting, like, all the different opportunities that you can, in theory, like, have with the Ayubids. That's why I think, like, having this many different wings with, like, so many different playstyles to play around with is really great. Something that I personally would love to see at some point is, like, a fast age up, for example, and then, like, try to immediately go for something on land as well. Like, just an immediate, like, transport ship over to the other side of your opponent. Because you only have, like, 1 gold, right? Like, there's only 1 gold to have on your main base. You're gonna have to, like, move somewhere else if you wanna, like, get gold other than that. So there are opportunities to, like, be a little bit cheeky around that.
When you think about it in theory, right? Even just have, like, you know, I'm spitballing here, right? Imagine going for the dervishes. You make like just 1 or 2 desert raiders, transport them all over. The amount of investment B will need to actually deal with those dervishes on his gold is tremendous. Of course, you need a big investment to get them there in the first place. So it's easier said than done. But I mean, do dervishes heal ships? I don't think so, right?
They do. They should. Like,
Oh,
I believe the healing should extend towards the fishing as well, right? Like, it would make sense because, like, the king also healed.
It does. But then the ships get repaired by villagers and units don't, right? That's what makes me a bit unsure. That's an interesting one. Does anyone know for sure?
We are getting the fast age up in now.
Yeah, so there's going to be advancement here. Some investment into fishing ships. We have 5 now. More being added by Vortex as we speak. He might look for a second dock here, but this is where the timings get so fine. Do you have enough wood here to get a second dock and then make a galley, in this case a dhow, as well as a bugler at the exact same time? It's a tough one. The thing here for Vortex as well, right, is we have him leaning towards the southern side. Of course, he doesn't actually know where B is at this point in time. B knows where Vortex is, courtesy of the... Actually, no, he doesn't. The trade post vision is useless because there are none on this map.
Yep.
So he doesn't
There
know
are no
either.
trade posts.
But there's any
Everybody's
timing with
clueless.
this. Exactly. Everyone is just blind. There's nothing but darkness there on the water. Uncharted
It's always
territory for sure.
relatively easy to tell, like, if you just spot the next island, right?
Yes.
There are like some giveaways. For example, if Vortex were to scout the next island, he would see that there is a gold vein that hasn't been touched yet. That would be a giveaway. Also, there's no boar on the main island, so if you see a boar along the coastline, that could also be a giveaway.
Another way as well is, if you pay attention, you can notice how the player islands have a very flat shore overall, just slightly rounded. But the uninhabited islands are pretty much full circles, right, along the shoreline. So you can kind of see the exaggerated curve and know that there's no player on that island in turn. But, you know, this hurts a little bit for Vortex because ideally, with this timing that you go for, we see the double shipping. But if he just had his docks on that northern side where B is, then this timing would be so much more potent. Yeah, he's even going to go check in the south side and is going to get the bad news. This is the type of situation where this actually is so unfortunate for Vortex because this is essentially setting him behind instantaneously. As B already has 10 fishing ships on the field. His time is going to come through. He's going to defend without too many issues here and just simply has more eco behind it. Not only in terms of fishing ships, but villages by now as well.
We're getting the early archer ship demo and springle ship already out for Vortex. It's going to be quite the dicey timing here now for B. It's got a couple more fishing ships, but this might actually cost him quite a bit now with this timing here. Fishing ships are going to be under fire now. Nicely split up though from B. Look at how many docks this guy has.
Quadruple
ready to
dock.
garrison all of his fishing ships there.
That's what I mean, right? This is an option that we've seen. It's very commonly historically for the Ayyubids and Abbasid to do this kind of thing on these maps. But B, utilizing the new strength of French on water. As I say that though, it looks like a little bit of microwave on
Oh, he yields it!
Get detonated and he gets it.
Big value!
Survive. Just for one fishing ship, that is not worth it for Vortex.
Nice. Lee played.
Good game. Well played. No, not quite yet, of course.
Now B reinforcing with his own additional archer and demo ship. He's going to be able to stabilize. Economic-wise, Vortex caught up when it comes to the fishing ships, but B now pulling ahead in the village department, just courtesy of the French, of course. Making villagers a little bit quicker.
Slightly delayed wheelbarrow here for B, waiting some time after aging up to go for it. Maybe strained a little bit by the timing, of course. Wanting to deal with the pressure first before going for the wheelbarrow. But he's now stabilized and just has a firm economic lead now. Did lose one ship, but definitely worth it for him in the end. One demo for one fishing ship is not really worth it. Especially early on. As both players continue
Vortex is
massing.
heavily reinvesting on water. We're getting a knight.
We do. Probably transport ship should be coming out soon as well, if not already. And this knight has a potential to cause a lot of trouble, but there's a long time before that trouble actually happens for Vortex, right? The knight has to come out, you have to get the transport ship, bring it across, move it to the gold, and then the damage starts. By which point, you know, with the amount of fish Vortex has, will be an easier thing said than done. So looks to push in. Gets a volley on the springboard ship. Good damage dealt.
Ooh, archer ship needs to be careful. It's gonna
the
get
galley.
taken down. Has another one though. Healing comes in. Great timing. He's able to take down the demo ships here. Oh, that is so clutch.
Yeah, the second galley coming just in time if he has to be careful though, not to overextend it again. That's a big loss there. He doesn't have another one on the way. Only 3 Springboard ship as well, and demos on the field for Vortex. Only one, and it's only one Springboard shipper hit away from detonating and dying.
And 3 more in queue though. He really wants to get this early aggression window in now.
Yeah, he did pick off a second fishing ship as well, so gets a little bit of additional value there. Good trades for
two
Vortex
knights
here
waiting.
early on. Oh, he's
2
building
knights
them up.
waiting for that transport ship.
Yeah, I don't think he has it on the field, on the seas just yet, right? He just wasn't able to find the wood for it, needing to reinvest into the navy here. This really hurts for B, because he can't get value out of them. Yeah, classic Vortex here, looking to end the game before it even really begins. Hiding half of them into this shallow water towards the right with the brush. Looking to do a double-pronged assault with the demos here. This could be really scary, but B has his own demos in tow. Plenty of numbers on his side as well. Now adding more.
He's sending his around as well.
Oh, this is a classic.
Classic demo versus demo. There's the ones on the other side now being in range. They're gonna be visible now. Archer ships, great micro on both sides, but the surround gets the connection in. Some fishing ships do go down.
Another fishing ship dead here for B, as well as 2 springboard ships. They exchanged like 5 demos for a fishing ship and 2 springboard ships. Not the worst of trade, but not crazy value either here for Vortex.
But there's a big springboard ship advantage
lost
now.
as well. Oh!
Demo comes out, it's gonna detonate, but the springboard ship lives for now.
Gets away with it. But now the transport ship is finally coming in. And with that, opportunity arises.
Almost completed now, the transport ship is. When that comes in with 2 knights, a third one now in queue. We'll probably wait for that one as well. I mean, 3 knights can definitely do a lot of damage here.
He can shut down the entire wood economy. The entire wood income. There's a scout that's about to see it. But nothing he can do to deny it.
No, I mean, getting enough spearmen out here fast enough is not easy, right? Especially, I mean, Vortex, of course, has been very prudent with his macro, as we'd expect from these top players. So, you know, there's not much of a bank here for him to use when he does get idled. He does still have a good springboard ship lead here.
Quick
For how
wall.
long?
Quick long wall. Very long wall.
At least one Vil dies. Surely. Oh, he
Should.
actually doesn't go for
Oh,
it. Oh, he just
there we
goes
go.
straight in.
He's just got to stick in the wood. And
He's
engage
on.
at the same time.
Oh, this could be big. Vortex is not fully paying attention. He's microing the villages, so he takes a bad
His
initial
demos are
trade
out of
here.
position. He's got 7 demos completely out of position.
The fishing ships die as well as the springboard ship. They're gonna look to try to come around the back. This could be big, but B senses it. He doesn't want to overextend here.
Spots it out. He knows. Does he? Does he?
Can he kill them fast enough? Oh, he gets too close. There's nation from both sides. Plenty of damage.
So much
dealt there.
maneuvering. Oh, at the same time. These water battles are so jumpy and snowbally. It's insane.
Incredible micro and control displayed here from
And
both
GG.
players,
But the knights are just too much.
He
can't
killed
get
the
wood.
knights.
He just doesn't have wood. And GG is
Can't
cold.
get him. Wow. Okay.
B.
The
Taking out.
checkmate maneuver.
It was looking so scary there, unable to get the transport, but once those 3 knights are there, there's no other wood line. There's only some, you know, half wood lines, sort of semi-stealth forest on that island, and, you know, well, the knights can easily go to those as well. You can't afford to keep jumping back and forth, so when the advantage is manifested on water, Vortex here, losing on the water map, not something we see often at all. Be actually picking it in this second game. Feeling very confident.
That was incredible. Like, I was kind of fearful there with the investment from B, right? Like, he invested into 2 knights very early on and wasn't able to capitalize on that for quite a long time there. But he skirted the line and was able to hold his base. And once those knights came in, Vortex was really, really struggling dealing with that and not able to get back onto the wood line there.
Yeah, once the wood is shut down on this kind of map, it's like the food being shut down on a land map. If there's just no ships, there's no survival. Just like if there's no units, there's no survival here. And B, fully punishing that with the knights. Very well played, quite innovative here. Normally with French on these water maps, we do tend to see that 1 knight with transport ship, and it can do some damage, but often it's dealt with. But B saying, well, what's better than 1 knight? 3 knights, of course.
3 knights. This was such a decisive battle here as well, right? Like Vortex with so many demo ships trying to get this around and managed to take down like 2 sprinkled ships there in the end. Also killing a lot of the demo ships from B at the same time. It was so close to being enough. And this is the thing on water maps. These things snowball out of control rapidly, like really, really rapidly.
Oh yeah.
Looks like B though, like he really like was on top of just how much Vortex was investing into these demo ships. He went all the way like into 3 archer ships here at this point in time, just because he realized just how heavily Vortex was investing into that. And can see in the graph here as well, just how Vortex being shut down on wood completely hindered him at reproducing any more ships there at that point in the game. And in the end, that was it. That was the game-ending move. But in case you guys are sad that that was like potentially the last water map of this set, fear not. We're moving straight into the next water-ish hybrid map that's coming in. We're moving to Holy Island with the HRE for Vortex up against the House of Lancaster from B. That's right, we're seeing House of Lancaster on a hybrid map yet again. So no menace here, lots of Lancaster to be found for sure.
Not just any hybrid map either, quite a water-centric hybrid map at that, unlike Vision Marshes, for instance. Definitely less emphasis there, and some people might be a little bit confused to see Lancaster on this kind of a map, but make no mistake, just like on land, this Civ is as much, if not even more, of a menace on this map as those lords come out. Quite often we see a lean towards the land for Lancaster here, but even on water they have Admiralty and the fishing ship and overall ship discount for wood that English has, so perfectly capable of playing it as well. Lancaster just does it all.
Indeed they do, and there we go, jumping right into our game number 3 now. Both players tied in score at the moment. We've got Vortex in the color red playing as the Holy Roman Empire. He's going to be up against 3DB as the House of Lancaster here on the holiest of islands. We do actually have B opening us up here, not with a start with a dock. Instead, we're having a Dark Age Spearman Rush coming out from it.
Yeah, very interesting here for B. Common for the Lancaster as well as the Mongols on this map, the two civilizations that tend to go for this. We spoke a little bit about this before, often outside of stream, Crackety, right? About how much value can you really hope to get out of these spearmen on Holy Island specifically? I mean, it makes perfect sense to, of course, target that dock, try to get it torched down ASAP, and potentially, if you're lucky, you might be able to get a good timing on the gold and either delay or even prevent that age up entirely from Vortex here. Extra value against the HRE for that, because of course you do start with 100 less gold, so double the amount of mine for normal civilizations, but you do have a prelate to heal. But the thing with going for the torching the dock, right, is, as you can see, there's 3 very easily accessible islands on that water as well. And with just a simple transport ship and a villager inside, you really don't care that much about the stock going down.
Yeah. Not really, typically, at least. So Vortex has already got 2 fishing ships in now. The question is, does he now, like, what's his plan for the age up in the end? There are multiple ways that he could play this. He could, like, suddenly just send a whole lot of villagers to a gold, maybe try and rush an outpost up. Looks like he's rushing with a lot of villagers to the gold now. And he actually doesn't have any spearmen there at the moment, so he is just focusing on burning down that dock. Only 4 villagers at the moment gathering the gold there from what he's gonna need a couple more trips, so he's gonna need a mining camp there on the gold, and he's just kind of letting that happen.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be the mining camp, right? No long distance here for Vortex. He's going to look to try to get the gold necessary ASAP. This is smart, right? You want to just get the gold. That's the main threat. They're not actually being able to get the gold needed to age up. Being locked in Dark Age in this situation would be disastrous. And he has plenty of time here to go for that transport ship if he decides. The only real worry then becomes making sure that the villager you send to the shore actually makes it to that transport ship, which, depending on how well B controls that, it's easier said than done, because there are already 3 spearmen on this gold mine, and 3 is the magic number to outdamage the healing of the prelate, so Vortex can't stay here forever anymore. He's gonna get the gold pretty comfortably, I want to say, but no gold after that.
Oh, that's gonna be rough now. Does Vortex have enough gold? Barely has enough gold.
Yeah. Calculate.
But the age up timing, it's pretty close between them.
Yeah, the additional gathering rate Lancaster has for those sheep really coming in clutch in these situations, allowing them to have one of the best spearmen rush in the game, I will say, as well as
it's a great Archon spot as well.
It really is. Gets the gold as long as he's able to reclaim it. And of course, a good chunk of the woodline too. Kind of the optimal Aachen that you can hope for here on Holy Island as the HRE. Dock is going to go down, but there's no transport ship. You're just going to be comfortable dropping it, and this is where the waters get a little bit muddied, right? As Vortex has these 3 fishing ships, but from now on, they are, for the foreseeable future, dead weight in terms of population. B, however, quite curious to see the follow-up. Is it just going to be a full land gameplay and ignoring water entirely, or looks like there might be something moving along the shore? Is that a villager looking for a dock drop, perhaps?
It should be, because B, yeah, he is going for the dock drop, because he's also, like, gathering with a lot of villagers and wood, so it makes sense for him here to now go for a transition into that part. At the same time, there's also one particular red dot moving across the map from Vortex, who is now just gonna try and apparently dock B side. But there's a scout, there's a scout, there's a scout from B. He's not gonna see it. He barely doesn't see it.
Scout, yeah, looking to go back around the dock to make sure that it doesn't get prevented.
Wait, is he gonna go around the shoreline? He might go around the shoreline. He's got the spearmen on one side that are giving him vision.
But he can't stop it fast enough, right?
And he's also not looking. He's going the wrong way with the scout. Vortex. Smart with the... Oh.
Gonna look to get another dock on his side as well, it turns out. Archer out on the field, so the spearmen have to back off eventually. And the timing could be scary here for Vortex with these villagers. There is one archer second about to come out.
Yeah, like just sacrifice the spearmen against the villagers here. You just need the delay. Then you can get your own ship out in the meantime.
You can definitely get one villager here if you're B for sure.
100%.
Yeah, one villager will definitely die.
One.
Second one should be fine.
And now the ship's out. He cancels the dock. And Vortex is docking all the way over on B's side of the water.
But now his fishing ships are going to die, right? One is already... Actually, no, it's the villager that died. This fishing ship just barely gets away. It takes 3 springboard hits from the ship to actually destroy a fishing ship. And they are way faster, of course, so they will manage to get away this time. B, meanwhile...
Oh my god, the timing on this!
Yeah, this is kind of
insane. Vortex is also, once again, like, docking again on the other side. And now there's a hobbler on land just when the archers arrive.
Bad news for Vortex. The double lord on the field by now as well. Triple hobbler now, looking to keep Vortex's contained. The gold is undoubtedly the next target on his menu. As the dock from Vortex
on the dock. And there, he's gonna spot it. It's gonna go up. It's spotted too late.
It's gonna go up, but what are we getting here, right? I mean, the galley is in queue straight away, but there's already a springboard ship out. There's a secondary dock coming in now for B as well. In theory, for B, if he produces ships, he should be more than fine in controlling Vortex here. But the fishing ships are there. They can be used to help in a fight, but the land is a bigger problem right now for Vortex, as these hobbler look to be very annoying.
He's just not taking that much damage here at all from these archers. Already having 3 armor, he's forcing Vortex off the gold entirely. And now the ship gets spotted, or rather the dock gets spotted. He's gonna lose one of the hobblers here. Damage pretty much done.
Galley's gonna look to lock down that dock, prevent any sneaky demo from popping out potentially. As Vortex goes for his own springboard ship now, but B having a second springboard ship now in queue for him. Spears on the field now for Vortex as well. But B just keeps getting more. Just manages to get away.
He's just making additional lots of Lancaster now. We got 1 demo and double springboard ships. Vortex now adding his own springboard ship in there as well. And a demo ship. Yeah, B doesn't really have an answer to the demo ship at the moment. That's about to be coming out. I guess he was thinking because he locked down Vortex on the gold, he couldn't possibly afford demo ship. But he's got enough. So this one is gonna hurt.
Yeah, this could be very pivotal here. B has to be extremely careful. There is no galley for him. He just runs straight in. The springboard ship dies straight away to the demo.
It's an immediate trade out.
Just like that.
It's an immediate trade out, but there's double springboard ship. And now Vortex doesn't have enough for enough. Actually, he does have enough for a second springboard ship, but he's going to be able to get the arch ship, and with that, oh, he can get the villager there as well. Oh, villager repair potential. No, never mind.
Yeah, but the demo, I don't think that sprinkled ship will go down. Yeah, the demo dies to the sprinkled ship. There's plenty of
killed the
fishing
bill.
ships here to repair, but there's no wood.
Not gonna be enough. It's not enough. Behind
Another
this,
one.
Vortex is now playing a little bit more aggressively on land as well. There's some... Actually, it's just archers, and there's already like a hobbler there. Oh, beat. Be or not to be? That's a lot of damage.
Turns out it was in fact not to be. Be on the water there. He does lose a sprinkled ship and leaves one very low. I was just looking to split away from the hobbler, but yeah. I don't think they're getting away, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's just so much destruction value here for B that he's gained, right? Like, he's forced Vortex into a really weird game, and Vortex is now pivoting. Vortex is pivoting, and it is a pivot into a Castle Age transition from him. Lots of villagers now spread between food and gold. And that's, like, kind of the way now to play, I want to say. Like, B could, of course, like, invest into water. But it's also, like, a very costly investment there.
Especially at this stage,
Well,
right?
it takes a lot of time to pay off. Yeah. Look at this filthy play with the scout, body blocking the
Disgusting.
retreating Lords of Lancaster. I
This should
love
be
it.
cheating. How does he do it? Just like that? As if he's playing Delta. Vortex is just, without too many issues, blocking that Lord very well. Of course, the additional speed helps too on these infantry units. Looks finally getting to go down, but Vortex has given up on it a while ago by now, so...
Yeah. It's interesting that, okay, for a second I thought B would just, like, pull the short bows. The issue here, though, is we're actually getting a Burgrave Palace in, and they're still, like, deer, totally unharassed. Vortex got a forward force coming in. I don't know. I feel I'm seeing a way here. I'm seeing a way here for Vortex to just shut down B's economy.
There's
In a
definitely
sense.
a
Well, not the
way.
economy, but, like, yeah, the production and whatnot. We've got a couple of yeomen now in, though. There aren't that many archers, so maybe not after all. The Burgrave can make things happen. The Burgrave can definitely make things happen here.
It definitely can, especially considering B has no fishing ships whatsoever at this point in time. There's no... It turned into just a land game at this stage. As it seems like something might... Yeah, he's looking to produce some, but this is a dangerous thing. When that Castle Age comes in, B is nowhere near his own age up, and those who are unaware, the Burgrave for HRE did get a bit of a tweak recently. It now gives additional plus 50% charge damage to all barracks units, which can add up quite considerably.
See that Hobbler? Did you see that Hobbler just losing like 90% of his HP with a single spearman charge there?
Just like that.
Just like that, the Hobbler just got almost eradicated, like unsubscribed from life.
And the gold looking to be under threat now. There are plenty of space here, so this Hobbler should be pushed back. Veterancy is coming in for men-at-arms, actually.
Probably needs them on the men-at-arms. The only real unit here that he can, like, realistically make in order to get, like, a superior trade going between these skirmishes.
Yeah, they're gonna hold the front line very well, but they are slow, and with the Lords, the Yeoman, and the Hobbler,
Yeah.
damage is gonna
The
add up
Lords-
quickly.
The Lord's doing 16 damage here with every attack. Sure, they've got low attack speed, but if you have 16 damage, it's enough to penetrate the armor.
Where are the
It's
Lords,
gotta
though?
hurt.
Only one on the front line here, right? B, I feel like taking maybe a bit of a premature fight here. Only now are the Lords connecting again, but there's plenty of men-at-arms here for Vortex. With that veterancy, they're actually doing great work here. One of the Lords will be going down soon, as well as a second one now, too, behind this, and Vortex is cleaning up here.
He is cleaning up. There's still a couple of yeomen. They might be able to take down some of the villagers here, and indeed are going to be able to pick some off.
Classic burger. Double cheese. Smashed patty.
But still, B has the water behind this. He's on 10 fishing ships almost, 9 at the moment. Worst case scenario, we just shift the entire economy over to the shoreline. Right?
Yeah, well, there's some shoreline fish
Goodbye,
there. Great
Gold of
gather
Lancaster.
rate. Oh, he's not long for
mind.
this one, but he redirects his focus to the gold. That's definitely the juicier target than the Lord in this case. I mean, B, he's just feudal locked at this stage.
Yeah, there's no real efficient way for him to get out of it. He's still investing into the Lords of Lancaster. He invested a lot more into the military here. We have the outpost in placement here, so that's going to add in at least a little bit of damage. There's only level 1 Pierce armor at the moment on the men-at-arms from Vortex, and level 1 Pierce damage on the side from B. Could be jumping out of the outpost every now and then to try and repair, but it's really rough right now. Like, these men-at-arms just aren't going down quite quickly. Villagers are going to hop out, try to repair the outpost, are going to get a good amount of repair in. He is going to have to retreat with the main army here at least a little bit, and this outpost is eventually going to go the way of the dodo. Villagers are going to hop out, and in, and out, and are in part going to go down. Only one villager is going to bite the dust there. Most make it out alive. The issue is there's just no stopping this. Like, Vortex, he's got 900 food per minute. He's continuously reinvesting the deer. He's just absorbing all the resources that he's got out on land and immediately turning it into military. Fighting underneath the TC, though. The Lords of Lancaster getting a good amount of hits in. This is the moment where B is able to make a stand.
You have to be quite careful here as Vortex. Only now is the second ranged armor coming in. You don't want to lose most of your men-at-arms. There's still a good bunch on the field, and B is still locked in this feudal age. Barely any resources in his bank to work with. Vortex still has plenty of food as well to work with on land, but B is economically significant. There are 14 fishing ships now. Vortex understands if he does not deal a crippling amount of damage here or just outright end the game, then he's in big trouble the moment he lets up any kind of pressure, as B is hungry to get the castle age and really push Vortex back just to kill him. And these men-at-arms, they have faster movement speed, and they have that additional charge damage. These are some of the best men-at-arms you can get at this stage of the game. But would they be enough here for Vortex? There's plenty here as he charges in. You can see that charge damage. Great damage. The Lord of Lancaster nearly melts upon contact. And they just keep chasing. The additional move speed is so clutch when diving like this on the DC. You can force this fight. You can idle those villagers. The Lords are dying pretty steadily. The second one now goes down for BB. Is still 4 producing units. But there's men-at-arms. They're just not dying fast enough, Crackedy.
Not dying at all. There is a transport ship evacuating some of B's economy time and time again. I feel like B at this point in time, he just needs to run. Run away with the archers. Try and pick off villagers that are out on the map, because as long as Vortex has access to all these resources on the map, the men-at-arm flow is never gonna stop. At this point in the game, it might just be too late.
It does make you wonder if, in B's position, after getting water, if you just wanted to, would have wanted to just go for that age up, right? The White Tower, either on the wood or the gold, would have secured you very cozily, even against the Burgrave, because this is an all-in move from Vortex. There's zero scaling behind this whatsoever. If you just had that White Tower, maybe it would have been fine, but B reinvested, right? I don't think he saw this castle age timing being so sharp and quick at all. And as a result, gets caught with his pants down a little bit, now running desperately back and forth, trying to save the villages, retain some of his army mass, take fights against men-at-arms one by one, but it feels like such a difficult task taking down even one of them.
It really is. He's struggling for wood resource at the moment as well. Does in theory have the ability, of course, of trying to land on one of the outer shorelines there, maybe get a lumber camp up there to get some wood in again. It is a rough one for sure at the moment for him, still running around with villagers. Didn't lose too many, he still overall killed more than he lost. The difficulty is just keeping the economy working behind all of this, and the working part is the thing that's just not really working it.
Vortex has situated himself now on that central island there. Plenty of villages gathering from that massive gold vein at this point. And there's plenty of fishing ships, as we mentioned before, so food income is looking relatively healthy for him here. Definitely a shadow compared to Vortex's, of course, who's all over the map at this point in time. Took the deer, probably going to look to take the boar soon as well. Now looking to go for those raids. He needs to use the mobility of this Hobbit to get some damage and somehow find a castle age, but these men-at-arms are just everywhere on land.
Yeah. Vortex focusing down the houses. Just the infrastructure damage here that's being done is quite something. Sprinkled ship now also patrolling around the shorelines. Right now, B only has access to gold there. And Vortex about to ram him.
Well,
I feel like this is the point in time where you need a market and just try and like min-max somehow to get the age up in.
But at least the houses on that island are safe, right? So these rams at least won't house him that significantly anymore. And I agree completely. You have to somehow age up here, but I mean, that's easier said than done. This villagers hiding towards that northern corner there for B, it looks like, alongside that wood line, and Vortex has had enough. He just wants to kill him. He managed to take one relic in, second on the way now, but it's just nothing but men-at-arms, using all the food on the map to just keep pumping them.
Trade it out.
And only 2 landmarks for B, so...
It's 800 food. If you can somehow get the 800 food in now. Oh, okay, I think it's getting too late. He's trying. He's macroing for it. A little bit more food. There we go. Age up. Oh,
Yep.
This is going to be so close. This
still
is going
have
to be
the Abbey.
so
We still
close.
have the Abbey, right? So
But the Abbey's already
it's gonna
halfway
be fine.
down.
Oh yeah, this is getting focused. The Rams are going to make quick work of it. 25 on the King's College. That's a great amount of building speed. More than halfway complete now. I think he's going to get it. Oh, it's so close.
I'm not
though.
sure. It's so close. It's already burning.
Oh my god.
It's going down before. It's GG.
It's GG.
And GG comes in.
Go up. B eliminated. I mean, oh, that feels so bad if you're B. It was looking really rough anyway. Let's be honest. Even if it does go up, but that just stings, doesn't it? With the water as well, just dying to something. I mean, this is such a tilting thing to lose to, isn't it, Crackety? You got the water,
It
you
is.
dealt damage on land, then you die to something as, you know, as bread and butter as a Burgrave all-in. That's gotta
It
hurt.
definitely hurts when that happens, especially since if we look at the economy count, there's a slight difference there. There's a slight favor for B. Also in the military value for a long time, there's a slight bias on B's side there for sure. But yeah, this is like one of those things. The situation is, of course, like once you win water, there are ways to cockroach in a way that your opponent just can't get you off water, and you are able to get every single resource in the game from water alone. Because once you start trading on water, you get wood, gold, and there's fish as well for food. So you have access to every single resource aside from stone, and the large gold vein on the island, to the point where it's just incredibly difficult to get you out of it. Not to mention, this civilization can make manors as well.
Exactly right. Easily placed on that island, so be definitely unhappy right now after this game. That really has to hurt. And you know, Vortex had zero scaling or economic prowess behind this whatsoever. The food on land was gonna run out. He was starting to get some relics, but there's no regnants here. There's no real boost there. So if B just managed to get that landmark up fast enough, I wonder if he wishes he idled some villagers to save some couple of seconds on that King's College.
Yeah. If only he got it up like 10 seconds earlier, which to be fair, he could have. He could have gotten it 10 seconds earlier. But yeah, just not being able to get the age up in here, that hurts. I feel like maybe B could have just like, you know, went for a quicker transition onto like the island there, spread apart a little bit more with the villagers, and especially like with the added movement speed on the Yemen, just make sure that Vortex isn't able to just soak up all the resource on the map like he did in this game. Especially food-wise. Like the sheep ran out relatively quickly, just thanks to all the additional gather speed on the underneath the Archon Chapel. He was just out on the deer there and the berries there for the majority of the time there towards the end. That's like the prime target to hit. Getting stuck inside of your base against the men-at-arms then, that has to hurt so much. But it's not over yet, because we're moving on to our game number 4. Vortex at the moment on match point, 2-1 at the moment up against B, and this is going to go all the way to game number 4. Now, Coastal Cliffs coming up next. It's going to be the Japanese for Vortex up against the Malians from B, and this is a matchup that I find pretty interesting. Like it's like one of those where once the Malians get to like the Castle Age, Mass Sofa, Mass Archer type army composition, there's still a way for the Japanese with the Mounted Samurai and the Yumi Archer to persevere, but there's just so much passive income from the Malians where it feels like Japanese at one point, like they're falling behind quite a bit in the later mid-game stages.
It's a pretty spicy matchup for sure. I've seen it go either way countless times before. As gonna look to reposition. Yeah, it has really went in many ways in the past, as we have seen. Mali taking some games from the Japanese, and Japanese taking games from the Mali in turn. On this map, a big part of it is that Dark Age, isn't it? How many space do we invest into to target that pit mine? Because I think Dark Age is pretty much inevitable. You kind of have to go for it here as Japanese. It's one of your significant advantages when you do decide to play them up against the Malians. But I do wonder if the B's going to cook up something special. We've seen a lot of Sofa priority recently for the Malians in a lot of these matchups, as opposed to the classic sort of Donzo Javelin. But against the Japanese, right, I mean, they have such great spears with the Bannerman. Their horsemen are really good as well. And the Yumi. So they have more armor, but that's with the imported armor in Castle, right? So the feudal mass from Japanese is really scary here for the Malians to deal with.
That's true. But you always have to like kind of decide what you want to like go for when it comes to the Bannerman, because like getting up to the second Daimyo stage takes quite a while to get there, of course. And the Sofa at the moment for the Malians in Feudal Age are also really, really strong. Javelin throws up against the Yumi Archers, they're... It's a tough one, I feel like. It's one where if the Japanese have a good feudal mass and get attack advantage in, they can have some really good timings then. But we're about to find out just exactly how this one is going to go now, as we're about to jump into a game number 4. Potential match point here for Vortex in this best of 5 up against B. And here we go as we watch B spawning in the color green. Is the Malians on Close to Cliffs. His opponent is going to be none other than Vortex in the color red as the Japanese here. And no big surprise here, as we are going to be seeing that Dark Age barracks getting rushed up by Vortex.
Gotta buy a house on the berries. Standard opening here for Vortex. Gonna look to put on the pressure nice and early. Fantastic spawn for B, however, I have to say. The double forward wood line can be a bit detrimental in Feudal Age when it comes to Yumi pressuring it, but early on, it ensures that those golds are at the back, well, towards the side, but behind those two wood lines, it's pretty much in the back. And the second one is quite easily defendable as well. A wall towards that stone, and then into the north from the stone means for a pretty cheap wood investment, you have both your pit mines relatively safe here early on. So be probably going to be happy with that one. But meanwhile, for Vortex as well, some great food spots for him. Very safe there. Some berries towards the left as well. It's like there's no Tawara being prioritized for Vortex in this position, so...
It's like one of those upgrades that is really, really good just to get in general. But it's something where you have to like really macro for it as well, because it's like a 25 wood cost here, which you could in theory afford. Might also just want to go for a third spearman potentially. But it means that your age up time, especially after you already went for the Dark Age barracks, is going to be even further delayed, as you'll need even more gold.
Yeah, exactly right. The walking time adds up in these early stages. Takes a while for it to pay off. But if you're going to play an extended Dark Age like this, there's decent value to be gained from it. We do have the tower going up for B, which is somewhat standard nowadays, right? With the mill, of course, one sheep next to it means the villager can gather from the sheep, whilst being in close proximity to the tower at the same time. He can garrison to push away the space whenever necessary. And
I'm a little bit
Vortex.
confused at the moment, because Vortex, he's still gathering wood with 2 villagers. But he's not making any more spearmen.
Yeah, I think he just...
Is he trying...
I was wondering if he wanted to get it
Right.
for the house, but of course he has more than enough for that by now. The 20 pop house, that's quite important at this stage. But yeah, it's a lot more. Is he going to try to
No
just
villager
sneak?
moving out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange. Is it just a miss macro here? I wonder what the idea is.
Might be. He just doesn't want to move the villagers off of wood for the time being and then just transition into like Yumi archers. Nice sheep. Ooh, B's got a good lion share here of the sheep.
Yeah, he's got the edge without a doubt. He's going to be happy with that one. Vortex, though, as the Japanese, you know, with the crystal house, he's not going to feel the sting of that sheep too much. As the aggressor, most likely, is also going to be out on those berries and the deer eventually, undoubtedly. So it's going to be quite important for him. Gonna look to poke the pit mine a little bit for some idle time on that one villager. Mansa Quarry, of
It's a
course,
little
for
bit
B
here
as
and
well.
there. This outpost like already pretty much paid dividends here, if you think about it, right? Like 100 wood for the 75 wood investment over on Vortex's side for the barracks. Granted, that's something that he wants to get up eventually anyways. But the 2 spearmen, the opportunity cost there, it's pretty big.
It's pretty big, right? I mean, 160 resources at the end of the day in those 2 spearmen. Not a light price to pay, especially for, well, the only real value gained was forcing that outpost and a little bit of idle time on the villager beside it. The jab timings will be relatively similar here. B will be up first. Marlin's often age up with that 5th villager. Get the Mansa Quarry pumping the gold nice and early. Able to get upgrades as well as cows. Which B does have to do this. We were speaking about this before, didn't we? Going for that early ranch and those early cows just to get a bit of a boost in food can be really comfortable here for the Malians.
Interesting spot here for the ranch. I will imagine that he's gonna eventually like chop into the wood line, then delete the lumber camp and put the Grand Falani pretty much where the wood line is at the moment, where the lumber camp is at the moment.
Does feel a bit
Extend it that way?
unnecessary though, right? Like, you just put the Mansa Quarry towards that northern corner or left corner of the TC. And you have plenty of space at the back.
Min-max.
Right.
Never mind, that's the archer range completely invalidates that.
Yep.
Maybe towards the bottom side after all.
Maybe it's
Right-ish
Farimba
bottom
Garrison.
side. Maybe it's Farimba Garrison, maybe it's Maybelline, we'll find out eventually.
Maybe follow up as well. No surprises here for B. He does love to go for this Archer Sofa composition. Just like Vortex historically does with the Malians. A great composition as well, as you mentioned before. Although I do think it's overall potentially slightly weaker than Donzo Javelin in most cases. The ability to just have your premium Castle Age units all ready to upgrade when you go up to that Castle Age, if you do get there, is so valuable. Eliminates a lot of the weak spot that Malians can find themselves in that early Castle Age specifically, until they get the composition switch going.
Is Vortex macroing just to a fast castle age here? Looks like it.
Now, we have seen him do this in the past against Lucifron's Malians as the Japanese himself. Just a little bit of Dark Age into straight away a Castle Age. You're going to get a great timing here, but B, as long as
He's using
respects
this.
this,
I mean, he's using this timing, right? Like, he's immediately getting a couple of cattle out, he's immediately getting the second pit mine in, he's using this map control that's given to him.
yeah.
I'm just wondering if he's gonna, you know, draw the right conclusions and actually, like, make the units that he needs to in order to stave off the aggression that's gonna be following up from Vortex after that fast castle age.
And with the way B is playing this, the Sofa and the Archers, although great when they're upgraded against Mounted Samurai, not exactly the best choice, not having Donzo.
Kind of missing here at the moment.
It'd be dangerous in the long run, but the pit mine is going to go up without issues here for B, of course. And Vortex getting closer and closer to that Castle Age. I'd imagine B is probably going to be quite fast with his turnaround time here on the age up. I doubt we will see 20 cows before that Fulani is dropped. If it is Fulani, I mean, the cow positioning is a bit curious, right? So, could still be Farimba, although that would be pretty unprecedented.
it's just not part of the meta catalog anymore, I want to say. Like every week, for those that aren't in the know, for every single week, just for pro players exclusive, there's like this little catalog that you can subscribe to that's getting sent around. And it's like, this is meta at the moment, this isn't meta. This was not in the catalog.
Yeah, it's true. I've examined it pretty thoroughly. My Sunday reading last week, and it seems like that wasn't on the cards here. Floating gate is up, 30 seconds away now for Vortex. The spears are going to prevent any kind of dive here, but the timing is still a little bit dangerous. There's definitely going to be a little bit of idle time here for Vortex. But any real damage? Probably not.
You're not going to get sacrificed here before the age up.
He feels the pressure. He's going to rush the ones from the berries as well. 6 more, and he might lose. No, there's going to be no villages going down, so I mean, all things considered, pretty good here for Vortex, right? Only 2 spearmen, and the age up is through.
I'm not sure if this is enough yet for B to like dive the outpost. He doesn't have Pierce armor or anything like that. We're now getting the double Rex follow-up. Looks like he is gonna dive the outpost at the very least now. Starts burning that one down. Outpost is gonna start firing onto the archers though. He's gonna have to evacuate at least for the time being here. Is Vortex gonna save the outpost with the repair? I believe he is, yeah.
The first mounted samurai
continue.
Coming out as well is enough to really scare B away in this position. He's gonna look to try to maybe torch again, but second samurai is now on the field, so every passing second it gets harder and harder to siege this outpost. Surrounded by the Sofa, is gonna deal good damage to one of the samurai, but the Sofas are just falling like flies here actually. The outpost as well as the mounted samurai. No village damage found except some idle time. And B runs away.
That wasn't it, at least not quite yet. Also getting the Daimyo in behind this, so Vortex about to be able to get a really, really quick Umubannerman follow-up in as well. Just a couple of Gonzos here so far. B, he's also starting to have to resort to feasting on some of the cattle here as the sheep are running out for him. Walls coming up.
A little surprised to see no move out onto the berries by B. Double outpost with double mill. 5 villages each. Could be quite effective here. Would really help expedite his age up timing as well as his mass. But they are very forward. It's a risky maneuver without a doubt. Especially once those mounted samurai start crossing the map. Vortex though, still just massing them for now. Biding his time, not wanting to push over. It's one of the risks you run into playing against Marlians, especially if you rush castle age like this. Sure, you have the timing, you have these really strong units, but if B just keeps investing whilst making cows, he's going to be more than able to exceed the mass here for Vortex and win fights decisively if Vortex extends too deeply.
He's remassed a lot of the Sofa, but now we're getting to the point where there's like equal mass Sofa to these mounted samurai. Only 6 cattle up at the moment. And for the scaling point, like, Vortex is also starting to pick up the relics. He's going to be able to get one of the Shinto priests down here. Doesn't want to take the prolonged engagement though, I don't think so at least. Almost killed one of the mounted samurai, that one could get healed up now.
The relic
Shinto priest, that's pretty big. That's a good delay, that's the last Shinto priest that was alive.
We are exchanging quite a few Sofas for these Shinto priests though as B. So it's a heavy price to pay. You prevent the relics, but the issue is those mounted samurai numbers, they are not stopping. It will just keep rising up to double digits now. Vortex is the Yumi follow-up. Very logical here for Vortex. Yorishiro dropped inside it as well, so now working overtime.
It's quite rough. Now, we do see a lot of Donzos gathering here, and this is going to mean that these mounted samurai aren't going to get the most value out of a potential raid now on the gold. Leaving the Sofa to once again try and like look for some damage here. You can see Lance throws are going to be able to deter Vortex from diving any further with those. And B, most importantly, gets the information on the Yumi switch.
Yeah, Yumi here make a lot of sense here for Vortex, and B will know that ahead of time before they get to his doorstep. But this is a very treacherous timing right now for B. We can see he's moments away from slapping down that Fulani at the back. Almost up to 10 cows now, a good amount. And not too greedy either before this age up. So as long as he just survives this timing, Vortex actually is going to regroup first. So this might be some crucial seconds that B needs here. As he rushes the age up with 13. Gonna be able to get the Donzo upgrade, and then theoretically if he just makes Donzo and Sofa, fight should be favoring him with enough mass and the food. But there's a lot of mounted samurai.
There really are. At least the timing is going to be quite close here for Vortex to damage, because the veterancy upgrades not only cost half for the Malians, but also come in twice as fast. So Vortex is going to be quite pressed for time here to do some damage now. He's getting at least all of the relics in behind this. Age up has now finished up. Upgrades are coming in immediately.
Yeah, we do need to do significant... Any significant damage here Vortex needs to, right? But it's just said and done. We see all those decks coming in, like you mentioned, practically cheaper and faster here for these Malians. More Donzos in production. Likely Sofa should be following next, but it's still tough to afford everything here as B. Your ranches are not yet full, only 9 out of 20 at this point in time. You have to be still so careful. Vortex, though, has struggled to really get the numbers together and the upgrades at the same time. Still only with Steel Arrow, now getting his Undermesh. He also lacking in upgrades, however, for now. Only now finishing Undermesh. Imported armor halfway done, however.
Might be able to pick up some reinforcements here, potentially, with the Sofa now. These pit mines actually buying B quite a lot of time, as Vortex can't really go for any, like, meaningful assaults yet.
Yeah, keeping this Yumi mass somewhat low is going to be great. Be helpful here for B in holding this. One village does go down. Nice little snipe there by Vortex.
The gold just now running out is pretty difficult for B. He can't go to the second goal. The pit mine's also just getting destroyed now. There's still a goal on the left-hand side, but that is something that could also always be pivoted into by Vortex, so he needs to be really careful about when he moves out to that. Yumi are just starting to pick off some of the Donzos here.
And as long as
Samurai going for the engagement.
Just now the Yumi are cutting back and forth as they go for the Donzo. Mounted Samurai looking to screen the defense, preventing the Sofa from getting on top of them. But the Donzo numbers are falling rapidly here for B. He can't quite get the surround needed. This choke point actually doing wonders here for Vortex as he kites back and forth. Beautiful control there, and suddenly the destroyed value is more than double in his favor. And the Mounted Samurai looks like just none of them have died. As Vortex now, with newfound vigor in this case, is going to die directly. Doesn't even bother kiting anymore. There's just not enough units for B. His mass is gone.
Just like that, B's on just 7 military remaining. Had to move out now to the gold, all the way to the left-hand side. But that is something that could get spotted, as Vortex must realize, okay, my opponent's completely off of all the golds on the right-hand side. There's only one spot where he can get gold from. He's only on 7 cattle at the moment remaining, and these are just gonna get burned down. The cattle ranch is now under fire. Once those cattle are gone, the food income from B is gonna get dropped drastically as well. The remaining units, the TC is empty, though it's not really adding any meaningful damage at the moment. Villagers running over here in order to get inside of the TC. Only real way at the moment for B to be able to do damage to these Yumi archers with the villagers inside of the TC. That's 14 mounted samurai against just 6 Sofas here. This looks over, man.
Yeah, it's pretty disastrous. Even now, the level 2 ranged armor coming in. But Vortex doesn't even need it. Ranch is getting destroyed as well, and it's too much for B to overcome in this game number 4. Vortex takes the series 3-1 here and pushes B towards the lower bracket.
GG. Vortex able to win the set 3-1. Man, these were some incredible games.
Really great games here. Vortex.
That Holy Island game.
Yeah, oh my god, that was pretty crazy. Lancaster tends to do that though, I find, on that map. They just really, just like Mongol does, right? You get some pretty crazy games on that map with these 2 saves and the Dark Age shenanigans. always fun to see and definitely difficult to play as well for either side.
Aye. Yeah, the sofa play there. I feel like maybe something like a case could have been made there for like the gold denial there at that crucial point in time, right? When B went for the dive. It felt like these mounted samurai just like they were built differently. Like these sofas, there were like 6 sofas there. Felt like the mounted samurai just didn't take any damage at all.
There's honestly no scarier unit in this early cast stage than the mounted samurai. And Vortex, a player with his level of control, putting them to great use here. Just this dive even, I mean, by this point it was very difficult for B. But executing that fight so cleanly, B just cannot get the mass up fast enough. Pretty insane here. And he's able to close out the win.
Very difficult army composition, right? Like it's so difficult when you're trying to like take an engagement with spearmen and sofa up against faster archers and knights. Like the main difficulty just being those archers being so much quicker means that Vortex can very decisively decide like when he wants to really take these fights and how he wants to take them, most importantly.
It's always a difficult position to maneuver as the Malians, right? When you're an age down, you can pretty comfortably reinvest into units while you keep adding cows, and then in theory, you should be fine once you get that Fulani, but when there's such potent, strong units, and also powerful economy behind the Japanese, you have the mounted samurai and the Yumi, some of the best knights in the game with some of the best archers in the game. I mean, that's... You know, the zerging strategies of Malians are effective, but if you can't survive that initial timing push, it's over before it even really began.
I feel like in the later stages, there's always a case to be made with Poison Arrow archers just being able to do tremendously well, even up against mounted samurai. But you just gotta get there first. That's the most difficult part, and I'm not sure about you, but I feel like B, he went like a couple of roundabout ways in order to get to his own castle age, right? Like it was a little bit delayed. But now it is my pleasure to interview Vortex after this 3-1 victory up against B. So ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Vortex. All right, Vortex, congratulations, winning up against B in the playoffs here, 3-1, meaning that you are gonna be moving up first and sending B into the second chance bracket at the bottom. This was an interesting set with many interesting games. How are you feeling after playing this one?
Yeah, thank you, first of all. I'm feeling really well. I think I got some rough matchups, in my opinion, and they went well for me in the end. So that's really happy, because I think my draft wasn't really good. So I was kind of worried when the series started, but it ended up good, I guess. So I'm feeling well.
I mean, this was... I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the individual games that we saw here today. So first of all, I mean, the China versus Rus game, I feel like you have quite a lot of experience with that one now at this point in time, right? Like, I personally still believe that Rus is just like incredibly strong up against China and Zhuji. But this timing that we're seeing nowadays, like we've seen it a couple of times with just the mass knights hitting Rus just before they build up that big, scary cavalry archer mass. That is so crazy difficult to time, though.
Yeah, I think the same way. I think actually, like, overall China is better than Rus, obviously, but I think in the direct matchup, it's not so clear. Honestly, I don't know if Rus is favored, but at least I think it's really playable, right? And with most other ships. And yeah, I agree. I mean, Horse Archer play has been like the standard for a while, like Fast Castle and Horse Archer. But it is true that before you transition into Knights, you are super weak against +2 range armor pushes. So actually, I hadn't thought of it before the game, but as the game went by, I thought maybe it's could work. So I went for it and actually worked perfectly.
Yeah. After that, like, Archipelago Ayubids versus the French. That was such a rough game, I feel like that. It went so back and forth, and you just went ham, absolutely ham on the demo ships there. It was really, really close, but then those knights, I feel like that was the entire turnaround, like they shutting you off of wood. That was a really close one. Do you think, like, it's interesting, do you feel like French is more and more becoming like a pseudo water civilization? Because we've seen French more and more often being picked on like these water maps as well.
Yep. I mean, it has some decent bonuses, right? Like the docks giving 10 supply, and then also the ships being cheaper, the hulks at least. I think it's pretty decent. But honestly, also the economic upgrades, right? You get the wood upgrade super cheap. The lumber camps are also cheaper. It's for sure good, I think, but I don't think French is that strong, honestly, on water. I think in that game, everything that could go wrong went wrong for me. Like, I was directly opposite from where his dogs were. Obviously, it's a gamble, right? In Archipelago, you don't know where he's gonna be. So it was like the worst position possible from all the possibilities. And then also, I don't know what I did with my first demo, but not killing the Hulk there was actually terrible. I think from there, the game was, like, all my plan was already going to shambles, right? And then the Knights. I think the reason water was so close is because he was going Knights behind, right? Like, I think if he just focuses on water, he would have straight up won with my opening.
Talk to me a little bit about game number 3, because I feel like that one was sort of like the highlight of the set here today. The House of Lancaster versus HRE game on Holy Island. Because this was like a very weird opening to begin with, right? Like with the Dark Age Spearman Rush, which we haven't seen in like quite a while on a map like Holy Island. I feel like most players just realize that the travel distance is so long. But the game just got completely derailed from there on out. Talk to me about how you, like, what was your decision making once you, like, got that Castle Age in?
Yeah, I mean, that game was weird as hell. I don't think I've played a game as like that at all in my whole life, right? I don't know, Lancaster is just, their economy is just too good with the ships early on, I feel like, and if they open spears and they get like the same HUP timing as you, that's really awful. I think my biggest mistake on the early game was maybe going too early for the gold, when I think maybe what I should do is, I don't know, make the transport ship and go to the island. And from there it was all improvisation. I didn't know what was going on. I actually sent one villager to the bottom side of the map to make a dock. And for some reason I sent it back. I don't know what I clicked, but I sent it back. And then he actually spotted it, I think, and then he went and docked there. So all my plan was like completely awful. And you know, when you are HRE and you feel you are behind, everything is going bad. I think the best you can do is just board griff and see if it works, right? And I think it mainly worked because he was just spamming units when he should have probably just went to Castle Age with White Tower, right? I think that was his win condition. And for some reason he was spamming units, which I think was a bad choice, and that's it.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but he was like spamming that King's College with 25 villagers as the game was about to end, and
I mean,
it
I thought
was
something
missing
was
by like 5 seconds.
I didn't see it, but I thought if he's not leaving, he's probably making a landmark. So I was really confused when I eliminated him. I was like, okay, maybe he wasn't going up. But yeah, I think also probably he didn't have the resources to make it earlier, right? I don't think it was a matter of like him sleeping.
It was quite close. Once again, Vortex, congratulations. You're going to be facing off against a familiar face tomorrow. It's going to be up against Lucifer, your brother, who managed to win up against Anatan. Yeah. We're getting a little Battle of the Brothers in. A classic. A good old classic. Are you looking forward to facing off against your brother? I can imagine like it's always tough having to face off against, I'm imagining, practice partner as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really rough because we practice a lot together, so it's like he knows everything that I'm gonna do. I know everything he's gonna do as well. But his execution when he has a decent matchup is actually close to perfect, right? So it's always hard for me to play against him. I feel I don't do well against his style also, so it's always rough to play him. I think he actually has pretty good score against me, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, it's gonna be rough for sure.
All right, we're still most definitely going to be looking forward to watching that one. once again, Vortex, congratulations, and we'll be seeing
Thank you.
more of you tomorrow. Till then, have a good one.
Bye bye. Thank you.
The one and only Vortex there. Congratulations to
Yeah.
his win. And as you saw on the bracket, spoilers for those who didn't look or haven't seen, Lucifron was in a shock, brutal upset, 3-0 up against the highest seed, Anatan.
Yeah. That's honestly like not something that we expected, right? Like that is like a 3-0, clean 3-0 against Anochat. That's from a player that called himself, what did he say? Like maybe like top 15, top 10 at best the other day, I want to say. Like Lucifron put on a banger performance there for sure.
Especially after such an extended break. But by now he's been back a while, right? But still catching up so quickly to someone who just been on a non-stop upwards trajectory like Anatan has for over a year now is no easy task. So that's definitely a set I'm going to look at after this, without a doubt. Some amazing games there, I'm sure, as well. It's like we have more amazing games coming up here quite shortly.
Exactly. So after just the shortest, tiniest of breaks, well, we'll see how short exactly it's going to be. We're going to be jumping into Puppypaw versus LouMT, followed up, of course, by B versus Anatan. Some classic sets coming up here on EGC TV. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break. So grab yourself some refreshments and stand by for some here at Each1 Plus for as well in just a bit. right, I hope you've grabbed all of your refreshments because we're jumping right into our next set. Our third, actually fourth set if we count the Louis MT up against Wham set as well. Our fourth set of the day, Puppy Paw versus Louis MT now. The revenge match, or like his, in theory, right, like the opportunity for Louis to get revenge on Wham by taking out his brother. It's a little bit complicated. It's a whole thing, Merit. It's a whole thing. Anyways.
It's one of those things, right, where, you know, it hurts so much more if I take out his brother than actually take him out, right? And then it's more personal in that way. So that's what Louis is going to look to do this time round, and relies on the Malians in this opening game on the classic Dry Arabia up against Puppy's Delhi, which Delhi didn't work out too well for him in the previous set against Marine Lord, right? As Marine Lord said himself, but
Delhi's OP though.
Delhi's a different beast, without a doubt.
The one thing where I want to say is an advantage for the Malians. They throw their spears. Not just one way, but two ways as well. They throw the spears to counter out both cavalry archers with the Donzos, and then specifically the javelin throwers also counter out the tower elephant with the bonus damage.
Exactly right. And you know, it's a bit interesting because the elephants are so population efficient, right? Just a very expensive unit that costs so much res and has just frankly a ridiculous amount of stats up against the opposite, right? Somewhat cheap units with lower stats that just can be spammed endlessly here in the form of the Malians. Once you do get to that castle age, that is. So particularly curious to see how this early game will play out, as historically it went back and forth so often.
The Dark Age rush as Delhi, right?
Exactly. Well, who knows? I mean, Puppy Paw did something very close to that, right? With that power on the Byzantines attempt, and Malians are also somewhat susceptible to it. We'll have to see whether that is the case as we load into the lower bracket, elimination bracket in this case, and see Louis MT in the color green, spawning in the north side of Dry Arabia here as the Malians facing his opponent, the one and only Puppy Paw, in the color blue as the Delhi Sultan spawning in the south side here. And as we mentioned, very unusual for Delhi to do any kind of Dark Age shenanigans, at least on land map, so that won't be on the cards here. We just catch up just a little bit here. So standard opening so far for both players.
Yeah, I mean, Louis, he's also got the gold in the back, right? So that immediately disincentivizes you just from doing just about anything in the Dark Age, right? Like, you just want to get out of Dark Age now. And yeah, that's probably just going to be the game plan here that's going to unfold. We're just going to be seeing classic, old, fast Feudal Age, and nothing really too interesting going on until then.
One thing is a little bit interesting, though, is we see Louis MT chopping additional wood from that secondary tree. Now, with Malians, you need only one full tree to actually place 6 houses around that pit mine. But with this build, you go for 1 extra house, as we see here, the 7th, and normally this is specifically catered to go for the Malian Pro Scouts. You get a very, very nice timing this way. Very soon after dropping your stable, you can afford Pro Scouts straight away with the gold from the pit mine as well as the Monster Quarry without mining a single bit of it. Although it looks like Louis might go for some long distance as well, which can get you an earlier timing on the Pro Scouts, but it does demand you to delay your stable if you do a long distance drop off like this. So
Yeah.
that's what Louis has opted for.
The really important ways to look at this is because Delhi eventually is going to Pro Scout anyways. It's much more beneficial to you as the Malians to just go for Pro Scout straight away. Because eventually Delhi is going to vacuum up those tier. So better you vacuum them up first.
Exactly. That's a big reason for it as well. And on top of it, I mean, this is one of those matchups that Malians, you have to respect the sacred sites. You have to respect the feudal investment. And you will need to fight here, likely for an extended period of time, as opposed to against most other civilizations. So, as a result of this, having the day nice and safe under your TC, I mean, Delhi already has a bit of an upper hand early on with those berries, right? Gathered up at a faster rate, more berries as well. And they can then lean back on the sheep without being in any danger. why not have the same as the Malians, right? You can have the day under the TC instead. Also very safe, and you can pump Donzos, pump Javelins, Sofas as well to your heart's content, and really put up a fight in the feudal age.
Faith coming in for Poppy, Manzakori for Louis. Looking at the spawn here, I feel like Louis has a really nicely and condensed base layout ahead of himself, right? Like, the way these two wood lines spawned opposite of each other gives him ample opportunity of walling to the sides. Also, all the gold are, like, somewhat pushed to the back here for him. Making it, like, he can get a very nice and compact base going. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw, I feel like his base is going to be a lot more open. The only real safe thing for him... I mean, I guess the bottom corner, right? Like, there's like, deer in the gold there, but can you even really count that as safe? Like, it's quite far away and, like, quite the open area to back onto.
It's tough, right? For sure. And I mean, being so close together can have its pros and cons. Basically, I don't see Poppy being able to really deny Louis' own day, and I'd be quite surprised to see Louis managing to fight his way across the map and take any of Poppy's own day. Maybe some from that left one. That one is exceptionally far from Poppy Paw, admittedly, and quite tough to secure. Or at least prevent from being taken by some sneaky warrior scouts. The warrior scouts are, of course, just better than normal scouts. They're faster, they're stronger, they regen faster. So, definitely the most annoying scouts in the game, without a doubt.
You have the double mill play from Puppy Paw, so it's going to be able to do multiple upgrades from there at the same time. Not stable coming in.
I stand it here.
Double Vortex. Already has 2 cattle in. I've seen this play like come in a lot of times recently, like this. And I think B said as well, like the very early, like 3 cattle play. It's just got such a quick payoff time, and just having that early additional food income is so worthwhile.
It's actually quite interesting, right? Because now, this is typically the build for pro scouts as Malians, but that has fallen out of favor. And as a result, we see Louis actually prioritizing that cattle instead, like you mentioned, as well as an early double broadaxe here. So the excess gold has been used wisely, not for what we expected for, but used wisely nonetheless. And the double production buildings will follow in turn. Barracks for the Donzo as well as archery range for those javelins. Curious to see if we're gonna see any Sofa. I mean, I feel like Sofa have becoming more and more popular, especially since they buff a while ago now. Though I feel like if you are planning on making them... Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Against Ghazi, not as good. And if you're gonna make for them, normally you open with the stable. Get them out nice and early, right? So this might just be very, very classic Malians here for Louis.
Yeah, so looks like at the moment just a Ghazi Raider first line to do some damage here. And it's always nice because you're, like, even if you take some arrow fire there from the TC, you can always just send that one Ghazi back to your base and heal him up. And it's very quick being able to heal them up. I do believe that we're now also getting to the point where Puppy Paw is going to be able to start sending out those scholars to the 3 sacred sites on the map, as Sanctity is about to finish up here very, very soon. Ghazi Raider, is he? There's no way. There's no way. Oh, that was close, actually.
Way too close.
That was close and uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm surprised how long he stayed around those wolves, but luckily just gets away. That would be a pretty crazy value there for Louis. As you mentioned, Sanctity is now finished. The scholars at this very moment could be capturing the sides. Puppy just a little bit slower on putting them out to get in position. As I say that, gets a bit distracted doing so, as one of the Ghazis definitely goes down. Maybe even
that's a lot of distraction.
Is this a DC? Okay, now he notices.
Oh, and is he gonna lose the Ghazi to it? He's losing the Ghazi to a scout?
3 Ghazis
of all things?
for nothing.
Gets a scout at least, but that can't feel good, right?
No.
That cannot feel good.
Something must have happened there. I don't really understand. There was such a severe lapse in attention there. Poppy stretched thin, it appears, capturing all the sites at the same time. Not able to focus on everything at once. Is a heavy price for it. I mean, he does get the triple cap here, which is very valuable. Louis traded his early timing to potentially contest this to go for that secondary pit mine instead. Malians can stop one cap initially if they skip that pit mine and go for production ASAP, but Louis opted against that. So he's gonna be a little bit behind in tempo now, despite the Ghazis he killed.
He still needs to be careful though. Quite the fight that he can take. All 3 sacred sites have been captured up though now by Puppy Paw. So overall, not in a like too bad of a spot here, income-wise. We're now seeing also Blacksmith come in. Once you get all 3 sacred sites, I think like this is the ideal moment to drop a market now and just start trading out resource and just pump like there's no tomorrow. Either that, or we could be seeing like a quick-ish age-up transition here, but I'm not quite sure what Puppy Paw is going to go for. He does have a lot of Ghazi Raiders out on the map at the moment, so I feel like it would benefit him at the moment to just invest more into the military and keep control over the sacred sites.
These are the choices, right? Either you pump immensely and go borderline all in, do a lot of damage to the Malians in that feudal age, or you go for a very sharp castle timing and go for the relics as well as elephants potentially to try to stop Louis dead in his tracks of cow booing. It's a bit risky to invest though as well, because if you do go for a pump here as Puppy, which seems to be the choice, I think, then you are reliant on actually getting some really good fights in if you want to take a significant lead here and keeping control of those sites. As we say, another Ghazi falls to the javelins as well as the thrown Donzo spears.
And the mass is just adding up more and more here for Louis MT. He's producing a ton of Donzos here behind this. More just coming in. Puppy Paw looks like he's not really trading out the gold at the moment for other resources with the market. It's that he's just queuing up 7 more scholars.
The scholars, I mean, they count as a military unit, although it's maybe not intended here for the for Puppy Paw's Delhi. You know, they're very effective when it comes to fights, those scholars, with all that healing. So once he gets enough of them and he gets these feudal upgrades, already has double blacksmith working for him, Puppy Paw does. Undermesh halfway, Steeled Arrow more than halfway completed now. Undermesh quickly following suit as well. With these 2 finished, Puppy could potentially go for a really good fight. But of course, Louis already has his Undermesh, so a bit of idle on the gold.
Scholar is just gonna buy him some time on the decap here. In the meantime, Ghazi Raiders just burning down one of the pit mines here. Single or even like triple Donzos probably not gonna be enough to deter him, but Puppy Paw is still gonna want his Ghazi Raider somewhere else. Gonna pull him off there for the time being. And even though Louis MT just decapped the Sacred Site in the middle, I'm immediately just gonna be capturing that one back up again.
Puppy's been doing a good job of controlling these sites. He does use the one in the middle, like you mentioned, but these flank ones are still quite firmly under control. Louis is gonna make a play now towards this western site. Hopefully before Puppy Paw's army can reach there. Yeah, actually preparing an H-up.
He's only got
behind
3
this.
cattle. And it's a Farimba play.
This is a bold strategy from Louis. Very few cows, but clearly that's not the priority with this Farimba. That's, I mean, nah, that has to be intentional.
Must be. Behind this, we also do have the pro scouts. About, it's only 2 scouts, right? So it's not like, it's not pro scouts, it's amateur scouting hours at the moment here. The fight's about to come in before the age-up finishes, so this is like the worst possible point in the game for an engagement here to be taken for Louis MT. The archers are starting to depart some of the Donzos here bit by bit. Louis is going to get away for the time being at least, but the age-up has been revealed, so now Puppy Paw knows that this is the best time to be taking this fight. The upgrade's about to be coming in. Panzer Javelin throws now finished up. Bonus movement speed on them. But the Donzos are still the slowest unit here in the army.
I really feel like maybe Louis bit off a little bit more than he could chew with this timing, right? I mean, at the end of the day...
resource from Puppy Paw. He just exploded to be able to age up as well. Like, I just looked at it, was like 200, suddenly he's immediately got enough to age up.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
right, House of Flirting coming up.
Just like that, right? You buy a little bit of food with that excess gold. You get a triple cap now as Louis goes for the timing instead of additional units. And of course, the deer are also coming in nice and slow for Puppy Paw. Only 2 scouts on it, so not investing too much food into them.
Question is here, can you survive
we
this
have
timing from the
14.
Malians? It's a slow army
Is
at
it
the
a
end of the
timing?
day. Yeah, I mean, that's the
Is
thing,
it really
right?
like, look at the food income from Louis. He's at 500 per minute. It's not. It doesn't feel like Malian food income at the moment, does it?
And it's so unusual as well because, I mean, Farimba used to be the landmark of choice before the nerf to the Mansa Javeliniers in particular, taking a shave to their movement speed, but that was done with Pro Scouts back then. Now, Pro Scout has been nerfed since then, as have the Javelins, so, you know, maybe they're still fine, but without any real food to back this up, he is on the day behind this, Louis is, so, you know, he's going to look to take them at this point organically. Crossbows? He saw the Mansa jabs, surely.
I'm not sure if he saw. Yeah, he must have seen the Mansa, so he must know that it's Farimba. So the crossbows actually make negative sense at the moment.
Literally 0 sense. You might expect some sofas alongside the javelins, but that's so expensive. And with the threat of an elephant, not really what you want to go for here as Louis. Ideally, you just want to keep pumping these javelins. So Musafadi warriors also now being in production for Louis. He's expecting some of those armored units, either the men-at-arms, the knights, or indeed the elephant is also armored, so takes bonus damage from those Musafadis. They are faster than the Donzo, so in theory they work better with these Mansa Javs than Donzos do, but...
Just in theory. Game theory.
Yeah, Louis is just happy sitting under this,
first.
right? The Mansa Javs.
Yeah. They're just happy to be here.
Archers, the numbers are climbing pretty steadily for Louis as well. Just before he was at 10,
it's a lot
already
right
at 20 now. And Poppy...
We can't forget, like, Castle Age is when, like, archers suddenly scale a lot better into javelin throws than in Feudal Age, right? Because they go up to, like, 9 damage, and at most the javelin throws go up to 6 armor. They do a lot more damage than actually, like, going through here. The count to, like, one shot is a lot lower. And we're about to be able to get a fight here. There's some Musafadi warriors in the mix as well, but these aren't, like, Mansa Musafadi warriors, so they don't really tank, even up against the frontline units here.
A great mass here from Poppy Paw though, right? There's a lot of cavalry, there's a lot of Donzo still, but...
Yeah.
He's forced to kite back repeatedly, he can't stay here for very long, and Poppy, he's still bringing in the day safely, unharassed, so he's gonna have food, plenty of it to work with, that cannot be raided behind this. 20 scholars now almost on the field too. So those upgrades, we see Honed Blades about to finish very soon, all of the tier 1, T2 Ecotechs as well, finishing blacksmith upgrades, following suit as well. God, they come in so quickly, Crackety.
They really do. With this many scholars, it's really, really quick. Hypo behind this, he hasn't really been able to pick up too many relics. It's actually Louis, the first one to start picking up relics here. Hypo did move out to the berries on the left-hand side. That could be something that Louis is going to try and find to harass on his side. Ghazi Raider isn't going to be able to get that one villager pick off. We are going to start seeing some of the sacred sites getting picked up again. And here we go. The Mansa Javelin throws, they're so quick. They're so quick. Puppy Paw, he's going to see it with the additional line of sight from his scholar. He's going to be able to pull the villagers away here, should need be. And need be, indeed. He's going to pull the villagers, but it's a little bit too late. Louis does get the vision on it and is going to start chasing. No, he's going to retreat.
You have to be very careful, right? Even with such a big, scary army as you have with Louis, at the end of the day, it's the classic situation, right? Infantry army against cav army. Going into the opponent's third of the map feels like a mountain to cross with all this infantry without being severely outmaneuvered or being in the wrong
finding
position.
some units.
Speaking of, when we talk about the outmaneuver, so many reinforcements being pinned against the wood. That's painful.
And the Home Blade just doing so much additional damage here as well. +3 damage on these knights, so they're doing plenty of it. Louis did manage to get 2 relics in here so far. Might even be able to snag in a third, and he's added a second TC on his side behind all of this. This is somewhat playing an economic game here as well.
Yeah, pretty radical actually here for Louis. So also, he doesn't have the Fulani, but he can still easily add the cows. The Wololo comes in right when the cavalry from Papipo is about to dive Louis' base, so great time Wololo will push them away. But the villagers on the berries exposed. Only some unupgraded outposts here to keep them safe. For a little while, that is. We can definitely commit to at least one of these outposts, I think, and kill most of the villages, if not all of them. Yeah, but it was just a little undecisive. Yeah, focus on other things. Also collecting relics behind this. Plenty of things to focus on for sure.
Double
value gained elsewhere.
Like all the upgrades coming in behind this is just so big. I think he's missing the blacksmith upgrades, right? Like there's still like the melee blacksmith upgrades missing for him that are free. He's got double blacksmiths.
That's true.
One knight just got impaled 40 times over.
Gonna feel that one in the afterlife.
At one point, are you more spear than man? We're now up to almost 50 archers from Papipo. And a very solid army count. Yeah, I think he's ready. I think he's ready to commit.
As well. The range. About to commit the Lancers. They caught it at choke point. The Donzos are nowhere in position here to actually contest these knights. There's such a big mass here from Papipo. Louis knows he needs the perfect position to take this fight, or the fight will not last long indeed. The javelin count is looking a bit anemic, definitely compared to the archer count here from Papipo. And as we mentioned, Pake's additional range on these archers. See how fast the numbers here for Louis are dwindling. Papipo's own cavalry is dwindling as well. Can't stay here forever, potentially. As I say that, though, actually, I mean, the blacksmith upgrades is there,
quite
right?
At home.
He's pretty at home, actually, with the scholars behind us as well to heal. I mean, this kind of deadly timing is really brutal, right?
Yeah, this is just an extended vacation for him inside of the base here from Louis MT. The archers, every time these Donzos try to, like, pick off some of the knights here, instead it's going to be the Donzos that are getting left behind on the floor. 3 relics taken then. While Papipo is pushing away the entire army from Louis, all the reinforcements that he's trickling in are just going to be idling out the economy from Louis behind this.
This entire time, 3 sacred sites taking as well. Endless gold, really, for Papipo in this game. Probably doesn't even need to mine any. More idle time on these outposts.
Yeah, the double outposts, they're just not really that much of a threat here at this point in the game. Just going on and on and on. The archers just keep picking off more and more.
Just forcing Louis to run in circles around this base here and just keeps getting dwindled down. Even now the mobility, right? The lack of it working against Louis here. Very interesting strategy with this for him, but yeah, it just did not quite work out in this game, right? I have to criticize the lack of pro scouts when going for this specifically, because like the massive javelin is. Yeah, exactly. Like the mass that we were used to seeing in the past, upwards of 60 javelin throws. You know, that's the kind of count you can read. Exactly. And then you get some ridiculous damage output, but we never crossed that, 20 threshold by any significant margin. And once the day was on the Papipo's TC, you can see just the pump is endless.
All the cattle going down here as well, or being ignored. It doesn't really make a difference here. Like, Louis is dead. It just needs to set in. Right now, I believe he's just thinking about the next game, thinking, okay, what am I gonna do next game? Just idly clicking until then, This is all like a tactician's moment here for him, because he can just take this moment to think about, okay, I'm gonna do this and that next game, and now he's decided, and GG gets called. That is going to be the opening match of this set in favor of Papipo.
Nicely executed there from Papipo, playing very calculated, very standard there. Opting to go for the slightly more classic choice, I would say, in the Castle Age for Delhi. That Lancer-Archer combination, as opposed to what we've been seeing a lot recently, which is a priority to those elephants. But Hey, I mean, if your opponent gives over a mobility advantage, you'd be a fool not to take it, right? People, that's just that. Louis, strategy had potential, right? But, I mean, even that second TC in Castle Age is just, it seems like so greedy, right? You just don't have the food to have enough units to contest this army from people.
It's difficult. Like you said it the other day as well. Like even if you don't have full control over sacred sites, like the longer the game goes, the better it just becomes for Delhi. All these free upgrades just taking it so much value that you're getting time and time again. And that was like one of the main things here, right? Like we saw Puppet Paw scholar count just increase throughout the entire game, like up to 20-ish scholars. That's the point where these upgrades are just coming in so rapidly. Like in some cases, the upgrades are coming in faster than for other civilizations, which, you know, actually pay full price for them. It's absolutely massive. And once you get all the upgrades that you really need, and you're like ready to go for the all-in, you're having like 20 scholars, each with 130 health, which don't get countered by like any unit in the game. It's such a massive meat shield that you can just pull to the front, have your units getting healed up as well. It's a massive amount of military value there.
It really is extremely oppressive with just a little bit of a lead like people had. Delhi can run away with it so effectively. Very few civilizations snowball to this extent. And you can see the result of that. I mean, Papipo is just with impunity, diving underneath the TC, running all the way around, double TC for that matter, and then making a nice big 360 with Louis' army before finding himself under the TCs again. But now Louis no longer had an army by that point, so unfortunate opener here for Louis. Very well played by Puppy. But it's still just the first game here. Of course, it's worth noting that everything is on the line at this point in time for these two players. These are the lower brackets at the end of the day. Whoever is out, I was going to say he goes home, but they're already home.
Chance. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get to turn off the PC and, you know, you get promoted to viewer. That's how we like to call it. The viewer, obviously, is the highest leading role in the EGC Masters Fall tournament.
But this is a matchup I'm really excited for, actually. We were talking a little bit about a spear shenanigans on Holy Island from Lancaster earlier. Now we have the other civilization that likes to do it in the form of Mongols. Playing against, I mean, outside of Templars, probably the Holy Island civilization here, right? In the form of Jushi.
We've seen a case made just today for House of Lancaster, but I would agree. Like, Jushi's legacy is like the de facto Holy Island civilization that we see. Like, if we had a tier list, they would definitely be at like rank 2 just behind Knights Templar. We're going to be jumping right in here as we're opening up with Louis MT playing as a Jushi's legacy here in the color green on Holy Island, already moving out to the shoreline, wanting to drop the Puppy Paw already there ahead of him. Doc getting dropped.
Furiously taking notes.
The Mongols.
Yeah, furiously taking notes right now whenever we see Louis' base, just to get note of that build order, because I'm sure you know Crackety a little bit, but the Jushi build order on war, especially on Holy Island, the timings are so tight. You can miss villages on your TC so easily, as well as fishing ships if you're not completely comfortable. And there's a few ways to execute it. But of course, I would assume Louis knows it like the back of his hand by now. And Poppy actually, so it is going to be a dock for him, right? Like you mentioned, there's no Dark Age here. Probably an Uvu as soon as he has the wood for it, without losing fishing ship training time, of course. Quite standard here for the Mongols. But, you know, standard water gameplay against standard water gameplay, that seems like a tough one for Mongols to handle here against Jushi, right? Especially once that juicy Meditation Gardens comes in and there's already some pretty good spots. But actually, it's not as good as most times on Holy Island, right?
It could be better.
Yeah. There's the money if you're able
it's
to gamble
very
for
far
it.
forward, though.
Yes,
like
exactly.
that's a gamble and a half. But I mean, there are spots. If you got the cojones to go for it, then go for it, I would say. At the same time, like, you could also go for the safe one, right? The berries, the stone, and a lot of wood can definitely be nice for you as well. Like, especially wood. And looks like... Wait, no, that's just another villager going up to the shoreline. First villager has been forced back courtesy of the Khan, so idle time already forced early on here on the villagers from Louis MT.
You wonder, I mean, one thing that it works well towards Mongo's advantage on this map is how difficult it is to push on water. And it's so easy for them to get arrow slits and keep themselves defensive, so really, they don't feel much threat early on water whatsoever, Mongols, so they could go for a lot of fishing ships and not even make any initially, just purely put arrow slits and that's it, try to run away with a fishing ship lead, but I mean, Jushi doesn't mind playing an economic game here, right? So you run a bit of a risk there for playing to your opponent's strengths.
Hardly a risk here. Louis, what's he gonna do with the scout? He can just park that one up on the Uwu, just get some damage in there. Behind this puppy boy, he's just waiting to spot when Louis MT is going out for gold, does see that coming in now. So now he gets like a rough idea of what the timing's gonna be for the Age from Louis. Has to actually rush up a house first though, is kind of house at the moment, but courtesy of China build speed, not gonna be an issue for him. And Scout's gonna be like, get away from my husband. That is my villager.
A nice little standard opening here for Louis. After the 8 on wood, he goes for relatively modest investment here on water and goes for the age up. As he now goes on gold. Puppybo, on the other hand, investing way less. Deerstone's already on the way for him. There might be a little bit of a timing to be had here, but not much. I mean, the building speed, as you already mentioned, for Jushi applies to the landmark as well. And, of course, the distance on water. Such a long way to sail for those ships from Puppybo.
It's just gonna be one drop off from these ships, I feel like, from Louis MT to be able to go for his own age up, so it's not a big difference here in the age up timings overall. But still, pretty well played so far macro-wise here from Puppybo. It's also just the difference of, like, he had forced the one villager here all the way back to the base from Louis MT with the Khan very early on. That did cause a lot of idle time. We do now have the villagers moving out, and indeed it is going to be right next to that wood line. Getting in the berries, getting in the stone. Not a, like, premier spot for Meditation Garden, but a relatively safe one. It's going to be up very fast. The villagers don't have to walk, like, for ages.
It'll do,
and it's
Chief.
not in danger of getting burnt down within the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. It'll do its job right. It'll give you exactly what you need. Not too much of it, but precisely what you need. That food, that wood. Stone is... you need it, but it's a nice luxury to have on arrow slits, especially if this becomes a slightly more extended feudal age, and we do see that coveted Mongols tech. One of the reasons they have great potential on water, of course, is that piracy, which applies on water, allowing them to gain resources from destroyed ships from the opponent as well, similar to the raid bonus bounty on land. So it will be a while before that comes in, being a very expensive technology.
It is expensive, but at the same time, it's such a weird one as well, because, now, I'm not really one to judge, but I don't think it's intended that demo ships 100% of the time give you the resource from piracy. But that's the way it works. You make a demo ship, you're immediately giving up 50 resources to your Mongol opponent. Is it actually worth just trading out springald ships for demo ship?
Probably not.
Quite.
Maybe 2 of them with piracy, it becomes worth it.
Yeah, 2 for sure.
1 for 1. Yeah. 2 maybe. You could maybe. I'm sure there's some
2
maths
you
around
get,
that, which
there's like
can be done.
420 resource if you add in like the 100 resource from piracy that you're getting. Like even 2 is already almost worth it.
Speaking of worth
looking
it,
for a wraparound into the wood line. And he is gonna idle out the entire wood line.
and we see
the
a
Khan
similar
doesn't want to
move
die.
here.
Oh no, he's gonna lose the Khan and he's gonna lose a couple of sheep.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. I'm sure it's a price he might be willing to pay for all this idle time, maybe. Although that is
It's
a
a
lot
ton
of
of
sheep.
idle time.
Yeah. Quite
He's adding in
painful here.
archers now as well.
Yeah, but people are really looking to put the pressure on land as opposed. Probably a wise choice against the Jushi. Let's have one galley to stem the tide on water initially. The spays are out. Pretty quick reactions by Louis here. Oh, might lose a
the
villager
charge.
if he's not careful.
This
But
is so
won't be
annoying
the
when you have
case.
like two knights next to each other and the charge just doesn't work.
Oh, I know.
Or it's like
that
one
is-
knight pushes the other one to the side, and
It's so painful.
it's 2025. Can we like not have that?
Maybe we can have some shelter.
It goes
for
on
these
the
sheep
list.
instead.
You know what? It goes on the list.
Oh, the one galley getting quite bold, moving all the way across, runs headfirst into a springboard ship. He's forced to back off now, and I mean, let's just say if Louis ever loses water or fully switches to land, he's got plenty of food to work with now.
Or still continuing to dive. We do now have enough passive stone income for that outpost emplacement coming in, so hand cannon placement will be there. Hand cannon placement is super strong. Essentially, for the cost, like, it's better than sprinkled emplacements.
That's true. Especially against these armored Keshiks that Poppy Boy is now actively making way higher damage, less attack speed than the arrow slits, so in theory, not as effective against light units, but if you can take down these Keshiks, that's really what you're worried about.
And this Poppy Boy is
Palace
just
Guards
reinvesting
now.
more and more into land now. Yeah, Palace Guards coming in from Louis, not typically something that you want to make up against Keshik. Especially not against Keshik. Because the base damage from Palace Guards is very low. It's only 9. So they're not that effective up against the armor from Keshiks in the first place. And then they're also healing for 3 damage. So essentially, like, with every single trade-out hit-wise, you're only dealing, like, 3 damage to Keshik. As they're healing themselves as well.
Yeah, but the melee blob, though, can be a little bit scary here for Poppy if he doesn't pay attention. One thing that's worth mentioning here, right? Although with good micro, Poppy Boy's composition should be way superior. Is water to throw in the mix as well. So a well-timed attack from Louis with no real burden of micro on him on land might allow him to fully focus on water and eke out a much-needed favorable trade there, if it comes down to it.
Can we check, did
On the mesh
Louis
on the way now.
grab the upgrade on the dock for the fishing speed? Fishing nets upgrade. He does not have it, and I don't think Puppet Paw has it either. Extended lines.
Yeah, I don't think I saw it, but I do in fact see piracy now being researched. So this might mean that Puppy could go for a heavy reinvestment on water instead. This might be a smart fake out actually. Put some pressure, invest on land, get your opponent to invest in a lot of troops, maybe get a bit passive on water, then with piracy look to reinvest and really push the issue on water. This could be very intelligent here from Puppy Paw if he can make this timing work for him.
Here yet. We got a Gur moment. A real Gur moment in the woodline from Puppy Paw.
Oh no. Oh no. That could be devastating if he doesn't notice quickly.
I believe
I'll
he
get a little
notices,
look at that
but like,
soon.
what are you gonna do about it? Like, you can't place it, man. It's a real Gur moment right there.
One of the biggest things
He's trying.
keeping
Look, he's
Mongols in
trying.
check.
He's trying. Oh, it failed.
Better luck next time. Third
Man.
time's the charm, surely.
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 Hey.
Yeah. We have Blue Marine for Louis, so this is kind of as good as his melee mass is going to get. The Palace Guard's move speed is really going to help here, but the speeds are slow, so really the Keshiks can deal with them. Oh, we have Galley.
He's getting
got
2
fishing
up.
ships.
That's pretty big.
That
Big
is pretty
value.
big. Piracy is working overtime at this point in time, so...
Is Puppy Paw just making a new Gur in the woodline? Is he fed
Has
up
he just
with
had
it?
enough?
Yeah, he just made another one.
He just had enough. Like,
Oh man, that's 100
Yeah.
wood. Oh, wait, there's a demo ship. That's gonna be an additional plus 50 resources. Thank you very much.
this is where Louis has to be, you know, ideally, honestly, you just don't make demos anymore, right? You just focus fully on springboard ships and galleys, and really that's
Yeah.
kind of enough if you just are very prudent with your micro. But of course, demos are useful to have, so being dissuaded from making them can be painful. Good mass here from Louis, though.
Very good mass. Isn't quite able to snipe out the archer ship there. Oh, already gets one of the first Springle ships out. This isn't a point that Puppy Paw can take, and the one Springle ship there is having an aneurysm at the same time. Looks like he tried to force an engagement on land at the same time, trying to catch Louis off guard, and maybe is able to do so. Demo ship is going to get a slight reaction. He's going to be able to do some damage there.
Decent trade out here on water of both sides so far. Louis snipes another demolition ship, so not gonna take too much extra damage here. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw does the same to Louis' own demo. And meanwhile, his army, I mean, he took one look at that melee map and he's like, yeah, okay, time to run back home. Focus on water instead. There's no way you can humanly deal with Micro on both sides this way effectively.
While he was stepping back, he did manage to kill a couple of these spearmen, and honestly, like, the cash count is starting to rise, and these palace guards just don't look that convincing anymore. Louis, though, he's got so many villagers right now on food as well. He's looking almost like he wants to go for an age up, but he doesn't have that many villagers on gold. But actually, he's just rushing another outpost. Now he's got a lot of villagers on gold. Now he's working on that age up. Yeah, he's rushing that age up next up.
Yeah, Louis really wants it as well, for sure here. He looks to make it defense. There's double outposts now. That one getting arrow slits as well. Well, hand cannon emplacements in this case. That's a lot of ships from Louis on water here.
No, he's not quite able to connect. There's a couple of archer ships there. It's very difficult to tell them apart here from the normal Springle ships. At the same time, is getting connection on some of the fishing ships at least, able to take down 3 of them. That evens out the economy somewhat, but Louis, he's about to be able to click the trigger on the age up. Now with this many palace guards, I'm a little bit concerned. Shaolin Monastery is gonna be the choice here for Louis. Why does he still have so many? Okay, never mind. The UI was a little bit out of sync there. Shaolin Monastery is coming up now.
Puppy's not too far behind, but as I say that, he's reinvesting into even more Keshiks, going from 800 food to below 600 there briefly. And even more now again on the way for him, so Puppy Paw should probably try to somehow get a whiff of this. Easier said than done, of course, with our God Vision, but if he's very late to his own castle here, this could be a very dangerous timing, like you mentioned. Once these palace guards are upgraded, 18 now on the field. I mean, Keshiks, even an age down, can deal with them somewhat effectively, but Step Redoubt is now on the way, right as the Uvu depletes too, so bit of a lull on water, as I say that though. Puppy looking to make a move, once again pushing into Louis this time round.
Step Redoubt coming up behind this. We are getting the Springold upgrade on the Springold ships here at the same time on water. That one does come in relatively quickly, but not quickly enough for this fight from the looks of it. Will be coming in halfway through though, and the additional range, especially on the retreat here, is going to be quite tough for Puppy Paw to deal with. It's coming in right about now, and from here on out, like, Puppy Paw cannot take these fights on water, at least not as long as Louis MT is microing behind this. We're getting some crossbows in now behind this as well. Shaolin monks are going to start picking up some of these relics.
Oh, double demo, looking to make an entrance, but Puppy Paw's paying attention, so they both get pushed away. Loses one demo for that himself. Still too many ships here from Louis to actually make any kind of push, and as you mentioned with the Springold ship now. Way too much. Veterancy for the archers as well as the Keshiks now coming in. Well, yeah, he's gonna go for the crossbows here just to make sure that these palace guards don't get out of hand too quickly here for Louis. And actually some horsemen as well for him.
Interesting with the horseman choice, but I guess it does make sense since crossbows are going to be coming in from Louis MT. Doesn't make sense for him to go into Jugunu anyway, so just getting horsemen in. Pretty good answer to everything there. Louis moving forward.
Looking to escort this one.
The first relic. He's already got one in as well, so there's a second one now for him.
Yeah, the Shaolin monks. Nice timing on them and very capable fighting units as well, right?
We're getting the Springled water upgrade now as well in for Puppy Paw. So his Springled ships are going to finally be able to start taking some fights again. It's 10 Springled ships on each side here at the moment. But Louis does have the upper hand when it comes to archer ships and demo ships at the moment, as well as the current tech on them.
No armored hulls yet for either player. Plenty of expensive upgrades to get on water. It takes a while to get them all without sacrificing too much on land. We have extended fishing lines now for Louis MT coming in as well, so his fishing ships will be doing even better than before.
All these relics coming in. Wait, Puppy Paw, is she? I mean, we know how good Kaganet is, and he is also getting the military academy upgrade in behind this. That is like the one upgrade that makes Kaganet Pulse great because it does affect Kaganet. You're getting a lot more units in a lot quicker.
And that's a telltale sign of the Kaganet coming, right? Like you don't prioritize this upgrade like this in Castle Age for any other reason, right? Unless you're OTD, of course, to get the Burgrave value, but I mean, there's a lot of units for Puppy, so this could be fine in theory. I mean, Louis has pretty much an optimal army to dive here. A lot of palace guards, some crossbows to deal with any armored units from the Kaganet as well. But there's a severe lack of cavalry, which is normally excellent when diving.
There's no armored hull yet on Puppy Paw's side, but Louis MT does have it. Ooh, able to snipe a Shaolin Monk there, which we could pick up there.
3 relics in already though for Louis, and he's now starting to take mid-map control. I'm not the timing is going to be really dangerous here for Puppy Paw. Like the resources just aren't really coming in as fast as you would like, I'm sure. He's now again just reinvesting a little bit. Yeah,
he's definitely skirting a line here at the moment with the way that he's playing this. Also needs to be careful, doesn't want to lose his cash to some ships there. Both of them are really low health at the moment. But he's about to click the trigger here as the age-up is about to come in. There we go, Kaganet Palace now coming in. Snipe another Shaolin Monk, maybe not. Oh, loses 3 Keshiks instantly.
Yeah, I mean the Keshiks, there's already +2 damage in for these crossbows for Louis. They have not only good mass, but good upgrades as well. So these Keshiks die super quickly, and you know, I would have loved to get them around the army line to serve as a distraction, but not very easy. 10 seconds out now, Kaganet is.
The thing is now, with the Kaganet, Puppy Paw is going to have an insane amount of units on land, and he's also going to get access to the bow chance. Yep. Right? So in theory, he should be winning both water and land. Unfortunately, the first point is going to be a warrior monk, so it's not like... it's okay.
It's not the worst one, right? The buff is pretty good, and they get the...
Pretty okay. They're getting the health upgrades.
Yeah, the warrior monks with the... do you get the Abbey of Trinity upgrades? I think you do, right?
I'm actually not sure off the top of my head, but Temple of the Sun, that's a very quick Imperial Age follow-up at the moment.
That
from Louis MT.
Crazy, I didn't even see the res in his bank for it. Wow, impressive.
Me neither, that happened very quickly. Swivel Cannon coming in behind us though for Puppy Paw. The most underwhelming, but also still pretty good upgrade on water. Just because like you can do damage while you retreat.
That's true.
And the attack speed is pretty quick on it.
Yeah, there's no Bouchard in queue. Very expensive ship, and with a fast imp like this, Puppy Paw is stretched in economically.
Oh, the piracy is gonna be huge here, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that's we haven't really spoken about enough here. Even now,
leaning
more raid bounty from torching. I feel like Louis might be in big trouble. He has 1 Bouchard on the way, but so does Puppy Paw. Although 2 now in queue for Louis. If he can sort of survive here, but he has already lost so many fishing ships, Louis has, and this could be really scary. He has his own swivel cannon coming in. But all these demos that are dying...
The swivel cannon's actually so good here.
Yeah, especially against demos, make it so much easier to take them out, and res for every single demo destroyed. So many more 6 more fishing ships just dying there for nothing. You know,
Kaganet killed a lot of villagers as well with the raid, yeah. I mean, the Yu Pao is nothing to write songs about, but Nest of Bees, definitely gonna be very strong here as well for these fights.
Although Puppy Paw does get backed up into a corner here almost. He's gonna be forced to reshuffle around the edge of the shore, but ends up taking an extreme amount of exit damage here. His navy has been halved compared to Louis'. Suddenly looking very scary on water, as Bouchards from Louis are hitting the field as well.
lose his own. So Water looks like long-term is kind of lost at the moment for Puppy Paw. But he's got so many units on land behind all of this.
Yeah, the elite status on the archers is in now as well. The Cargonet working. We already had those warrior monks. Double nest of bees. The second one soon to hit the field too. More warrior monks as well. The Hui Hui Pao on top of it. I think Puppy Paw
These are
doesn't
still the
realize
starting warrior monks. They've just never been moved.
Yeah, he hasn't actually, because they no longer count with the army hotkey, right? So it's a bit easy to forget about them. Double-edged sword.
Oh, they've been moved.
Oh, there we go.
They've been noticed.
I mean, it's a big buff. Definitely not something you want to have access to in that fight.
Just being able to heal up in the meantime as well, like when you're not actively fighting, also really useful. Or taking sacred sites back, maybe stealing a relic. All opportunities.
In Imperial Age, this Khan turns into a raid boss.
Yeah, the Khan is just like... There are few units in the history of Age of Empires 4 that have been nerfed as many times as the Khan, but I gotta say, every single nerf, rightfully so. Rightfully so.
100%. Without a doubt, there's a big raid by Puppy Paw the Horseman, as well as a couple Keshiks. Discover the villages on the gold. A spot he struck earlier as well, but Louis still gets caught yet again, then stretched thin with his army, losing so many villages yet again. He's gonna look to make a decisive push on water, but there's a decent number here still from Puppy Paw, and so many demos.
The nest of bee emplacement though is in on the bow chance, but the devils connect!
Oh no, the piracy as well. Almost coming in for those bow chuds, not quite.
Losing the land battle at the same time. Khan does go down, but it's not going to result in a GG call here from Puppy Paw. As the Hui Hui Pao should also be moving across now with 3 Nest of Bees to back him up. A second Hui Hui Pao. Okay, we're getting even more Hui Hui Paos in.
And now elite horse archers on the way, and you know, most of
good.
Louis' army, the little that's left of it is just crossbows, and with 3 fully upgraded Nest of Bees on the field, with the additional barrels, they're gonna have a mountain to climb to take those down.
Yeah.
Louis' eco is suffering right now.
The Hui Hui Pao, after winning the military fights, now also able to take down the infrastructure here from Louis MT, who at this point is already down like 20 economic units. And a Kaganet Palace, which is worth like 800 resource per minute. Oh, Temple of the Sun, once that goes down, the movement speed on the units will also be gone.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna lose all of your advantage, really. All the Imperial Ages, the landmark, without actually being alive. Completely useless here for Louis. And with 2 Hui Hui Paos, it's gonna go down pretty quickly. These are super trebuchets at the end of the day, and the distance, you can see Puppy Paw, very cozy spot to siege from, feeling more than safe, just sitting there, throwing up outposts as well for the additional defense. Water's still back and forth, however. Louis actually has a bit of a ship lead there anyway, but by this point, you know...
I feel like we're getting to the point where we can ignore water somewhat safely.
It's not nearly as significant at this point in time, so Louis, with the ship advantage, he can't really use it to win it, so... Definitely would rather
All
have
the
those units
landmarks
in land.
are on land.
Exactly.
To be fair, he could always make more as Zhuji, but... I don't know, it doesn't really feel too viable at this point in time. Don't want to give him ideas, though.
I can theoretically sneak out, right? The extra build speed on that island, but normally you have to have 1 water for that, which is often the case here for Louis.
It's unfortunate that the Zhuji player in this game has fewer Nest of Bees and worse Nest of Bees as well, as the Nest of Bees from Puppy Paw immediately come with all the upgrades associated with them, aside of Clock Tower, of course.
Almost like Byzantines and their longbows.
Yeah.
It's kind of painful. It has to, you know, it probably deals a little bit of mental spirit damage, you know, when you lose a unit that you can
water
make.
at the same time. Yeah. Water's hurting as well behind this. 4 vs 5 bar chance. 4 vs 4. Piracy, of course, like always working out for Puppy Paw here. I really wonder just how many resources he's gotten through piracy here in this game. Probably a lot, but GG comes in. Puppy Paw able to extend his lead out now to 2-0.
Very, very well executed here from Puppy. I mean, you know, this was Louis' pick as the map. He wanted to play Jushi here. Very strong pick. I don't know if he foresaw Mongols or not, or whether, you know, this was more of a throwaway idea here for Puppy Paw in the second game. Whether he knew that he has an advantage here, but man, the Mongols Kagana timing again. Taking another victim here in game number 2. Louis must be quite sour with himself at this point, being backed up against the wall like this. It must feel terrible.
Kaganet is certainly like always something to have to keep in mind, just such a strong landmark. At the beginning, I felt like Puppy Paw was actually like throwing away quite a few units. Sure, he caused idle time here and there, but it never really resulted in like a timing window or something like that. And once that Kaganet comes in, suddenly, no matter what happens, you can lose water within the next minute or so. You'll always still have a win condition with the Kaganet Palace there.
Exactly. The Kagana will not stop working. It will keep providing value in the form of the best units, fully upgraded, cream of the crop, and delivered to the palace for you to use to tear down your enemies, as has been witnessed here. Now, we already have the next matchup on the way here. Front range is the match of choice. Quite exciting. We haven't seen front range today yet, I don't think, right? So,
yeah,
quite a fun map for sure. Great work by everybody making it. Has some interesting dynamics.
One certainly that does mean that House of Lancaster, like, probably a really good civilization here. Now, it's interesting in regards to, of course, like how House of Lancaster works in general. You don't ever really need to gather gold, really, in like the mid game, right? Because just you have so many really potent trash units. Like when you get billhook, suddenly your spearmen decrease the armor of your opponent's units. Your yeomen, some of the strongest archers in the game baseline. It's honestly, like, on a map like Front Range, you're not really too reliant on the gold that's like very far out on the map. And resource-wise, you're just getting baseline a lot of resource with those manors in.
Yeah, the lack of resources on this map can be detrimental to a lot of civs, right? The wood is pretty low. The food is quite low initially. You have to venture out quite far to get any more. A lot of it in between the two players on that vertical line. And of course the gold, most of it is, I mean, it's limited in the first place, right? There's just less gold on the map overall, I believe. But it's also really far away in the mountains. So civilizations that have passive bonuses here and some ability that they can use effectively do very well. Both Japanese and House of Lancaster fit those marks. Japanese, of course, with the Kura storehouse, able to secure way more food and later wood for themselves than other civs can. And of course, very cavalry orientated a lot of the time. As Lancaster, I mean, by now, it needs very little introduction. Of course, the manors, as well as the Hobblars and the Lords, giving mobility as well as really strong fighting power at the same time. And fantastic, endless passive income. So definitely two really great civs, and a matchup I'm excited for because I'm generally not sure who it favors here.
Definitely going to be an interesting one, and we're right about to jump into this one as it is match point now for Puppy Paw, spawning in the color blue as the Japanese here. Do have one Puppy Paw. His opponent is going to be Louis MT in the color green, playing as the House of Lancaster here on Front Range, and we are actually going to be opening up here with a Dash Age Barracks coming in from the House of Lancaster.
Always nice for the Lancaster to do, because even if you do get pushed back to your base with spears as the Lancaster, your villagers can often make a hold pretty easy, whether it's on your gold or on your stone. You're not too worried. You can often get away with just investing way less into space than your opponent can. And on top of it, you have the additional sheep gather rate, so you can age up even faster than you normally would for that lowered investment. So always, not always, but
in range.
Oh, good question. Maybe we can have a look.
I feel like the house is not protected by the TC.
You can have a little click on the UI to see the indicator.
Ooh, no, I think you can watch it.
Yeah.
It's gonna depend. It's gonna depend. We're getting a classic Squircle moment here potentially.
The Squircle to really settle the argument here. It's gonna be a tight one. Yeah, Puppy going for that value mining camp between the stone and the gold here, but that doesn't mean that the forge is pretty exposed. Even the very back of the forge is not in range of the TC, I believe, so this one is likely going to go down.
Oh, Villager really like risking it all there for that little bit of bonus gold. And Puppy Ball, what's he? Okay, he's gonna have to do something here. He's gonna have to. Well, he's got gold on the other side. He's fine.
He's fine, he's fine. He just needs to send 2 villagers, mine it long distance, and they're kind of chilling. But there's a bit of a different issue, right? I mean, actually, okay, he finished that one day. The other 2 on the
Good timing. Good
range.
timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. The house, as the moment of truth. I think Louis is gonna try to find out for himself very soon here.
Oh, that was a classic Squircle right there. One of the spearmen getting hit. Any Squircles in the chat?
Show us your best Squircles, Twitch chat. We beg of you. Is it? Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I understand the decision. You know, like I see the logic.
No, this is perfect. This is perfect. You're gonna be making only Shinobi against only Hobbler and Lords of Lancaster. That's great. Until the Yeomen pull up.
Until the Yeomen pull up, and then you have. I don't know. I mean, I feel like. Yeah, it's.
That's not a Squircle. Oh, it's evolving. It gets a
hasn't
solid
reached its
4 out
final
of 10.
form yet. Aye. Now, this Coco, right? The Shinobi will do great against the Lords. And they'll do great against the Hobblars. They have immense base damage, great attack speed as well. But, as you mentioned, not only the Yeoman will deal with them, but you give up the Kura Storehouse, which, frankly, is like the main reason Japanese is good here, I would say. So
It's
you really
just
want
such
to
a natural
get...
food transition.
Oh yeah, makes it so easy. So giving that up here, you have to get tremendous
hand
value.
side. Yeah, I want to say, like, on the other hand side, what do you get in return? You're getting map control, right?
Yeah.
And on this map, there's actually a good amount of berries to be had. And what better civilization to make use of berries than the Japanese?
You better, that's for sure. As a bit painful. Once again, idle on the gold mine here. The forge gets replaced. I mean, one Shinobi with a
There's
bit of
the cloak
micro
dude.
should take down these spears, but I don't think Louis is gonna allow it for free. Yeah. Now, theoretically, the Shinobi just sabotage the Abbey of Kings.
Could be so easy. Just you just click the undo button on the Lord of Lancaster.
Do it.
Do it. Do it. Life could be dream. Anyways, we're getting manners. Manor
manor
numero
is up
uno. It's interesting that they call it manor when you typically pack them so close next to each other that it's more like suburban lifestyle.
You see, it's cases like this where I wish, just to make Shinobi more fun and viable, this is where sabotage should work even better than it does, where if you disable a manor, just disable the income for half a minute, you know?
Yeah,
if
that for
you
one, and also for an adjacent buildings as well, right? Like wildfire. Spread out
Yeah.
the fire a bit.
I can see it. Or, you know, you sabotage an outpost, just disable the emplacement. I think that makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah, I'm on board with that. Looks like Puppy Paw is gonna do the potential fast castle follow-up behind this. I'm not exactly sure about this. Maybe he just wants to make even more Shinobi. Put the Shinobi on the to-do list for the Cow Valet as well, please.
Awesome follow-up here by Puppy Ball. He's clearly expecting the Yeoman. which would make a lot of sense here from Louis, right,
Yeah.
in response to the Shinobi. But, again...
Oh, Louis respecting the manners. Like, he is spreading them apart. He knows that his people, like, don't want to live too close to the poor folk.
It's true, you have to segregate your population accordingly here. Make sure everyone's happy.
Shinobi have so much line of sight as well. It's great. Like, you can really, like, pick and choose where you want to, like, take engagements.
It's true. And the Horseman and the Shinobi, as you
Did he kill a
mentioned...
Vil? He killed a Vil.
Oh, just like that?
Pew, pew.
Some arrows going to push away the Shinobi, but... I mean, if you get
Classic
away with
rogue
these,
backstab.
it's going to be really good, because they do heal pretty quickly as well
Yeah.
once they get out of combat, so... A lot of value still to be gained here, if you utilize the Shinobi effectively. But it's another situation, right, where, you know, you don't really want to stay feudal too long here as Japanese. Although
You
you're
really
probably
don't.
going to be forced to. But the faster this mass builds here for Louis, the tougher it gets. And Louis already
This is
moving
the
into
issue.
Yeah, it's a great composition too. I mean, Spearman Yeoman with the Lords. That's so potent.
The issue is typically, like, with the Lords of Lancaster, it is very or relatively easy for the House of Lancaster to keep the opponent stuck in feudal age and, like, force them to play the feudal age, while they also have great economic scaling with the manners going for them behind this. But we do have a nice little engagement here, out early from Puppy Paw. Is going to try and surround the Lords of Lancaster a good bit here with the Horsemen. Spearmen aren't really getting the greatest of engagements here behind this. Or is getting pulled as well, but up against the Horseman, he's going to have to be a little bit quicker. Ooh, Lancaster really tanky here, but in the end, first one is going to be going down. Yeoman already did go down. Horseman might try to block the retreating path here. Aren't going to quite able to do so. Healing is coming in now on all of these units. Look how quickly they're healing up. 6 health per second being healed up. And behind this, though, before his aim is the Castle Age.
Yeah, behind this puppy, looking for that timing. Very, very well played here. The key point now is, can he keep Louis distracted enough to prevent that dangerous dive that Lancaster's so known for? Now, there's no Hobblars, right? There's no ranged armor either yet here for Louis, so the dive is not as scary as it is against those kind of units. One Lord having gone down as well, but now is remade. Now we have actually double stable and an additional range, so... Okay, this will be good for the dive, but the floating gate is already on the way here for Louis. For Puppy Paw, excuse me, but the gold is also an issue here for Puppy Paw, right? The Shinobi, 50 gold a piece, you know, alongside the upgrades that you got as well. Not cheap, so your next gold here as Puppy is going to be very exposed.
Yeah, it's definitely the thing, right? At the same time, though, Puppy Paw, he has the potential of getting most of the relics in with his earlier age-up timing. 9 spearmen out on the field at the moment. I feel like if he gets up to, like, 5... Oh, look at the burn here at the same time, though. The villagers actually trying to attack the Shinobis, but 3 production buildings that were all actively producing now getting sabotaged. That is massive, massive building idle time being caused here right now by Puppy Paw.
Fantastic value achieved for sure.
Villagers? Doesn't lose one.
I know, Garrisons picks up a few spares on the exit.
Wait, did he
Conservative
lose the
placement
Shinobi?
of that.
He lost all
Wait,
the Shinobi!
Lost all of them. Lost all of them, but he did kill 3 villages, disabled the
Oh, he
blacksmith.
just killed 1. 2 vills died earlier. That's a spearman.
Oh yeah,
Killed
no,
1
no,
villager there.
Yeah.
They're not
And
quite worth.
decent bit of idle time too,
be-
though.
Could be worth her.
Puppy Paw secured this northern gold with an outpost, but this is another small gold, right? And still no undermesh for Louis, so outpost should be very effective here on the defense. Double mounted some around the field already as well. As long as the spears get focused by the outpost, really, I don't think Louis can stay here for very long.
Same time, though, all the bonus health here from 4 Lords of Lancaster does mean that this outpost is still most likely gonna be going down here. Mounted Samurai are trying their best, but in the end, outpost is gonna have to get forfeit. Before having to make a run for it. At the same time, villagers getting taken down yet again by Puppy Paw.
Beautiful. Very well played by Puppy Paw behind all of this. Not only does he save his 5 villagers from the outpost scot-free, but picks up 2 additional ones on Louis' side and idles out the deer gathering there. Very well played. Louis, at this point, he's fully committed. He has to find some really significant damage, but Puppy Paw already has 4 mounted samurai in the center third that are now going to cut reinforcements and look to raid even more to reinforce those horsemen.
And raids now coming in though from Louis MT. At the same time, Puppy Paw, he's like feigning the mounted samurai to go over towards the side of Louis MT. So Louis MT feels pressure to move back as well. Looks like he's gonna be able to pick off the Shinto priest though from Puppy Paw. Wallow comes in immediately, but even with the relatively bad attack damage from the Hoplars, 5 of them are still going to be enough to be able to take down the Shinto priest before the Wallow does go off. Horsemen, not quite able to take that fight there, up against the Hoplars as well, just missing too much health, are going to have to retreat. Up to 7 mounted samurai now at the moment for Puppy Paw, and the economy overall should be looking good. Wait, did Louis see this? Puppy Paw, he's got villagers all the way in the stealth forest part of the map, gathering. But the outpost, the point of interest outpost had been taken the entire time. So wait, what's that random forge doing there? It's not... Okay.
Yeah, he was thinking whether to gather from gold or from the deer, right? Tough decision. I think...
Was there another gold there at one point? Like, I don't think so. I think he just, like...
Do you know what I think
forge
happened?
is not next to the gold. What?
I think he killed the deer carcass and he wanted to switch to gold. Yeah, but then
I see.
Just didn't have the space. That is pretty unfortunate. But he's back on his gold mine now, the one in his base. Soon to be running out though. These are only very, very small. 1600 compared to the regular 4000 on the mid-size.
Archer transition definitely needed now.
Yeah, and it's already nicely underway here. Louis, you can tell he wants to get up to that castle edge, whilst making only spearmen to defend himself, which, you know, should work against only mounted samurai, but there's already 10 Yumi on the field, and the numbers will not stop
quick
climbing.
wall!
Which could be massive.
Quick wall! Oh, the quickest of walls! He gets it in time! And Puppy Paw didn't realize. He's suddenly losing a lot of the mounted samurai. 2 down?
Yeah. At least 3 if he focus fires, but not quite fast enough. But there's so much damage on those samurai. I mean, 2, it's not the end of the world here for Puppy Paw. If he can heal these up, that's still fine. But this buys Louis a lot of time now. You can see, getting very close to clicking that age up. Beautiful quick wall there.
Can't quite call it quick wall in Age of Empires 4. It's not that fast. It's a fast wall.
Speedy wall, fast wall, swift wall.
Swift wall. Ooh, I like it.
Thank you, thank you. I try.
Call it the Swift.
White Tower.
Just a
Where
single
is
dot
the
on the screen
placement?
as the producer shakes his head.
Right in the center, Louis.
Ooh.
Very bold move here.
That's a lot of food there as well to be had. Definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, he's gonna secure the side, the relic, as well as the deer at the front there. Mounted Samurai finding a villager, but
Can we get rid of
2 of them give their life, 3 of them, including the bannerman.
Ooh. The age up does get spotted, but just a little bit too late.
Yeah, this can't be stopped.
It's gonna
This
come
is
in.
not enough. Louis. Puppy gets out just in time. No real damage found. He killed 1 villager, it looks like. Building the White Tower. Gonna wall up the northern side, keep himself safe. A lot of gold to be secured there. But this positional advantage now for Louis is pretty significant. I mean, he got up there. He took plenty of damage, that's for sure. But he has way more food access now than Puppy Paw does. And of course, the manners have always been working overtime. And he has so many units now to upgrade as soon as he gets the gold.
Love mounted samurai there, getting spotted by the Hoplars, but also spotting the Hoplars. and going back again, but the point of interest is gonna spot them once again. Ooh, villagers, villagers! Ah, 2 are gonna go down. But outpost with the reinforcement and the sprinkled emplacement.
That there is puppy post to be had, he says, as he fully upgrades the outpost. Difficult position to push into here for Louis. What's the game plan now, though, I wonder? Do you just keep pumping units here as Louis? You keep adding mana?
Really?
There's plenty of options, it feels like.
I mean, you gotta scale into manners, I feel like, just because he's lost so many villagers. Did manage to somewhat reclaim that by killing some as well. At the same time, Puppy Paw, of course, we mentioned it earlier, doesn't have that Kura Star House working for him in the first place. So that's kind of like a good factor here for Louis MT. Almost
Not having the Kura really does hurt, but when you get raised like this, it feels a little bit better.
Oh, he's getting villager kills as well, though.
Oh,
Four
no,
villagers going down here.
Nice.
Villager even dying inside of the outpost. More going down.
Threat here. You're gonna look to get surrounded by the Hobbelars potentially.
Suddenly the villager count just turning around completely.
Losing more behind this as well, though, to the mounted samurai.
Both players.
Getting
Oh,
gold.
they found the... Okay, they found the villagers running out. Both players trading out their villagers. But in the end, Puppy Paw able to still keep the lead somewhat.
Just a little bit. Do we have a Yorishiro inside the TC as well, I wonder? We do seem to have a little bit of a villager lead.
There's no Yorishiro inside. We got it inside of the Siege Workshop instead.
Wait, what? Oh, we're looking to go trip down the White Tower, but I mean, do you really need the Yorishiro for that? I mean, it's so expensive. It's not like you can continuously produce trebs, right?
It really is, yeah.
A little bit of a
Better
waste.
put it inside of a lumber camp or a house.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you got a little bit excited thinking he can get it down, but of course that's far from the case here.
Point of interest is getting decapped here now, so Louis is finally going to be able to start getting some of the gold outside there. It's like one of the main reasons why he hasn't really been able to make too many hobblers here is actually like not having gold.
Yeah. Yeah, the switch to gold in the mountains, a really painful spot in the game for anyone playing this map. Tough situation to navigate through. And these points of interest, I mean, they're so valuable. The amount of vision you can get with those 6 abandoned outposts is massive, but it's very annoying to capture them, right? It takes a while. You don't want to spare too many units.
It is, yeah.
So I think it's a pretty fun dynamic.
It's nothing that we can like really complain about because it doesn't really give you any benefit of fights. It's just knowledge, it's just information. So it's really nice to have.
Knowledge.
Get that knowledge in. There's Trebuchet out now, trying to take the first couple of shots against the White Tower. It's not really too protected though, so I'm kind of fearful that Hobbelars could always just snipe the Trebuchet out, and Trebuchets are expensive.
They're
Not something that you want to lose.
Bulky and very fragile, despite their size. You Hobbelars definitely can make quick work of those. One's already trapping it down. I mean, 1 you can out-repair pretty comfortably. 2 is a bit annoying to out-repair, but you can kind of manage it if you have a good eco. 3, however, that's when it starts getting really painful and very expensive to try to out-repair that.
The more you repair with the more villagers, the more expensive it starts becoming, and
Yeah.
ooh, nice little wraparound here.
Burn 2 might be coming through here for Puppy Paw. There's plenty of places to strike there, as the gold for Louis is all there in the north. And again, here we go. The mass migration work is happening for Louis, and There is no wheelbarrow on these villages for Louis, so the Mounted Samurai are going to catch up pretty quickly. There's also a secondary group of Mounted Samurai in front of the retreating villagers. The spears are there to meet them just in time for Louis. He's going to take a few exit damages on the villagers, a few of them losing their lives. The spears are falling like flies as well to the Samurai Yoramusha, as well as the Yumi Ashigaru. Louis on the run for dear life right now.
Reinforcements coming in though. Hobblears finally arriving as well. Those are going to be able to dive onto the Yumi archers. As long as the mounted samurai don't fight for them. But looks like Puppy Paw is just going to leave them here for a time being. As he's getting great rates with the other Yumi archers in there as well. More villagers going down.
Looks like the Hobbler might look to cut off the Mounted Samurai here and block the exit. This could actually be pivotal.
They
here.
do.
This could be massive.
They go down so quickly.
Yeah,
they go down
they do
way too
that.
quickly.
I don't think he can actually stop him. In fact,
Oh,
Puppy
that's
might
interesting
be
though.
comfortable. Nah, there's not enough Yumi here to actually take the fight. He's gonna get out with those, but so much damage dealt. And behind this, the wood line gets caught. Louis, disaster in game number 3 for Louis when it mattered most. Puppy Paw.
He's
This
just
is
cutting them all the way
dismantling
down. Yeah, he's just cutting all of them down. They're all gonna go down.
Puppy
They need
Paw
to go back to
making
TC.
history. Yeah, with the Japanese here, another one of Puppy Paw's signature civilizations. Now we're up to that 3 Trebs magic number, but it's not even needed, as the White Tower is also down behind this. Even now, villages are still falling for Louis. Nearly double the economic count now for Puppy Paw. It is looking worse every passing second.
Louis definitely worse for wear here, and behind all of this, it's still just the 3 manners that he's been on. It's not like he's expanded up to 9 manners behind this. Puppy Boy even adding in a second TC.
That's just disrespectful. Still a healthy mass, however, on the field for Louis. The classic situation of Puppy exchanging army in favor of economy, which in the short term can be dangerous, but the more time passes, the worse it is for Louis, which he understands, which is now he's making a desperate push forward, trying to take out these Trebs, in this position from Puppy
Ooh,
Paw.
he's gonna get him down as well.
Yeah, Puppy just sacrifices them. I mean, I guess the White Tower is down, right?
White
That was
Tower's
your main
down, yeah.
objective, so still a heavy investment to lose though, but as long as he retains his mass, I'm sure he's not minding it too much. Boar still being gathered. How's that boar still being gathered? What?
It was a very healthy boar, I'll say that much.
That was a chunky one of that.
Still so many mounted samurai remaining here, and with that, GG comes in. Puppy Paw able to beat out Louis 3-0.
Incredibly well played by Puppy Paw. Swift vengeance here, not against Marine Lord, but in the losers bracket, certainly taking a decisive lead here, pushing himself towards the next stage of the losers bracket, taking out Louis 3-0, and Louis, I mean, you have to feel for him just a little bit today. Just not his day today, was it? Losing 0-3 to Wham in the upper bracket, and now losing to the other Canadian, Puppy Paw, in the lower bracket,
just the
3-0 again.
Canadians.
It's just the Canadians. I don't know what it is. Louis. It's unfortunate.
Yes, yeah. That means that Puppy Paw is going to be able to start the journey of climbing back up after being sent to the second elimination bracket here. But it means that Louis MT, he's gonna have to face an early exit from the playoffs here in EGC Masters Fall.
Yeah, many people would have Louis pinned down to, you know, easily top 4, maybe even contending for that second or even winning the tournament as he did last time at EGC TV. But takes an early, painful exit this time round. I mean, we speak about this all the time, right? Players' abilities change day by day, tournament by tournament. Someone who looks in incredible form one day can just, you know, not have their best day and another one, not be on their best performance, haven't eaten well, whatever it may be. It can be a multitude of factors, and at this level, every single little counts. So, unfortunate for Louis, but fantastic execution by Puppy as he goes forward.
Exactly. Speaking of Puppy, it is time for our winner's interview. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you one Puppy Paw, Victor, up against Louis MT here today. All right, Puppy Paw, congratulations. A little bit of a rough start into the day, right? Like facing off against Marine Lord's never really easy, but able to win up against Louis MT 3-0 there. That is definitely, I want to say, like something that lifts the mood always, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, winning typically lifts the mood, just even for me. Yeah, I'm happy with the result for sure.
It's a 3-0 victory there as well, so definitely like a very clean victory there, I want to say. We had Marine Lord earlier like talk a little bit about that. He thought that, okay, the draft didn't quite go your way in your set up against him. And he gave you a lot of credit, saying that in general, like when he practiced up against you, you do feel like a lot stronger in those practice games. I feel like we kind of saw that strong Puppy Paw come out here again today up against Louis MT. Overall, like when it comes to just how you performed there, are you happy with how you played up against Louis MT, or did you feel like, okay, I can go like even one notch higher than that?
I'm not really that happy with how I played. I didn't play like awful or anything. It's just like I wasn't really sure what I was doing in a lot of these matches, and I think a lot of people are confused when it comes to how to play certain civs and matchups, just because of like the depth of how many matchups you can get is like exponentially increasing. But I picked civs that I was comfortable with, and I think that paid off. Like, I got some nice matchups as well, still.
Yeah, starting off, I mean, we had the Delhi versus the Malian game there. To be fair, I feel like that was just a really weird one, the way that Louis played it as well. Like, we had a Farimba play, but without the Pro Scouts. So, not really quite the strength from Malians there. But honestly, like, Delhi is like one of those civilizations. Okay, it's probably like weird coming from me, of course. Like, I talk about Delhi on the daily. They live rent-free in my head at this point in time, unfortunately. But like getting to like the 20 scholars and then just the upgrades coming in so quickly, it's very difficult for civilizations to keep up with that. And yeah, I mean, B said it as well, like sometimes you don't even need the sacred sites. Granted, you got them this game, but it's just when the upgrades come in, that's when things just start rolling for them. And even civilizations like the Malians, like it clearly felt like Louis tried something differently there. Didn't work out for him though. But how did you feel in general, like as the game progressed, when you saw like the Manza javelin throwers come in? Were you like, okay, this could be difficult for me, or were you like, okay, I can work with this?
Yeah, no, I was super happy when I saw the Mansa javelin throws. A bit scared, obviously, but I knew like if I could just defend this push, I'm in a super good spot, I think, because obviously he doesn't have that cow eco. Yeah, I mean, I had like 15 skulls, how many skulls I had, so I knew that I'd get my upgrades quick, and then oftentimes as Delhi, you can like push, take the sites, take the relics. Delhi's mid game is super strong, and I think Malians, if they're gonna go for Imba, they need to do some serious damage, because Delhi does have a very good mid-game economy. They can sometimes even keep up with Cowboom, so.
Indeed. Second game, Holy Island, the Mongols there. That was incredible. Like, I gotta say, like, this back and forth. At the beginning, we were worried. Because there were like quite a few caches being thrown away for some idle time cause, but not with like an immediate payout there as well. The Kaganet, was that like always something that you had in mind that you want to go for there?
Yeah, I mean, the Cagnetic Palace was kind of in the back of my head the entire game. Because I don't really see too much of a win con, especially with the spawns that happen. Sometimes the Woodline can spawn in the back or in forward. Typically, I think for Mongols on that map, it's much better to have Woodlines in the front. You can be a lot more aggressive. So because of the back Woodline spawn, I felt like, yeah, I need to play a bit more macro. I mean, I tried to be aggressive, but it was very difficult in this map. So kind of in the mid game, I thought that, okay, this is my win con.
Were you worried when you saw like the roster of units that you got immediately, like starting off with the warrior monks into Hu Hu Pao?
Yeah, I mean, a bit worried. But I don't know. I felt like the game was going very well for me, so I wasn't like too panicked because I mean he didn't even pressure me when I hit him. He had like pretty bad composition, I think, for diving, like towers and TCs. Like he had no horsemen, so I felt pretty comfortable.
Definitely like one of those games where once you get the Kagan in and you're not in immediate danger, it's kind of like that's the comfort zone for the Mongols there. And then in front range as well, that was just like I want to say like prime puppy paw gameplay right there, when you were like just running around with the knights trying to find raids here and there. And in the mid game you had some back and forth between the villager kills, but then just raid after raid after raid working out in your favor. How are you feeling in like that matchup in general? Because we didn't quite see Japan that often on that map. You went for Koka Township instead of the Kura Storehouse. Was that something that you just did in order to like have an answer to the Lords of Lancaster, or was that something that you had like planned down the line?
I just did it. Yeah, I don't really play that much on that map, honestly. So I just felt like I needed to. Yeah, I felt like I needed to get on the map, and I didn't want to play an extended feudal, so I thought that if I got some early pressure on the map and I kind of kept him in his base with, you know, the constant raiding and moving my units around, especially because he was playing this super mobile comp. Like a lot of people typically like to go horsemen, but I guess because I was going those shinobi, he thought he had to go yeoman, so I just kind of spread out my eco, spread out my units, and just tried to delay him from pushing me, pretty much.
Once again, Abipo, congratulations on your victory here today. It means that you're going to be able to progress further through the second elimination bracket here today. We got one more set to cast today. It's going to be B versus Anatan. Who are you personally rooting for?
I mean, personally, I'm rooting for Anatan, but I think it's going to be a good match. Typically those two get in some good series, at least from what I've watched, so it should be exciting.
All right, thank you so much, Puppy Paw. We're going to be seeing plenty more of you in the next couple of days, and with that, thank you so much, and have a good one.
Yep. Peace.
The one Puppy Paw there on the mic. Big congratulations to him as we prepare for the next set. And it's a clash, that's for sure.
It's a classic clash as well. B versus Anatan. That's something that we've seen time and time again on the KPMMs as well during their finals. And yeah, I mean, B and Anatan, too, like, they really synergize well with each other, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these two are not only practice partners. I'm not sure how much they still play today. Maybe they do, maybe they do not. But I distinctly remember Anatan talking about this in the past when, when Anatan was around that sort of top 32 mark as a player a few years back, and he was starting to break through. B is the one that really helped him out. They played a lot of scrims together, and I think at the top level, having someone that you can just rely on to be a practice partner who you can share ideas with back and forth, play a lot with together. You know, in that 1 year of really focused play, you can see the results. Anatan just skyrocketed to being easily a top 12 player, top 10, and now a very common top 8 player pretty much every single tournament. So, yeah, practice makes perfect, turns out.
That's how it works. It's a game with many different iterations, many different matchups, and truly, like, once you've seen all the matchups, you're probably ahead of people that haven't seen all the matchups. And Myriad, one of my favorite maps in the game is coming in to play here. We're gonna be starting off with Alta. He as the Byzantines and Anatan as the Malians.
When I wake up in the morning, the very first thing on my mind is, can I hopefully catch an Altai game today? And here it is, right? You know, there's nothing I wanted more for Christmas. This year. Well, Christmas is a little while away still, but we're getting there. I wanted to see an Altai game. That's what I put in my sock, for sure.
Yeah. Altai is one of those maps. It's almost perfect. Just need some plastic surgery here and there, right? Like you have these openings in the cliffs. You just sync them up a little bit more symmetry. You take the markets, the little pimples, so you just cut them out, and you got like a perfect map.
It's true. I mean, you know, there's a little bit too much Botox inside of those mountains as well. Maybe you can try to deject some of that through a syringe if you can as a dev, but I'm not too sure that's possible. It's a tough one to salvage, but maybe there's some potential there, right? We're gonna have to see.
They had so many changes to Altai as well, right? Like stretching it out a little bit more, adding some wood lines in the mid-map. It's great. It's great. It's perfect. It's like the best map in Age of Empires 4 history ever made. Better than Water Dragon.
And these two players... Oh, Jesus, help us. But these two players on this map, right? We have Anatan piloting the Marlins against B's Byzantines. This matchup should be quite interesting, I think, because we've seen it a few times with either side winning. Another one of those really close matchups, I would say, in my opinion. And plenty of possibilities for what can happen here.
Yeah, 100%. Like we're seeing Mongols again on the side for B. There's Holy Island there, so maybe could see something similar like that. Japan for Anatan. That's also like one of those civilizations that's like firmly associated with players here. Japan for Anatan. Like he's one of these players that just Japan in the hands of Anatan is like on a whole nother level.
It's true. Japan and Jushi especially as well, right, Anatan? And you can tell that these players know each other very well. I mean, B is just a prolific Malian player, and Anatan takes that away from him straight away. Just like Anatan's a prolific Jushi player, so B takes that away from him straight away as well after the, let's be honest, the mandatory Templar ban whenever there's Holy Island in the pool.
You just can't really just let it slip through.
No.
Altai, though, this is an interesting matchup, especially for the Byzantines, I feel like. Not necessarily because it's Altai, but because it's like a relatively defensive-ish map. But the defensiveness factor, like, you're only so defensive until you're diving an enemy's DC. At that point, like, it's gloves off and people are starting to slap each other, and it's one of those matchups, one of those situations where Byzantines are able to keep up with the Malian, like, Alboom economy quite well, even when just on 1 TC, courtesy of having the cistern levels, courtesy of getting all the olive oil in, the passive unit generation from the Golden Horn Tower, and all that good stuff. The Malians, they got a little trick up their sleeve as well. They could potentially, just throwing it out there, they could potentially trade.
They could indeed potentially trade. Well, I mean, it depends a little how it spawns, right? There's some notable differences between regular ladder Altai and EGC Altai, which is what we're using for the tournament, of course. Trade post is one of those differences. We have to see. I don't know the exact parameters for how it can spawn on EGC. I feel like getting the optimal sort of trade route is somewhat uncommon, if I'm not mistaken. Then again, playing scaling...
changed on normal Altai as well.
Yeah. And playing, you know, it's difficult. Like, do you want to scale against the Byzantines? Like, sit back, trading, give them time? That's a tough one.
Maybe not. It's always tough when there's Limitani in the game, right? And like you want to make Sofa, and suddenly Limitani just rain on your parade. Especially since you get the painted shield upgrade. Suddenly they run at the speed of light at like 1.44 tiles per second movement speed. It's rough when you're up against fast-moving spearmen, for sure.
Without a doubt. We'll have to see how it plays out. The Byzantine 2TC against Marlins is something we've seen very, very commonly as well. That could very well be on the cards. I mean, Marlins has a bit of a setup time. They don't like to be aggressive too early, so gives Byzantines the space they need to get away with that, as well as systems on top of it. I think we'll have to see. Of course, on this map, it can be good, it can be bad, because the distance to cross is very short, but the spawn is defensible, so in a way it's better and worse for 2TC at the same time, which is always a very interesting dynamic, I find.
It's a classic sometimes things work, sometimes they don't moment. We'll have to see exactly if these work this time around
Wise
as we're
words.
moving into our game. As we're moving into our game 1 here in our last set of the day. We've got 3DB playing in the color green as the Byzantines here on Altai. His opponent is going to be VES Anatan in the color yellow playing as the Malian.
Likely to be a pretty relatively straightforward opening here for either players. There's no excessive shenanigans that can be performed. Maybe in an alternate universe, Byzantines is a spear rush civ that tower rushes Malians with impunity. And in another one, Malians does the same to Byzantines. But this is not that universe, so we're just gonna have a very standard little get together here towards the feudal age. B, already on that stone, only with one villager, however, which might already be a sign of leaning towards a earlier feudal timing here for some well-placed aggression, as opposed to making a lot of cisterns or even a second TC for that matter. But we're just speculating.
Yeah, B only with a single villager here on the stone. Recently we've seen more and more people just like up the amount of villagers that they have on stone as the Byzantines, going all the way up to like 4 villagers sometimes. This time, like only going for a very mild stone pull from B here.
Seems like there's no start on the day here for Anatan as the Malians. Something that can be okay in some cases. Again, one of those instances if you expect to be pressed, even as the Malians, you can just take those there nice and early so you don't have to worry about moving out to them later. Whereas for B, the Grand Winery, being rushed up with 5 actually, so yeah, okay. I mean, this is the other alternative here for Byzantines, right? Either 2TC or you actually just go relentlessly aggressive, which can always be effective against the Malians, as long as you find that damage and get those good trades.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting, like looking at the deer spawn here on the map. Both players have their deer relatively far forward. If we look at it like the normal ladder version, deer tend to be sometimes, or more often than not, I want to say, in between the TC and the cliff. So they're typically very safe. This time around, it's more like it's safe until ranged units arrive.
You're right. This is probably the most exposed starting deer packs I have ever seen on Altai. For both players, for that matter. Especially for Anatan, though, of course. No cliff nearby at all for him. But you could, in theory, throw up a little wall alongside that cliff, as well as the woodline, and keep those there pretty safe. But that's one of the reasons Byzantines, although in theory is pretty good here because of the defensiveness of the map, you're not as vulnerable early. You also, the starting save there, to a small extent, goes to waste because, I mean, you really want to get these berries first, don't you? So...
Yeah, I mean, it's just different when you're going from a berry type diet to a deer type diet, right? Like you have to adjust, and suddenly the olive oil is missing, and you're like, man, I can't eat deer without olive oil.
Exactly. At the end of the day, right? It's a somewhat lean meat most of the time, so you really want a little bit of extra fat to be able to get a good caramelization on the venison. And
how are they meant to bulk?
True. Protein is all well and good, but if it doesn't taste good, you can't get the protein in, right?
Yeah, it is actually second TC from B.
Okay, there we go, yeah. Shifted way heavier onto the stone after going for that castle age. Did overmine a little bit of gold. Could be useful if he needs to drop a barracks here in a slight panic against these warrior scouts. He does have the necessary gold to upgrade from Dark Age Limitane to Feudal. So, could be a good little calculation there for him. EC timing is very, very nice. This is the optimal timing here for B's Byzantines for the TC. 5 minutes as it goes down. You're going to put it very defensively on the stone. Warrior Scout's going to be a very annoying mosquito here.
Yeah, B. Oh, is it trap? It's not. Oh, how did that guy wriggle out there? And there's already a second warrior scout coming in. Oh, this is difficult. This is difficult. B's also outside of the range of his cisterns for the Akratoy defense.
Second one. is now here as well.
Yeah, like-
Gonna look to put on further pressure. It's getting a bit scary now with the second
Oh,
one
he's
arriving.
sending weak villagers back forward.
Yeah, he's kind of running out of full HP villagers at this point in time. The TC is not going up nearly as fast as he'd like. Okay, his own scout is arriving, so that should help a little bit to push these scouts away. Still plenty of bonus damage in the scout on scout.
Oh, one villager getting really, really dangerously low now. Is getting taken down.
Yeah, that's painful. He doesn't even get a scout for his trouble, so much idle time forced, and even a villager killed. Anatan must be very happy with that one.
Yeah, lots of delay. It took over a minute for that second TC to come in, and he's immediately pedal to the metal here when it comes to the aggression, right? Like, we're already getting sofas in, we're getting archers in, villagers on the barriers are gonna have to evacuate. B doesn't quite have enough resources to be able to produce his first mercenary batch as well.
Very heavy stone gathering underway here for B, which, I mean, I get it. You want to get the assistance ASAP and boost your economy even further, which will in turn, I mean, it seems counterintuitive, right? Because you're getting assistance instead of units here to defend. But if you get those systems up, then it's way easier to mass those units. So again, it's one of those very interesting dynamics that can be both good and bad depending on these timings. Anatan finishes his second pit mine now, about to be fully completed and surrounded by houses. But B, he's just massing a lot of stone and doesn't even have a production building yet.
Yeah, that's
actually-
all quite... Oh, he does have the mercenary
but,
house. He's also getting some side walls up here now towards the cliff. Don't think that's going to be going up immediately, though. There is the archer blocking him. Low health, though. Villagers. Oh, they're doing it. They're shivving him.
Yeah, one archer won't be enough to hold the line there, but the sofa and
imagine
the
if he
warrior
quick-
scouts
Imagine if he swift-walled that.
might have been an idea. I don't think that villager would have gotten out. Maybe would have. Tough to say. System level 2 up now. He'd love to get that third one, but easier said than done with those 3 archers being thrown in his berries. Pun not intended
Behind
until
this?
I realized I did one.
Yeah, behind this, Anatan is going for his own cattle boom. Already 6 of them out. I thought he might be going for much more aggression here behind this, right? Like with some rams in as well. Like a ram timing push on the second TC. Doesn't look like it's happening, though.
Could be quite effective on this kind of a map, right? With the deer as well.
It's more like a fast-ish castle follow-up now. Behind the cattle boom. Also makes a lot of sense, and... yeah.
Already up to 8 cattle as well. That's a pretty good amount.
Right?
He's reinvesting slightly. Yeah, doesn't want to give over too much space, I think, for B here. B actually went for the javelins, which is... We more commonly see the longbows, but it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Similarly, as against the French, these javelins, I mean, you'll be able to deal with poison archers very effectively, and later the camel riders in Castle Age will make pretty swift work of those sofa. So compositionally, it's really, really potent, but it doesn't mean that you have to kind of split your mercenaries. You'll need a good mass of javelins and riders, which isn't that easy to manage, especially with a second TC needing to pay off as well.
Second TC does take quite a while to pay off. We're looking at a roughly like 6 to 7 minute payoff time for a second TC, right? Second TC went up at like minute 6, so we're still looking at like 2-3 minutes for the payoff time to come in.
A little bit closer to 5, I think, if I'm not mistaken, but...
With the
of course,
cisterns, it's faster, yeah.
Also depends a lot on how often those villagers shift, of course, between these resources, so can't always be fully exact on these calculations, naturally, but we can get a good idea. The Metane production heavily underway for B, as expected. I mean, Malians, when they get to that castle, there's definitely a unit that they liked making, and that is a comfy chair.
Grand Felani Corral coming up now. I feel like some of the, like one of the cattle ranches there needs to be migrated at some point in order to make full use of the Grand Felani.
Yeah, the one on the
that's-
front. I mean, I don't remember. I don't know if this actually got changed at one point. Does it just have
It
to
needs to.
touch or
It needs
the
to be
center?
the cattle. It needs to reach the cattle.
Right.
It's similar to the. Okay, we're getting production telling us that it needs to be the center of the cattle ranch because that's where the hitbox is of the cattle.
Would in theory mean that this one is not going to get the boost from the Fulani. I mean, could be worse. Cattle ranch is not the most expensive thing to make, of course. Only 100 wood,
Yeah.
but
With
every
60
little does
food
add
per
up.
minute, he'll be able to replace that eventually. H-up now finishes up for Anatan. Be not too far away with his own H-up. 14 villagers on gold means that he is going to be getting it up quite quickly. Behind us, he is on Cistern level 4, so getting a nice 22% efficiency increase on all of his economy units.
Fantastic boost here for the Byzantines. Much needed now as well, as he races towards the castle himself. He's going to get a pretty good timing as well. Not any severe danger from Anatan yet, but the Sofa numbers are climbing quite quickly. And the main upgrades for Anatan are on the way. Veterancy for the archers. Veterancy on the Sofa is already in. Now imported armor coming through as well. Massive, massive power spike on the Sofa. And he's going to target the wall that's already damaged. B realizes quickly starts moving villages in turn. The Sofa won't pose too much of a threat, but you don't want them to wriggle their way in. It's going to be so annoying to deal with, even on this map.
Thing, of course, is the Mittani are going to be a great counter up against these Sofas. Even with, like, the whole Castle Age upgrade advantage in there.
In theory here, right? Once you get the good amount of javelins, Limitane, throw some cataphracts in there alongside some camel riders. I mean, there's few compositions better against what Marlians is doing right now than that. But the numbers are the only real issue here for B. He needs to get up there.
Probably getting
Forlorn
some
Tower is
cataphracts
working.
in.
Oh, but the
Oh,
raid,
some of the Sofas made it in.
He's completely blindsided. 3 already down.
Good villager pickoffs there. First running over
Gold is
here. We
next.
could get the... There we go. Do, of course, have the defense upgrade. The Akratoi ability.
Akutoi
This
doing great
villager
work.
some spearmen.
Yeah, the torch on the
Behind
wall.
us.
Quite effective there for Anatan, and now we're gonna have them move out onto the berries. That big patch of 8 berries, it's so juicy, but so hard to get safely.
Yeah, he's gonna have to wait a little bit more, get some more cataphracts in, then he can finally start moving out. A couple of archers just making sure that the wall up isn't gonna, like, come back up online behind us as well. He just needs to make sure that he stays walled up and that he's not taking too much damage here, as he is, like, still economically in a pretty good spot currently. Just needs to make sure to still have access to food and not fall too much apart here. Having access to food is kind of rough, though. There's still the deer there. Oh, the javelin throws.
no.
Not gonna realize in time.
Quick pull away there by B. Desperately needed, as if those javelins fall. I think the game is not long to follow after, but manages to save them. Only one going down.
Also, plus just being annoying, running around there. A couple of Limitani trying to make sure the way is clear towards those berries there. Oh, and
the
this
block
time
through
around
again.
we've got the blocker there.
Very effective this time round by B, as a lot of the sofas are blocked, but still these are imported armor sofas.
Throws.
They make quick work of the Limitane. There's no more Limitane to protect the javelins as they end up getting hit by the sofa, but the Mangonel emplacement does great work, and the cataphracts
Yeah.
hold the line as well. Many archers going down for for Anatan. The destroyed value, leaving a clear message.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good at the moment for B. The only issue is food-wise. He doesn't have a lot of food income at the moment, something that Anatan still has plenty of. While he's only on 12 out of 20 cattle, definitely something that he can still reinvest into, especially considering that he's on 1300 gold and 600 wood at the moment. Villagers finally able to get some resource in on the berries, but that's exactly where Anatan is gonna be sending his reinforcing sofa numbers over to.
Oh, that one
Maybe
archer.
So, the sofas are just gonna go straight diving for those villagers. Also some cataphracts here,
He does
but I
sense
feel like
it.
villagers are still gonna go down.
Yeah, all these sofas for villages though
Oh.
might be worth it in the long run, maybe. Yeah, Anatan decides not
Good
to opt for
maneuvering.
it. Too risky. Backs off, tries to go deeper. There is no wall there. He could in theory go in, but maybe not a lot of damage to be found. And try to skirt his way out of here. There are a lot of javelins to meet these sofa. He's
Wall
gonna
is
lose
coming up
most of
behind
them.
as well. The sofas are trapped now, or about to be trapped. Well, not trapped really, but there's a thought of them being trapped in the near future.
A massive Musafadi switch behind this for Anatan, already up to 20.
Now, Musafadi are interesting in the fact that they are actually quite good even up against Spearmen. They trade relatively well up against Spearmen. And Cataphracts as well, obviously. They don't take bonus damage from the javelin throws, but is it enough, though?
That's the thing. If you get a good enough mass and catch the Byzantines out in the open, sure, the maneuverability is so useful. But in these head-on fights like this, they just don't really. They can't use their mobility to their advantage. As soon as the javelin connects, this fight will look way worse here for Anatan.
Archers focusing down the Limitani, but yeah, the Musafadi war is just not looking impressive enough here. Anatan has been remassing on the cattle here behind us, but the Musafadi count is falling at the moment. I still need to reinvest into some sofas just as a more tanky unit. Behind this immediate, like, huge olive grove transition from B. His food income suddenly skyrocketing here now. Not just the food income, but also the passive overall generation now.
Behind this as well, Anatan has kind of been lacking on his blacksmith upgrades. The timing isn't really there. He actually prioritized Military Academy very early on after Bloomery. Interesting choice there. Now looking for that Steeled Arrow. Poison Arrows is about to finish. Good amount of archers for him, but the rest of the blacksmith upgrades are lacking. I mean, B already has his Undermesh level 2. Now soon to have Steeled Arrow 2 as well. And melee armor in for him as well behind this. He's going to look to secure more of the map. A big gold, deer, boar, as well as stone, and the Forgotten Ruins, all in that south side of the map alongside the trade post. Huge amount to secure there for him. He could in theory take the center berries as well, but looks to be more focused on the fight that's about to happen. As the Cataphracts charge directly behind the Musafadi on top of the poison archers. Javelins firing off constantly. Mainly we're focused on dealing with the front line now. No bonus damage, but still great base damage up against them. Musafadi are holding the line for now. The Cataphracts are dying very fast here for B, but the Spearmen are holding still somewhat. Camel Riders as well. Nothing for them to debuff, but still a very potent unit either way. Looks like it will be a hold here for Anatan.
B is getting forced back now. The Musafadi warriors, they got reproduced all the while they were fighting already at the front line. And while a lot of them did go down, the sheer mass of them, guaranteeing that Anatan is able to force B back to his side of the map.
This could be a bit dangerous. I mean, B, now, as you mentioned, most of his groves are in position. There's a very nice food income for him, exceeding Anatan's at this point in time, despite the Fulani being complete. Actually, neck and neck they are now. And Anatan, yeah, can't extend too far. He's gonna again be pushed back in his base here. But the scaling is still there for B. System level 5. One relic is in for him too. And 2 TC as well.
Yeah. At the same time, though, Anatan has gotten 4 out of the 5 relics and is starting to pick up the sacred sites behind this. So there's also just like looking at the overall income here per minute at the moment. Anatan is looking really good in the income department.
That's true indeed. There are a bunch of B's villagers still shifting. Let's just see a few of them going on to that gold. So his income should be looking healthier in a minute or so. He's gonna take a fight, maybe a little bit prematurely though. The Cataphracts dive directly past, but
One caveat is if they dive past the Musafaris, then they can easily get surrounded by them as well. Anatan's gonna kite towards the side, keeps the archers alive. He's gonna look to focus on the cataphracts. The poison damage is gonna build up rapidly on them. So much health for them to burn through, but it will still do a lot of damage. But the front line for Anatan is fading. The Musafadi are virtually no more. So many Camel Riders, Limitane, as well as the cataphract. This is a bulky, expensive front line that is very tough for these archers to clear. There's no crossbows for the Malians outside of the Musafadi, which leaves them very exposed here.
With this many archers, we're getting to the point where just the sheer mass is enough here for Anatan to be able to take these fights still pretty effectively. There aren't that many javelin throws, and B, we're at the point in time where this many archers, you need to have like 3 separate groups of javelin throws if you want to take some good fights here against them. Suddenly Anatan, once again, in control of this game. Starts to push forward across the map. Outposts are not up yet.
Yeah, only now looking to secure this frontal berries B is, but it could be a very dangerous time to do so as the cataphracts again dive past, buying a little bit of time for those outposts to go up. If these outposts do go up, get fortified alongside a Manganello placement, the position becomes very difficult to crack, but he needs to reach that point first. Now the javelins are getting great value here. With the Musafadi not in position, but...
Oh, he bought stone. Stone purchase comes through, outposts go up.
Still more needed here. It's going to be a while till they come through, and by that point, B's going to have no army left. Still plenty of Musafadi on the way, so he can torch this pretty quickly despite that.
Anatan's trying his best here to get control over this area. B every now and then hopping out with the villagers, tries to get the repair in. Whereas Manganello out in placement about to hit.
Could be pivotal here. Might be exactly what B needs to actually keep himself alive on this frontal position. Second one is in now as well. There's no fortifications yet. They are coming through, but it will be
huge
a while
hits.
still. One outpost is gonna fall down, but so many archers are going down for Anatan.
And more villagers getting pulled just to repair this one outpost right as it's still under fire. B sacrificing villagers, a lot of villagers here, just to make sure that this outpost stays up. And it is gonna stay up. Lots of villagers sacrificed. 27 died so far. He still has a villager lead behind all of this, though.
That he does. The second TC by now. Long paid off for sure, but with the amount of villagers killed, you see the damage there. Tremendous amount lost, and if we count the Fulani, right? I mean, the Fulani is over 20 villages worth of food income. Technically, Anatan is just ahead on raw economic count at this point, so B, again, forced to bide his time a little bit. He does have those berries, but a big, heavy price tag paid for them.
Typically, in this army composition, you kind of want to be getting something like longbows out, for example, archers. But B, he went for the javelin thrower, so that's not an option for him, unfortunately. Can we take a quick look, actually, at the neutral market for B and see what kind of options are in there for him? Maybe we could see some Jugenu? Oh,
Okay, and the
There's
war
an option.
elephant. Yeah, it's a
You know,
possibility.
if you don't get longbows, Jugenu must be the next best thing.
The only
I'm not
issue,
sure if they
though-
do get. Yeah, I'm not sure if they get Ming Dynasty upgrades with like imp upgrade from Byzantines.
Yeah, I feel like they probably don't, right? It's just the unique text, which, I mean, they don't even get the magazine bolts from Jushi, right? I think they count it as Chinese Shuganu. I'm not too sure. Yeah, so they don't get it, unfortunately. So just stock standard Zuganu, which sure will do fine against poison archers and the Musafadi, but again, we're dealing with a mass problem, right? Can you get enough of them together here?
Age up now comes in for Anatan. This is a little bit of a sign here now for B to make something happen. Seeing a lot more cataphracts in queue yet again. Is he gonna go for the immediate dive through? No, he is gonna fall back. Cataphract got cancelled, or actually some made it through. For investments, more cataphracts in yet again. So he is gonna try and go for the fight in Castle Age.
Yeah, B's economy although looking very healthy. He's so far from that Imperial Age here. You know, the upgrades, as you mentioned before, for Malians, cheaper and faster researching. So Anatan's going to be
Not
very
elite
ready for a
ones.
fight here quickly. Precision training as well.
Military count, he has remasked quite quickly, so now we're at the point where military count's pretty even here between them. But we can tell B, he is also trying to go for his own age up now behind this. There are some units that are having trouble with going through a door, but that's just, you know, peak Age of Empires sometimes.
The shield wall being activated didn't help B in that situation for sure, making the army move way slower. He does still have plenty of gold to work with on that south side of the map, though as I say that, some Musafadis are being very annoying on the wall. There's just so many archers, so many Musafadis here. B, for engineering company.
Coming in.
Yeah, long way away though.
Still Musafadi warriors being annoying there on the gold rather soon. He needs to get some outposts up in there. Make sure gold stays protected. They are gonna break through soon. We're seeing a rushed up stone wall coming in now from him. Both sides. This is something that's absolutely necessary when you're up against the Malians, just because they flood so many units, but it looks like they made it through. The Safari warriors are in now on the gold. The gold's gone though, so it's not the worst, I want to say, almost.
The gold is gone. However, where is the next gold now for B, is the question. There's actually
There's
very little
none.
gold left on the map.
You might
In
need
a
to
sense-
actually start trading at this point in the game.
I feel like you have to, right? I mean, the only other gold that would be
there less
accessible for
gold?
B... I don't think so. I mean, we're 27 minutes in, right? And
I feel like there's less gold on the EGC version, right? Like that. It's so
Maybe.
weird that all the
I'm not
gold's
sure.
already gone. There's one in the middle.
that central gold is something B would love to get his hands on, but Anatan is firmly planted there.
Yeah, B is starting to trade. We're seeing the first market coming in now for him. No other option really for him at the moment.
He's going to be able to sell food and wood for a good while to afford those traders, but it's going to be a while until it's actually a healthy healthy line for him to get good income. The positioning for the post is good though, typical of Altai. Another reason it's one of the greatest maps in the game. Easy trade.
It is. If anybody says otherwise, they're wrong. Do that.
Ram breakthrough. I mean, it's a somewhat immobile army here for B when they're all together like this. The Limitane slowing things down quite a bit. Double ram now for Anatan. He's going to look to really break through. And this is what you want as Malians.
sides,
You just want to
yeah.
strike from all angles here as you can.
He always needs to react with a lot more units. Also got about to get broken through. Outpost. Not fortified, but is gonna get burned down rather quickly as well, especially with so many Musafadi warriors being there.
Boost around.
Correct. Not elited up yet. Fight against these Musafadi warriors just does not feel good in the least bit.
No, especially
You
with
have the infantry support.
Triple side locked in behind this as well. I mean, these Musafadi are gonna
Yeah.
die, right? But so many cataphracts actually died for these Musafadis. They're cavalry, right? So they just get there first. So they have first strike on those Musafadis. But one of the few situations where these cataphracts really struggle actually is against mass Musafadis. And the income
Especially
for
with
Anatan
the
is so
Fort of
good.
the Hunters there as well. Yeah, the Fort of the Hunters also means that these Musafadi warriors are always just gonna get that first strike damage in as well.
Oh yes.
Where basically the first hit is like, it hits for like an additional hand cannoneer shot.
Double bombard on the front now for Anatan. He's gonna look to do a slow death push now. Deeming enough damage has been dealt on the flanks. System getting focused out, so I think B has a few extra, so shouldn't lose level 5.
Also still have
Economy's
the
looking
infantry support in,
crazy.
so at this point in time with infantry support, the Limitane are legitimate tanks now.
Yeah.
When it comes to being able to just tank up damage. The issue is while there are tanks, they don't have the cannon.
Exactly. There is no punching power behind them, and there's a healthy background of jabs, but outside of the archers, they don't do any real significant work here for B. There's no incendiary arrows on those jabs, of course. He does have precision training for them now, just like Anatan has it for his own archers, but not really enough. Safadi gunners, plenty of them as well now.
Yeah. But they don't quite feel capable of pushing past this, and the javelin throws are still gonna do bonus damage to them. He's got over 4,000 food still in the bank behind this.
This front line here
Thanks
for B.
plenty of time.
It's actually so sturdy, right, with the camo support. So you can see the difference. The Mitane are so durable right now. Buys plenty of time for those jabs to break through Anatan's own front line and start really putting on the hurt.
Villagers now also getting taken down on the gold here. Anton hasn't pulled them back yet. He's gonna do so now. Cannon's doing a good job here as well, but we're getting the first French Royal Cannon coming in as well for B. 600 passive oil per minute here for him at the moment.
Still on just one TC, Anatan is. No markets either for traders, so although he has a fantastic economy, you don't really want to lose any at this point in time. Very hard to replace for him, as opposed to B, who is building those trader numbers steadily and still has 2 TCs working for him if he wants more villagers. Up to 4 traders now, so not being over aggressive with the investment and actually just surviving with 0 gold right now.
Yeah, he's got 4 traders and a dream. Dream of being able to recapture the sacred side. And is working overtime on that. This is where like the infantry support just comes in so clutch, not taking that much damage here from the keep, being able to dive it for so much longer. Fight is getting taken now. Javelin throw is starting to take some shots at the backline here, in parts at least. Yeah, looks like the keep is gonna get taken down. Counter repair up against the bombards from Anatan as well. Just needs one more shot.
Oh, he's not repairing.
Gets it as well.
Bombards. Yeah, but the keep does fall.
Gets the keep down.
Doing a great job of focusing out the Musafadi gunners. This swift reinforcement from Anatan though, but the fall of the keep is enough to make Anatan rethink this engagement and retreat behind the sights safely towards his wood line. He's gonna look to make a stand at the choke point, but B's pushing ever forward here.
Yes, still though. Getting to the point where it's starting to get more and more uncomfortable here for B. These olive oil troopers, they're not too quickly remassed, so losing this many camels and javelin throwers does come with consequences. But we do get the decap in.
Oh, we do. The Gridslide timer is a thing of the past now for Anatan, and if he gets this outpost up, that can be the start of an outpost creep forward here for B, which will secure that gold for him as well, buying him a lot of extra time to get that trade underway. But the mass has been thin, like you mentioned, Crackly. There's not a lot left here for B, actually. It's, you know, pretty much all his army is just Limitane, really. Very few other units in this, a few camels, some grenadiers even, and some javelins, a couple cataphracts, so... I mean, this food struggles now for B. The gold is not there yet. The outposts have to be replaced. You're actually
on
breaking
7
here.
javelin throws. Yeah. Only 7 javelin throws. He's trying to like reinforce all this area that he's pushing into with mangonel outposts, but there's already double bombards here at this point in time for Anatan, so he's quickly able to push back over to B's side. Now B, he has to fall back, but falling back is not really something that you can reasonably do at the moment, SB.
Heavy
So many
stone
archers,
mining
so many
underway
Musafadi warriors.
Trying to maybe rush up
Classic.
the keep B is, but I don't think he's gonna get it in time as his economy is very much under threat now. Anatan is just pushing ever forward. He's found the vigor. He even a forward keep coming through now. And B knows it's just too much damage. Too many bad trades and it's over. GG is cold.
Classic game on Altai. Lots of action, non-stop action going on. In the end, Anatan able to win the game up against B, so netting himself a 1-0 so far in the series. Nice opener.
A big win as well. a heavy loss for B to take with the Byzantines, one of the best civilizations in his draft. Marlene's also one of Anatan's best, but typically Byzantines considered a little bit stronger and a higher priority than Marlene's normally. And it all started here, right? This one villager kill, of course, didn't decide the game, but definitely impactful in the long run.
It's such an expensive unit to make here. I'm taking this moment in time as well to see it's kind of rough when it comes to the gold here, right? Like there was one in the middle that we didn't get access to, and cataphracts are such a gold heavy unit.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to be able to continuously mass them.
Really, against poison archers like this, I think you're better off just making horsemen, really. I would have loved to see some horsemen from B in this case. I mean, if you can brute force through with just cataphracts, then that's ideal, right? That's sort of the best composition you can get for. But when your numbers get low, when you lose the mass, then cataphracts aren't that impressive anymore. And as you mentioned, so expensive in gold. Probably just better off making a whole bunch of horsemen here. They're not going to do great against Musafadi, but they're not going to get counted either, right? So maybe you can start the raiding as well, but it's always difficult on this kind of a map. On such a great map.
Gonna be... Yeah, it's truly... I'll tell you, it's truly the greatest map of all time. I'll have to... Wait, okay, that was a terrible impression.
Duh.
Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't even want to, like, go in that direction. I want to go into the complete other side of the world. Anyways, we're gonna be moving over to Gorge now as our second map here in the set. It's gonna be Ruse for B up against the House of Lancaster for Anatan.
Not a very common matchup, is it? But I think quite an exciting one. I played this one just a few times myself, and it feels pretty close, I gotta say. I probably nowadays you give the edge to Lancaster a little bit, I would say. It feels like they're just not only easier to pilot civ, but also potentially stronger. But it's hard to say. Rus has a lot of good things going for them. But the main issue for Rus here, I think, is horse archers are just out of the question. Absolutely. Against Lancaster, I would say. That's a fast track to the loss, in my opinion.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird one. I'm not exactly sure how you're gonna be actually, like, playing this one. Like, I feel like you have to somewhat adjust your game plan if you're playing this as Ruse. I'm just wondering how you exactly adjust your game plan. Like, you maybe, instead of going for Pro Scout immediately, like, you rush up Castle Age and then go for Pro Scout down the line. Like, prioritize the relics a little bit more in that regard, get some more map presence in with some Castle Age units up against the House of Lancaster. You do, of course, typically get that relatively early Wooden Fortress in on your side, so you should be somewhat safe-ish against dives, at least early on.
You'll definitely be safe early on. Issue becomes the food, right? Theoretically, the Lancaster player, in this case Anatan, right? You just keep pumping units, and eventually you'll have to go to those berries, and that's when it gets really difficult. There's no real units as an answer. You can make men-at-arms, I guess, but how many are you really going to get out? Golden Gate would help. You can sell a bunch of wood for gold and then buy food, but that takes 2 tickets, right? Tickets are very limited. From my experience, what seems to kind of work is just a good old classic all-in from Rus, you know? Archers, knights being very aggressive. It's fine, but I think really theoretically it shouldn't work, especially against the New Age Lancaster, but it remains to be seen as we load into game number 2 here between B, spawning in the south side of EGC Gorge as the green Rus, facing Anatan in the color yellow, spawning in the north side as the House of Lancaster. And I gotta say, very bold opening with those cabins, considering spear rushing is definitely a possibility, but not for Anatan.
Still rare.
Still a bit rare, yeah.
It's still really rare. You never really want to spear rush a Ruse, just because there's the opportunity to potentially be able to get those hunting cabins doesn't mean that it's always there. But also not there.
Yeah, it's true. But then it does force, even if you can't even touch the cabins, let's say, it still forces an archery range from the Rus, right? Without even having to deny their goal, because they can't just go straight to pro scouts and, you know, and try to sneak around your spears. But, it's tough to say. Does depend, I think.
I'm wondering how exactly this one's gonna be played out by Rus. Like, my personal take on this is maybe you need to, like, switch priorities around a little bit. So I do think that maybe going for Pro Scouts a little bit later might be the play. Instead just rushing up the age up, just so that you're able to get a little bit more map presence as well, with maybe some earlier cavalry archers, potentially. We are gonna be getting the Abbey of Kings in here, and I mean, being realistic about this, Myriad, the Abbey of Kings is probably not in order to deny the gold mine from the Rus, right?
No, probably not, right? And it's probably not going to be doing too much healing either. It's just to get some very pesky, angry men with big swords, and
Biggest.
the biggest of swords. We should do a comparison though. Whose sword is bigger, the Lord's or JD's?
Landsknecht or Lord? Oh,
All
yeah, JD has a
Landsknecht,
pretty big
actually.
sword. Yeah, JD has a pretty big sword as well. You wouldn't think of it.
Yeah, definitely unexpected.
I mean, she's full of mysteries, right? Like, sometimes she's just, like, taking out a cannon from nowhere,
It's big
spawning
pockets, man.
3 grown men. Yeah.
I mean, you know, she was a saint. Miracles happen, so two and two together, and
Yeah, true.
it's true.
With the power of God and anime on her side.
That's a power not to be underestimated.
Golden Gate about to be finished shortly here. 5 villagers working on that. So we'll see very shortly whether B is still going to be going for the Pro Scout play here or not.
In theory, he should actually have the space to do so. We see 0 gold mining on the way for Anatan, and only the bare minimum needed on food, so that's around 3 or 4. So there's going to be a heavy mana priority from Anatan here, which in theory should give B all the space he needs to get most of his days safely, and then turn around to start making units, which should be fun. Anatan going for the classic build order here. So
Main issue for him is
it's
that
probably
they're
going to
all on the same
prioritize it.
side.
Yeah, that's true as well. Actually, both sides, I mean... That makes it a bit annoying for B on Anatan's side, because it's quite hard to steal away when they're so close together. Like, Anatan is
Yeah.
probably not going to allow that to happen, especially when they're so close together.
Just now moving out to wood. Or B. Oh no, can we look at the villagers from B next to this DC? Did they actually go to like the further straggler tree there as well?
Oh no.
This game, and yeah.
Oh no.
Sometimes, I don't know why, but when you send like a lot of villagers to one tree, even if it's less than 8, some are just like, I don't like this tree anymore, and they go to another one.
They do.
For no reason.
I
You
think...
click that one tree, and they are like, no, I don't want this tree anymore.
I mean, lumber chopping is hard work, right? I feel like maybe some of the villagers get a little bit sweaty and stinky in the process of it, and some have better tolerance towards that miasma than others.
I mean, sometimes it's also just like, you're always chopping the same tree. Sometimes you're like, okay, I don't want to chop oak anymore. Time for the bird tree to come in. Maybe that's the reasoning behind it as well.
It's a very good point. See, stable prioritized here from B, so, I mean, Knights makes perfect sense here against
Pretty
the Lords, right? That's exactly what you'd expect, and it's gonna be a stable follow-up
Lords,
from
but-
Anatan,
Yeah.
which, yeah, I mean, you want, he's gonna see it now. I'm curious to see if we see a cancel on the stable opting for a barracks instead. That would make a lot of sense, I think.
Is it? Gonna look back to Anatan's base now. Is he finishing off that stable? Table?
Okay.
He's gonna go for the stables play.
Probably barracks follow-up. Oh,
Double stable, okay.
that's pretty bold
Ballsy.
here from Anatan. I mean, in theory, right?
In theory.
If you're able to get enough of these Hobelas together and just surround the knights in isolation with them, it's a cook.
Yeah. Oh. Ah. Speaking of unfortunate things in Age of Empires 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, there was a crash. And both players seemingly decided to go for a remake. We're not at the crash point yet, but we will be at the crash point soon. It's unfortunate that we don't have Restore from Replay yet. Surely, in the first quarter of 2026, we'll be getting that one.
It's just a matter of time, right? I mean,
Yeah. Phil Spencer's working on that himself.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we waited, almost 4 years by now already, or what's another few, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this game is gonna be crashing relatively soon. We will be going for a remake.
Yes, the remake has been confirmed. Very good sportsmanship determined by both players, but I mean, it's so early on. You can't, there's no clear lead here for either of them, so...
Yeah.
Makes complete sense here, right? I mean, we have Carthage coming in for B soon, of course, way bigger army.
Oh, it might just be the classic Castle Age crash, right?
Yeah, it's pretty possible, I imagine.
These crashes have been around for so long. Like, I just talked the other day with somebody else about, like, crashes, and actually, there's always been, like, this crash where when you hover over the UI in the bottom left corner, so many times the game just crashes. And he actually, like, made a script that whenever he moves his mouse to the bottom left corner, the script blocks him. Like, actually blocks and, like, moves the mouse away from the bottom left corner because he crashed so many times with it.
That's insane. It's especially worse when you actually have a spawn like B does, right? When you're in the south side of the map.
Here. Yeah, look at the resources. He's not playing anymore.
Yeah.
He should have aged up a while ago. He's got the ticket.
That's so sad.
It's actually not the age up crash, something else.
Probably the corner at the end of the day, right? Which is so easy when you spawn in the south side like this, because you're always moving around and close to your UI, as opposed to... well, actually, that's also the case if you're in the north, to be fair, but... Yeah, easy game, Kappa.
GG, no re. But the follow-up game is already, like, about to begin here, just 30 more seconds, and we'll be jumping into a game number two. Into our second game number 2 of the set.
Yeah, the beginning of the game should look relatively similar. There could potentially be a strat change here, maybe some spears here from Anatan or triple scout from B, right? A few options, but
These things tend to not really happen. Like when we see like strategy changes, it's always something like, that's kind of sus. Why are you changing strategy? So players kind of realize that if they do change strategy, they can be held in contempt for that.
It's one of those things where it's definitely maybe just a little bit disrespectful to do it, right? But it's it is perfectly valid at the end of the day. It's one of those things, right? Where it's in the rules, it's allowed, but it's just a little bit BM, right? So especially good friends like this, I would imagine they're not going to do it. Just being Anatan are good friends but fierce rivals, as we're right back in here. Anatan as the House of Lancaster in the north side of the gorge, and B as the Rus in the color green. Different seed this time, so see the deer more spread out, but realistically the game should look virtually identical. I mean, there wasn't any point of contention between the two of them really there.
The only main difference here is that this time around the deer spawn on opposite sides. So this, in theory, makes it a little bit easier for B to pick up the deer, but yeah.
Okay, so I do wonder if we will still see double stable in reaction to knights from Anatan here. You know, I mean...
I think Anatan was just playing for the classic House of Lancaster build, right? As in, you just mass up Hobolas, you wait for your opponent to hit Castle Age, and then you just A-move.
Yeah, it's the dive timing, isn't it? For sure. A few spears can help offset that, but a knight won't do the trick. As B. I mean, the thing is as well, right? When you get that massive Hobolas together, it's one of those things where you're not really going to make horsemen against regular knights, but I mean, these are just weaker horsemen, and you just make so many of them that maybe it goes full circle, and now it's actually fine, you know?
We talked about it like earlier in the China Rus game as well, where like the one unit that like really synergizes incredibly well with the Cav archers is the spearmen. Not just because even normal archers kind of start like being really bad against them once Boyar's Fortitude comes in, but also just because it's such an incredibly cheap and available frontline to mass. And if you just go spearmen right away, you'll also have a nice counter unit up against the Hobolas.
Should in theory work very well, especially against civilizations that tend to not lean too heavily into those archers, right? So that should work well. Lancaster can do that, definitely can do that, but they do have the most expensive archer in the game, outside the Gilded Archer, of course. But plus to stat-wise, definitely is the most expensive.
Things coming in, Golden Gate. No real spraying here from the strat. Not like we're suddenly getting a Kremlin in.
That would be pretty wild.
It would be.
I do want to say though, I feel like I really don't think I'd be shocked if I see horse archers, and I kind of want to just to see how he manages to make them work, but there is yeah, because at the end of the day, not only do you have the yeoman, right? There's the obvious threat, but there's no better horseman in the game against cavalry archers than the Hobola.
It's so crazy when you get the college in. Like, you almost one-shot Cav archers with the charge.
It's just insane. It really is insane.
Yeah. It's legitimately 50 plus damage with a charge. So two charging Hobolas, one shot. Well, not one shot, but like two charging Hobolas kill Cav archer on impact.
On top of the 8 seconds it takes to train a single one. Very cheap unit as well. The manas essentially just pay for them outside of the minimal gold cost.
Oh, I'm getting thanked. This is before Boyar's Fortitude. I want to say that. No misinformation here.
Chat always very quick to fact check you, Crackety.
It's just some people that are quick to fact check me. Most people just trust me blindly. They take the trust me bro guarantee.
One of the most impactful certifications for any kind of point.
Yeah, it's almost as impactful as the ISO 27001.
So exact same so far. Double mana, a singular lord, third mana, soon to be on the way. Probably a pull away from the stone for Anatan. First scout soon to finish here for B. And it seems like... Will there be another stable follow-up here for B though? Yeah, it's going to be the one.
There we go.
Yeah, double stable for Anatan soon. Once we have the wood, maybe?
Should be. Question is, does B still just go for the, like, fast caster? Because this time around, like, if he scouts out the double stable play, I'm not sure if he scouted around last time, he might feel like, okay, maybe I need to do something else.
It's a little bit scary, right, to go Castle Age in that position.
It's very scary, yeah.
I mean, you can have the fortress, which is nice. And in theory, if you get a second stable down and get, you know, triple knight with the upgrade, you might be fine. I'm guessing that's the angle B's playing for here, right? Have the stable in prep because you actually do want to make those knights, which will do very well with the Hoblars and the Lords, but... Well, sneaking them in alongside the Castle Age, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. It's gonna be difficult now.
Wooden Fortress now on the way.
Wooden Fortress is gonna be at least a little bit of a blocker there, some place to put your poor villagers inside of. Is this a moment where you just go like double Wooden Fortress, double Springled Emplacement and pray? Castle turrets in theory should still like do a lot of damage, right? Like you just bait your opponent in with that.
It's not the worst idea, is it? I mean, you're gonna have pretty much the perfect amount of eco as you finish aging up to garrison actually all of your villagers into that double outpost and TC, so...
Worst case, you get a third one in.
Yeah, that'll be, that's a tough wood line to crack, that's for sure. Oh, Hobbler makes a grand escape.
Oh,
no way.
the
Even with the
charge.
charge, there's no way.
He's too fast.
These
These guys,
too
they're...
fast.
Yeah. They're taking something, dude.
The second fastest unit in the game.
They're on that ibuprofen. Not Tylenol.
Yeah, this is Adderall, I would say.
Be about to be able to hit that age up timing now.
One more
Already
ticket.
10 Hobblers. There we go, age up's coming in now.
No undermesh yet, though, here for Anatan.
Do you need it? Is it like... I kind of don't feel the need.
It really helps.
He is
though.
getting it.
It really helps.
It does, but... Like, mass is so much more important for the Lannies here.
I mean, if he didn't go for the barracks, right, then he'd probably have it, like, underway. He'd have it by now, because it's underway now, right? So,
Yeah.
I think he probably regrets the barracks a little bit, because the Spearman, although he's good against the Knight, takes too long to cross the map, and they suck in the dive, so... He'd rather have the undermesh here, but... I'm assuming the dive's gonna come through the moment this age up finishes. I don't know if Anatan can see it. He definitely suspects it, but... I don't know if he can see it directly. Already a second knight in queue. Is there a second stable, though?
I don't think there's a second stable. We're getting...
There's a textile.
We're getting textile. There is a second stable. I was kind of like thinking of potentially a barracks coming in here, but no, second stable instead.
Definitely the right choice. Veterancy coming in for the night now. The dive is coming through. B knows and is prepared. Textiles is already finished. And gotta say, this is pretty good.
Just following the shifts.
Yeah, there's no real angle here for Anatan to find the damage he needs. There's two knights already. Veterancy seconds away now. Even the... Is that the extra range upgrade on the arrow slits, I think? For the wooden fortress?
Getting castle turret in, yeah.
Oh, is the damage. Yeah, yes. Damage. Actually.
Yeah, so +2 damage from the arrows fired.
Pretty good.
Pretty good as well.
Oh, and looks like we might see horse archers coming through in the end with the double. There's no other reason really to go double range here. Actually, it might just be normal archers instead. I feel like that makes way more sense here. You're already straining your economy by making knights. Adding horse archers on a delay doesn't very rarely feels good, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, White Tower on the other side, so there will be no King's College shenanigans here, which makes me a little bit sad, as I think there's a lot of value against Roos in particular with that landmark, but
Yeah.
it's gonna secure the golden deer instead. I mean, that's a great spot for a White Tower, so...
It is. Oh, the knight. He's getting trapped. And slowly, very slowly, but
He
surely.
can kill all of them. Easily. If he actually fought back. Yeah, 100% he kills all of them.
He's
if
getting
he fought
he's getting
back,
kind of
but-
spiked right now. He's getting the London subway experience right there.
If you're attacked by 6 toddlers, it's easy to panic, you know?
How many
But,
toddlers could you take on, Myriad?
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Male, 2 years old. Your call.
Male, 2 years old.
If I have space to kite, I think I can deal with like. I think I can deal.
I
with
like
like,
the thought.
8.
I like the thought process behind it.
You
I have
need
the
the
space to kite.
Yeah, yeah.
How about you, cracking it?
You know, if it depends on if I'm given weapons or not, but I think I can make I think I can make a pretty good club out of a toddler.
You can turn one of the toddlers into a club, yeah. That's wow, that was even darker than mine. I'm impressed.
It's a regenerative weapon as well. There's plenty more material.
Oh, okay, I'm not gonna make that joke. That's probably a bit too far. That's for off stream.
We got a pretty good cavalry mass at this point in the game, though. The White Tower does secure one of the deer spots there, so Anatan keeping pretty firm control over these deer spots. Makes it very tough for B to take those deer away from him.
Yeah, there's virtually no real angle to raid here for B outside of that back safe wood line and the gold. The knight numbers are climbing fast, as are the horse archers now. Warrior monk on the way too at this point in time. And
As we mentioned, with the
Alright,
lack
so.
of hill training, the horse archers gain some value here compared to
Yeah.
before.
but
Absolutely. We're still only at 3 out of 3 manners at the moment. So this isn't like the super scary House of Lancaster economy scaling here that's going on. He's also getting the majority of his army back without taking the engagement here, I want to say, but now the Hobblers are finding units here from B. Gotta hope that he's not getting completely surrounded.
Now again, crossbows Anatan, this prudent choice against those knights. I like to move into what I was hinting at before, right? The horseman crossbow composition against this horse archer knight mass from Rus. Once you get those numbers together, 20 plus crossbows, 20 plus hobblars, you can really start taking fights well when you begin one-shotting those knights, but it's gonna be a while, especially with Boyar's Fortitude on the cards for B in the future as well.
Getting another outpost with castle turrets upgrade here. So B really making sure that he's not getting killed by a dive anytime soon. Relic also getting taken back here. Very nice for B getting some additional scaling in as well.
Yeah, Osgard serving as some sacrificial lambs just to give information about that relic, which looks like Anatan is pretty determined to contest as the Hobblars are charging in directly towards that position. But there's plenty of knights to meet them, and that is not a fight they want to take. One other comes in as well. One Hobblar dies very quickly, cut down. Knight gets trapped.
Sacrificial lamb here in order to make sure that relic gets returned. Plenty more warrior monks moving out as well. Just have multiple shots at bringing these relics back in time. 48 to 35 military at the moment, but the army value is firmly in favor of B at the moment. With this much cavalry, you really do want to get Boyar's Fortitude in sooner rather than later. Still a very expensive upgrade, so it makes sense that he wasn't quite able to go for it quite yet. Ringleman placement on the outpost here as well. Just trying to get every bit of advantage that he can get for all these fights. The Wallalow potentially could be coming in.
The berry's not a great choke point here for B, but it does mean that the Wallalow cannot be stopped effectively. So he's gonna just make a little bit more space between himself. Gonna look to be a full engagement here for Anatan as he forces a fight.
Alright,
The
coming in.
warrior inspiration has come in from the warrior monk. It seems like he's gonna get pushed back. There's not many spears left though, and the crossbow numbers are anemic as well. This is not a fight Anatan can win.
Yeah, and B, he's feeling more and more in control now. Getting a little bit more map control here. Now in a position yet again to contest these relics more. It's just now the first one got picked up for Anatan here on his side. And a couple of crossbows that are coming out, like they can easily be one-shot at this point in time by the Cav Archers. Lots of Lancaster also going down. With that, all the bonus health is lost now on these units. And now B with a firm military value lead.
A military value lead, mobility lead as well, despite the Hobblars for Anatan.
B looking to make his way across the map into Anatan's third. Does only have 2 relics secured so far. There is still 2 left on the map that can be taken. The secret site's ripe for the taking for B as well at this point in time. So much additional gold income from there. He can continuously buy food with the tickets if he so chooses, whilst producing knights once those are in. Hobblas looking to make a defense on this outpost. 5 villagers shaking in their boots at this point as a massive fight breaks out outside the tower. I'm not sure Anatan is going to be able to fulfill the promise of protection to these villagers as his army gets forced away and the knights refocus on the outpost. The horse archers will do the bulk of the work now, kiting away. Have to be so careful with the Hobblar though. Knights re-engage again. The charge comes through. The lords are dying. One is down already. The second one is now also to fall. One barely with any health left. Your defensive wall alone in a panic. Hauled in by Anatan, but that's not the part of the map that B cares about right now.
Yeah, behind this, B is now able to pick off the last 2 remaining relics of the map. Villagers are going to have to evacuate now from this outpost. Hobblar still trying to get the connection up against these cavalry archers, but the cavalry archers just able to one-shot all of these crossbows one after another, and just like that, GG comes in. The continuous unit flood here from B, able to win it up against the House of Lancaster.
Yeah, Anatan not quite able to get the mass needed together to challenge that premium Rus army. One bad engagement is all it takes at this stage for B to just push through and close out the victory on Anatan's side of the map. Very well played there by B. Anatan as well, I think the idea was very good initially there, but the timing wasn't quite there. Part of what makes Rus so effective, right? The fact that you don't even need to move out onto gold to gather not only gives you a better age-up timing, but safer as well. We don't... An entire resource less that you have to worry about. Very pivotal.
I also gotta give like a huge shout out to the sportsmanship of both players here. Just even after a crash like this, neither player went for any sort of strategy pick. Now, it could also just be insane confidence in their strategies, right? But with how close this was overall, I want to say, like, at parts, certainly, like, strategy changes could have been made here. Neither player going for it after a crash, so that's definitely something to take note of.
Exactly right here. Final fight will determine the game. I mean, 5 villagers down there, as well as behind an army. That's the only lead you need here is B to know that the game is pretty much over, and same for Anatan to know that he has no hopes left in this one. But the series is now tied. They are back on even ground, so Anatan not too displeased with that. It was after all B's choice of map, and he wins with, again, one of his best civilizations, but does take out one of Anatan's own best civilizations here. Lancaster and Rus both used up. Gonna see a little look soon, see how the draft looks. But I can see Anatan's APM using all those Hobblars.
Next up's gonna be Zhuji's Legacy versus the HRE on Kalogr. That's not really a matchup that we've seen too many times. Zhuji's Legacy, I think there's some pretty spicy Meditation Garden spots potential on Kalogr as well.
There can be. It's a bit interesting because there's so many tiny berries everywhere that have the same amount of food as the massive berry bushes that are 10 times the size. Don't question that one. But they can be good, but also detrimental to the Met Garden, right? Because they still give as much as one berry bush would give.
Yeah.
6, right?
They're packed with volume.
Yeah, exactly. So there's got to be some good spots for sure, but usually you don't see them here very often, do you? HRE though.
Similar though with the HRE, right? Like, it's always a good pick, but I feel like on Kalogr, more often than not, like you can't go for the Ark, right? Like, this has to be like a Minework Palace just because of the way the resources typically spawn. I feel like with the Archon Chapel, you're not getting as much value, especially since you're on the move so often on this map. You're not just like sitting inside of your base. You gotta be like moving to berries, maybe move to shoreline fish, move out to the deer. Unless you're getting like a god spawn where a lot of resources are really close. That's maybe where you could go for the Archon, but more often than not, I would typically at the moment actually just prefer Minework Baseline, just because like it forces you to invest into scholars and like actually pay attention to where your scholars are. when it comes to inspiring your economy.
I do wonder though, the only issue with going for mine work here, right, is you have some amazing upgrades in Feudal Age, right? The all pikes, of course, +2 damage on horsemen and spearmen. It's good. It's very good. And the +2 armor on the knights in Castle Age with steel barding is also very good. But the Jushi knights are still better, despite that upgrade. Maybe with the inspiration, it either becomes even or you actually win, but you know, reliable inspiration on your cavalry units as HRE is easier said than done. Not an easy thing to micro effectively or to control for that matter, so we'll see how that goes in the end. I'm particularly surprised that Anatan didn't save Lancaster for Kralauka. I think it's probably the best civilization on this map, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he was hoping to counter something like China or Delhi on that gorge that B might have picked, so the mind games, I think...
He got Jushi and...
Yeah, that is kind of wild, right? But Jushi is like Jushi's strong, but... You know, would you put it above or the same level as something like, you know, Lancaster or Japanese or Byzantines, HRE even, right? I think it's
That's
tough
the interesting
to say they're
thing,
better.
like, they have such like different timings and such different scaling points than China. I think there's a way, like this is like kudos to the flexibility that Jushi and China have. There's a way to play them into any civilization. Like they're never like just dead straight out of water. Jushi maybe more often than China could potentially be dead because they don't have access to archers. That's like one of their like major weaknesses, not having archers at all. But they're so incredibly flexible. There's always a way to play them, even if it's not necessarily pro scout, but you can always make them work. I think this time around, though, you can just make them work in the classic way up against the HR. We're exactly about to find out how that is gonna be the case, though, this time around. We're moving into a game number 3 here now, up between B and Anatan on Prologer. This is gonna be an interesting one, as we do have Anatan here in the color... Never mind, it's B in the color green, playing as the Jushi's Legacy here, starting us off on the deer here.
Yeah, it makes quite a lot of sense on this map. A nice little 5 deer pack to begin with. You either start directly on it, which makes a lot of sense for the Jushi, ideally wanting the mill to drop off and start accruing that tax ASAP. Whereas for Anatan, there are most other civs here, in this case HRE, you can still manage a little bit of the old school deer pushing, as you can see. Anatan already hard at work. B is going to look to be annoying and stop at least one of those deer from getting under that TC.
Yeah. It's just a much longer cooldown now when it comes to until the deer are able to be pushed again. Ooh, but B does spot that Anatan did go out for an early dock here. And we do know how Anatan plays Jushi, and B probably like knows this as well. About like a very fast feudal age in order to then contest water down the line. This is going to be interesting as well now. We talked about this earlier with like the potential meditation garden spot. And looking at it, I don't see any immediately like broken spots. I feel like these are like only 4 berry bushes there, so that's like 24 food per minute. This one's like normal 36, so that's like 60 resource per minute that you're getting there. Also not that good.
Like, that's...
all questionable.
This one's okay, right there that we were with the gold, berries, and the wood, that's fine. I mean, this is also okay.
Double wooded. Yeah, it's a bit more wood there as well.
Yeah, this is slightly less wood, I think, than that spot, but more food, right? Which is more important at the end of the day, so... a decent one here for B. Not gonna be too displeased with that one. Anatan, though, he has been fishing. 2, 3 actually, already on the water. Is gonna look to get the wall up, prevent any kind of timing shenanigans here from B. Something Jushi does so well on these kind of maps.
Yeah. He's now also rushing for his own age up, pulls a lot more villager over to the sheep now. Happy with just having these 3 fishing ships. Now he wants to get the age up in as soon as possible.
Wonder how aggressive B is going to look to be with any kind of dock play here. Surely it feels like it's not even worth investing maybe on this left side, considering Anatan has a wall and fishing ships already. But the right side is still ripe for the taking. As I say that though, he goes directly for the left side. And look to secure the center shoreline fish there.
Yeah. He does know about the wall. Did scout that one out with his scout. Minework Palace is going to be the choice here for Anatan.
Predicted it, you have indeed. Here we have it. Nice little cheaper upgrades for them. Way faster timing. You save not only the upgrades, but the blacksmith, of course, which is not always easy to squeeze in an aggressive feudal age, especially when water is in effect as well. Resources are few and far between, and you want to make sure you spend and use them effectively. So saving on a blacksmith can really result in a great timing here when it comes to a fight for Anatan later down the line. But you do sacrifice the Aachen.
Do sacrifice the Archon, but the thing is, a single prelate's able to inspire 9 villagers each. Quick maths, 35% used to be 40%. It's still always worth it going for the prelate.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Definitely want at least 2 of those prelates ASAP. As Anatan does so already.
Especially once you eventually get to like the castle age, right? Like you'll immediately have a lot of prelates out to be able to vacuum up those relics from the map. He also made his own little wall there as well.
Yeah, wants to make sure. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, these rivers, each of them has 3 spots of shoreline fish. One on the center each side and one for each player's side towards the back. So you can keep your opponent contained on just their shoreline fish. You just have double the amount on that river. So good for B in this case if he can keep hold of that wall. Fast wheelbarrow by Anatan as well as a barracks as his opening production building of choice here. B following suit with his own wheelbarrow now, and horseman on the way already.
He's actually the first one to wheelbarrow. This is the left one is B's.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. Yellow and green. Oh my god.
Wheelbarrow being in Warshuri's Legacy. It's always like a. I'm always very conflicted when it comes to wheelbarrow, like in early-ish timings when you're still inside of your own base for Shuri's Legacy, because you do cripple your tax income by quite a bit. While wheelbarrow is like a 3% benefit for like all of your villagers, like no matter the resource efficiency-wise, you're suddenly like losing out on like 5% tax efficiency though.
That's the thing, yeah. Jushi and China. If any civs want to delay wheelbarrow, these are the ones, and maybe Knights Templar would be the third to get wheelbarrow somewhat late, preferably. But, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm a wheelbarrow addict, so I'm never going to criticize a wheelbarrow.
It's always nice when you're having to run away with the villagers.
Exactly
I just think it's... Like, as long as you're still inside of your base, it never really feels good, because you're suddenly, like, noticeably getting less taxes in.
It's true. It's definitely true. Well, positionally, though, Anatan, with the classic here for the mine work, gonna be the Horseman's Spear.
Wait, is it double stable already for Anatan? I think that's already, like, the second stable, so he's, like, really going ham on the production there as well. Yeah, it's already second stable.
Good spot. That's gonna be really effective, especially considering B went for the Zuganu. Yeah. And do great work against the spears. Now, B does have Dali horses in the feudal age, if he so chooses to go for it. It's an expensive tech, and his horseman, I think, should be better than Anatan's with the ore pikes.
Not sure.
After that, but there's also spearmen to take into account.
Very difficult to tell. Might be that he might need an archer ship here as well, since this much infantry now. Could be that he'll find himself in a spot where he needs some additional map control on the shoreline.
Yeah, it's a lot of torch fire from full melee composition like this. One fishing ship's definitely going down. More to follow potentially, and the horsemen do get pinched by the spears. Manages to save all of them, actually killing a scout, but so much damage dealt to those horsemen. Actually losing a lot of idle time being caused here.
It is a lot, but still able to keep the fishing ships mostly alive, only missing out on one of them. He's not really too active on the production at the moment. All pikes just now being queued up. What's going on inside of B space at the moment? What is he waiting for when it comes to production? He went out with another dock on the side. Villagers just gonna be jumping inside the village and inside the outpost.
Seems like B, as you mentioned, stop production. He's just gonna fully respect the horsemen here, which makes sense. Although
Yeah.
in theory yours are stronger, you also have the
13
spears. Yeah, exactly.
It's so many
just so
already.
much.
That's great. Yeah.
And you're just
Okay,
locked
so that's
in your
just a
base.
massive. Yeah, that's a massive army now from Anatan.
Very, very scary. Even without the Aachen, right? The double prelate. The pump is still there, as we see. Very effectively so. Oh. Almost. The official. Gets away just in time. Garrisoning inside the village there. And the horseman, actually. The par thing, man. This is his
Ships,
life.
dude.
Oh, the shivs are out once again. Actually chasing the horseman briefly there.
Gloves off.
These villagers will not be allowed to stop working.
Oh,
Very
horseman.
motivated.
Horseman.
Oh no.
Getting the command to move back a little bit late here.
That's a big pinch there. Using quite a few of them. Spearnels are
Hasn't
building for
thinking
B though.
about. I'm thinking about Castle Age. Doesn't look like it. He hasn't moved any more villagers over to gold yet. I feel like if there's like a sudden move out with like 8 more villagers to gold soon, that could signify Anatan trying to go for. Oh! Demo. Okay. Gets a lot of these horsemen weak very quickly. And B, this is what I was looking forward as well to. Should this really escalate into like a feudal age battle? Early palace guards are a great unit to have access to as Sujuji's legacy.
Gonna really help pad his front line against this full melee composition from Anatan. Of course, the extra damage on the horsemen and the spearmen is something the palace guards can struggle against, but with spears alongside them, makes it way harder for the horsemen at least to get that damage in safely. And
do-
archer follow-up from Anatan.
Yeah, they do have the full 3 melee armor and also a little bit more health compared to feudal age men-at-arms. That's like one of the ways why they're actually like a really good meat shield to have. Even up against all pikes, they should still do somewhat decently, I want to say. Could be wrong. All pikes is a very strong upgrade to have, for sure.
Without a doubt. Archers is interesting here for Anatan though. I mean, you know, they're just worse than Zuganu. Just strictly, as factually speaking. In a direct head-on engagement like this, so... You know, you don't want to lean too much into them, I feel like.
At the same
also-
time, they can be somewhat necessary just because pathing is really bad
Yeah.
with melee only. So you want to have at least like a couple of ranged units, just so that you're not fully reliant on like choke point engagements.
That's very true. Seems like... Wait, B has 2 scouts. Is that a mid... Oh no, there's
He's
pro
scouting.
scouts.
He is
Yeah.
actively pro scouting. Yeah, he is.
Oh, missed that one. That could be useful though. There are a lot of deer on this map for sure, but actually securing them, that's easier said than done. As the Zuganu are out of position underneath the TC, the horsemen look to wrap
Are they
around.
though?
The spearmen are quick to follow suit. This opens the pathway from the front yet again. Zuganu, however, on the defense, this is where they shine the most, where they can just stand their ground and fire at will. Palace guards extending forward, buffering the front line here for B as he looks to re-engage at the outside of his base. A lot of horsemen went down for Anatan though. Now adding in his own men-at-arms behind this.
And the speed with the pro scouts. I mean, he is getting a lot more deer income now as well. Definitely something that's really good to have here, since food is definitely a finite resource here on this map. Even with the shoreline. Shoreline does eventually get used up.
Undoubtedly true. B is actually reinvesting actively into water at the same time. 2 demos on the seas now, as well as a galley, a second galley in queue at this point as well. Might look to pressure Anatan on that northern river.
on the Suez Canal.
Yeah. Oh, Osman.
Always gotta
Wasn't a
try
bit
not to
about
get
that.
stuck there.
Oh. Ouch.
Will go down. Army count is relatively even. Army value, though, B has a good bit more in that regard. All pikes, of course, makes this equation a little bit more difficult. Villager is gonna be pulled back in time. Some idle time caused here.
Did one of the... No, I don't see a corpse. I thought one of the visuals might have died as he entered the village, but no corpse, right? So I think he just got away.
Oh, actually, one died. He was at 3, now he's at 2.
Oh, yeah, actually. Yeah. The corpse is left inside the village, I guess.
I mean, he is gonna be able to just burn down the stock. There is a demo coming in soon.
Don't wanna get a taste of his own medicine. B is gonna back off. Just to be careful. He expects that, considering he did it himself to Anatan just minutes prior.
Osman once again going for a raid there. B notices in time though, pulled some villagers back away from the gold. Oh, Anatan getting a little bit too close to the ships there. Take some springboard shots there. We're just passing around. Scouts rather, still bringing back those deer.
A little bit
getting intercepted.
A little bit scary for Anatan, though, I gotta say. So he leaned very heavily into those archers, right? And it's not like it's not like B was slacking on the Zuganu production. Sure, he's a little bit behind in archers, but you know that's more than enough to actually clean up. Exactly. Yeah. You don't need nearly as many. So without enough horsemen here for Anatan, this is really not a fight he can ever win, frankly.
And he's just trying to kite back right now. It's another demo ship. Not that that really matters here, but definitely make sure that Anatan can't just dodge to the left-hand side. And the Palace Guards at the front side, just such a good counter to have out here. Spearmen can't counter them. There's some men-at-arms on Anatan's side as well, and he is reinvesting a lot more into these men-at-arms now. The Juganu just do a lot better up against the men-at-arms as well, compared to the archers up against the Palace Guards.
You can just see as well, right? I mean, the kiting from Anatan is fantastic here. You have to use that mobility advantage. But the amount of volleys these archers have to shoot whilst kiting to get even, you know, a fraction of the amount of damage these Zuganu do when they start shooting for just 2 seconds is kind of insane. The damage up was just so much higher on these Zuganu. Man-at-arm. As soon as he joins the fight, he falls. Now, be looking to press the issue forward.
Doesn't got a lot more men-at-arms in queue as well, though. There's still a lot left in the tank here from the looks of it.
I feel like there's not... You really want to prioritize horsemen here as Anatan, I feel, but probably not great against the Palace Guards. They don't get through that front line very effectively, so...
Yeah,
it's
the
difficult.
3 armor on the Palace Guards pretty much completely nullifies, like, the blacksmith upgrades that you got.
Be slowly playing towards that castlage. As I say slowly, out of nowhere, an additional 400 food in the bank as well, so moments away from clicking it now. But Anatan smells this. I think
there's something that he can really do about this, because once the age-up comes in, once you get veterancy on the Juganu, no feudal age army can really touch them anymore.
No, there's no stopping them at that stage unless you
There's
have...
even some farms up there as well.
The deer, man, the farms. B is looking very, very healthy here. Looks like an English farm, really.
You can still supervise it, so you can make it very efficient as well.
True. Maunu, only 3 seconds out now, and with the supervision, Zugunu are going to be upgraded so quickly. I'm sure Lancers are to follow suit after, if not Palace Guards to be upgraded as well.
Horseman trying to be annoying here. Veterancy is being supervised here. Blacksmith upgrade also coming in. Anatan's trying to force the issue. There's a little bit of a choke going on right now that is causing the Jugunu to slow down considerably. Some will go down as a result of that. Palace Guard upgrade also coming in. Some knights in queue already as well. Horseman still being annoying over from Anatan's side though. But now with the upgrades coming in, he's now in a position to start A-moving across the map.
All the upgrades he needs as well. The Palace Guard upgrade is now also coming in. Steel Arrow level 2 has just finished. Now armor as well coming in next for B. The only thing he still needs is the extended magazine bolts, of course, for the Zugunu, for that additional range, which will be with them at even range with the archers, completely cancelling out any advantage the archers have outside the mobility. But if you don't have extra range to work with, what use is the mobility really? Oh, Anatan might be getting caught on the wood line.
Trying to rush some outposts up. Would lose those villagers. He's gonna have to evacuate them.
The worst timing to get hit, as Anatan, with more than half of the resources necessary to go for that cast stage, is now forced to reinvest on a delay. The most painful spot to be in with an age behind, and
normally it means death, as it does in this game. B takes the lead now, 2-1 against Anatan.
GG comes in. Zhuji's legacy here, an extended feudal age battle up against the Holy Roman Empire. Really not something that we typically tend to see, just because feudal age, that is like the domain, I want to say, of these Chinese civilizations once they do have access to the Zhugunu. Anatan, I feel like missed opportunity there with a potential age-up window being there for him. Going for it in the end.
Yeah, it's a very common situation to find yourself in, right? You're an age down and you know you need way more units to defend, but do you have enough units to defend if you don't invest and just go for the castle age? It's a really painful loop to be stuck in, where, you know, it's just going to be painful. If you reinvest, you're just not going to be able to get to that castle age, even if you win a fight initially. Whereas if you go for the castle age, chances are you might just dive to the dive.
Yeah, this dive here was a little bit early. I feel like, honestly, there was like this moment in time where Anatan had so many units that I thought, okay, surely he's gonna dive now. And then he didn't, and then the moment passed, and I got more and more unsure about his ability to like take a feudal age engagement then and there.
Yeah, it just gets tougher as those Zugunu numbers build. Once you lose or can't retain the horseman mass, you know, you have a bit less room to work with on this map. In a way, the rivers up kind of serve as natural walls, especially if there's ships on them, then you actually get burnt for getting too close to that wall. But you know, because of that, if it just comes to range on range, there's no contesting Zugunus in feudal age except for longbows and yeomen in the right circumstance. But HRE doesn't have either of them.
Indeed. Speaking of Zhugunu, another civilization with access to them, it's going to be the Chinese. Up against the Japanese here, though, from Anatan. Don't think we're going to be seeing Zhugunu in this particular matchup. At least it would be kind of rare to see Zhugunu from the Chinese up against Japanese, just because this is like typically like a, for the most part, I want to say like a classic Castle Age rush type matchup. Like you want to pro scout Castle Age, and Japanese on the other side, they want to also like Castle Age and get some Mounted Samurai out on the field. It would be surprising to see Zhugunu in there, but could obviously come out at some point down the line.
Yeah.
Maybe even early on, but there's no real timing for that.
Yeah, it kind of depends a little bit on what Anatan decides to do, right? If Anatan does want to put on the pressure, he's going to have a slight tempo lead because of B most likely going for that pro scouts, right? He's going to be able to kind of decide whether he wants to contest it or not, and B has to then respect the unit investment if there is any, right? I mean, the Zugunu en masse will deal pretty well with the Yumi, right? It's not as one-sided as normal archers just because of the sheer cost of them. Means that they can trade quite effectively, but the Zugunu are still going to shred them, of course, without too many issues in the long run. So because of that, Anatan might be hesitant to invest into them, and in turn, because there's no need to invest in them, B is unlikely to make Zhugunu, right? But Song would be needed for that, which Jushi does not need, right? So
Alright, it is now time for us to dive into our game number 4 between Anatan and B. Potential match point now at this point in time for B, as he is leading currently with 2-1 on the scoreboard. What age Rex is going to be coming in here from Anatan, playing in the color yellow as the Japanese. For green, Chinese, it is none other than 3DB, and we are immediately getting those Dark Age Spearmen out on the field from Anatan.
No. Only last week, after Anatan beat, I think it was Puppy Paw, if I'm not mistaken, he said that in his interview that he's the only pro player that manages to lose as China against Japanese. And quite interestingly, the roles are a little bit reversed here. Anatan takes the Japanese against B's Chinese, so...
Clearly a counter.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe it was a bit of a, mind game there, thinking that China is such an easy win, or if maybe Anatan discovers it. Or of course it could just be a draft issue, where you expect this save and get this save instead. Drafting is, I think it's something we don't talk often enough about, but it really is at least half the game at this level.
Yeah, there's a ton of matchups that are just truly incredibly uncomfortable to play at the moment. Some also really unexplored matchups that just aren't being utilized just because like certain civilizations aren't like as meta for some maps. We do have B with the reaction here to the Dark Age aggression from Anatan, immediately pulling some more villagers over to the gold, so he will have enough gold to be able to get that first Imperial official out. That's the most important one. After you do have that first Imperial official, you don't really need gold for much more at that point in the game.
Gonna be annoying now, Anatan is with the Spearman, as he does a little bit of a moonwalk backwards there. B has enough of the official, not too worried, this is pretty stock standard at this point. Anatan did opt to go for that early Tawara on the berries for him, so gonna get that early increased gather rate. Your academy, of course.
Does mean though that he's gonna have to wait a good bit more for his own age up to come in.
Now, I wonder if B is going to look to just get a few archers, get straight back on the gold and go for Pro Scouts ASAP, or if he's going to do what Anatan actually did to Puppy Paw as Chinese, which is go for that classic goldless all-out aggression initially, up until you get enough gold for Pro Scouts just through taxes alone. I think that can have potential in some matchups, but the Japanese Yumi, if you just get mana before you get pushed off of stone by the Chinese archers, then the investment into archers from the Chinese kind of feels wasted, frankly, because the Yumi are just going to win out.
They do, but also at the same time, like, China is one of those civilizations that's just able to produce the archers quickly enough, and so many of them. And with the taxation, of course, they're also, like, saving with every single archer that they make. Like, just mass archer from China, they've got a little bit more health then, in the end. I feel like you can reliably still, like, combat Japanese Yumi archers with just mass archers from China. It's just not something that you want to do long term, right?
Yeah, just because it takes so much investment for the Yumi to really come online, right? Not only do you need the daimyo, but then you need the actual bannerman to be alive in that fight. Obviously, Steeled Arrow, Undermesh. You need all of these to actually beat out regular archers. Once you have them, it's great. You can cruise from then on, but getting there, easier said than done, especially if you're being aggressed upon with a slower age up timing like this. Interestingly though, Anatan only aging up with the 2 villages here, so this looks to me like a fast castle angle.
Yeah, he's already got 5 villagers on gold, so he just wants to min-max, get the fastest possible age up time here as possible.
Not a bad idea in hindsight. You know, in theory at least, right? Plenty of bonuses for the Japanese in that castle age. Getting the Yorishiros pumping early, relics home nice and early, is gonna expedite his income way earlier.
He's going for stable first. And he's making scout... No, never mind. Cancel it. It goes for horseman instead. Interesting. Horseman coming up for B. What does he really want to do with that? Maybe check out the gold on Anatan's side? I think Anatan probably already is making an outpost at this point in time, just because like he's not one of the kind of guys to like go for a completely naked castle age. Yeah, there is an outpost coming up there.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange, right? This horseman priority, especially with second one, knowing there's spears on the ground. Is he... I'm not sure, is he maybe just worried about some Yumi priority here early and wants to keep them contained in the base? I'm not
He's
so
now also
sure.
adding archers in as well.
Yeah.
He's still going for pro scouts though. We are seeing like 5 villagers on gold now, so he is working on getting enough gold for the upgrade in.
He's going to get that quick time alongside the gold gathering and the taxes this time round. Anatan adding a second spear now, so investing a little bit. He might be worried about potentially a really aggressive timing here from B to just like spam as many units as possible and deny the gold. But of course we know better. We know B is going for that pro scouts.
It's gonna be a tough battle now though, I feel like, for B. Because the timing with the mounted samurai, it's gonna be quite tough for him to really deal with. He is of course going for pro scouts here behind this, so he's gonna be quite a bit behind when it comes to the age up timing now, since pro scout has been delayed here for him for a good while.
Yeah,
There are,
it
like,
feels...
cheesy ways to deal with this, with like 2-3 outposts. Like you literally just build 2-3 outposts, get hand cannon placements on them.
Yeah.
But still tough. It's such a big expense there as well.
It really is, and what's a bit unfortunate for B here is, right, you went for these early units. It's great if you can either out that gold potentially. Like, I think B probably expected a full feudal investment here from Anatan, in which case he wouldn't have the outpost on the gold, and then he can harass him off of it, as well as the stone potentially. But of course, that's not the case here for Anatan. It's just a straight fast castle, so the units are at this point wasted. Neither the horsemen or the archers do virtually anything against the mounted samurai, so he's just now essentially passively fallen behind as a result of this, so I'm not sure whether... I mean, normally Anatan does play quite aggressive with the Japanese, so it's a nice bait and switch here from him. Probably knowing that B would predict this.
Yeah, B is trying to follow up with the age up timing though. We do see him have 23 villagers on food at the moment. Anatan just now clicking up with that floating gate.
Yeah, B's not
Yeah,
going to
I
be
feel
too
like
far behind.
Yeah, the power of pro scouts really, with like the supervision being there as well. Like one drop off and he's gonna have enough food for the age up.
It's
All
true.
of these vills were to drop off right now. He could age up.
Pretty much. The build speed as well. So potent. And once you get the Imperial Palace up, which is normally the choice, although I think Clock Tower here is not a bad idea at all either, then, you know, the extra vision will make it so much harder for those mounted samurai to really find any significant damage. You're going to be able to see them coming from literally half a map away.
Clock tower into... I mean, you don't really make anything with the clock tower immediately, right? Like, against the mounted samurai, you can't realistically go for... Oh, he is going for it, though. Okay.
It does make sense. Like you're completely right. This is not going to produce for a while, I would assume. But once
Yeah,
that
it's just down the line.
Exactly. Once that day does run out, as we saw last week, right? That's very dangerous for the Chinese. And just having, you know, Spring Gourds against Bugeisha or Nesta Bees up against the Yumi Mass is going to make it way harder for Anatan to find the damage he needs to punish that Granary transition. But you do lose the vision early on, so there's always a cost.
More deer still being ferried back over to B space.
Very nice.
Oh, he's... Oh my god, look at the... Oh, that's some filthy body blocking there
That's crazy.
from B. Blocking out that Shinto priest, completely denying the value outside of that Yorishiro. Does lose one villager as well, though.
The speed on that scout movement is... That was uncanny.
It really was.
Abandonment.
Farming a little bit on the gold count, but yeah, he's got enough villagers now to be able to comfortably produce these lancers.
Yeah, the Uma did draw the first civilian blood there on the gold mine. Scout falling as well, carrying a heavy venison on his back.
And
Anatan.
he can't get up.
But that little wall, so much food secured there for Anatan. I mean, that's pretty much all his food, except the deer back in the north and the boar, but he
Yeah.
doesn't really need
That's
them.
plenty.
Yeah. As long as he just has
It's the
this,
large
he's gonna
berries
be,
as well.
yeah, he's gonna be so happy with that one. Barbican as well coming here from B. I kind of like this gameplay here from
Kind of
B.
need it.
It's
Yeah, you kind of need the Barbican up against the Yorshiro and the TC.
Yeah.
Also double gold. Nice.
Yeah, he's gonna play this very defensively, I think. He's just gonna get as many relics as he can, keep up the mass, but he knows he can't, like, there's no real all-in timing against the Japanese, frankly, for China here. I would say. So
Yeah.
the B seems to quite comfortable with
Not an
that.
easy
and-
one for sure.
Yeah, definitely not an easy one, at least. And it's gonna just look to scale, right? He's got the clock tower for later on. I was getting the Barbican for the vision, as well as the villagers scaling Juganu if needed later. And yeah, granaries
He hasn't
are
been on
soon to
wood
be
for
on
a
the menu.
while.
That's true. It's a lot of knights for now.
It's the power of the village as well, right? Like 40 population space immediately.
Yeah.
Makes it so efficient when it comes to just being able to play around with your population space in that regard.
Very true.
He actually made a market and just bought 100 wood for more houses.
That's that's a bit crazy here. I mean, there's plenty of gold for B, as the Chinese, of course, and early on the rates on the market, although not favorable, they're not terrible. So might as well take advantage of them nice and early here.
And then pulling villages all the way over wood.
Yeah. There's a lot of lances on the field, though. It's an impressive pump. Enough to actually force Anatan into making Onimusha. Normally not needed, as his Mounted Samurai is just better. But doesn't want to get caught off guard here by too many lances.
The sacrifice the horseman in order to force all of the another Shinto priest going down. That's the second one now. Anatan, he's gonna have to at this point in time invest actually into a monastery in order to get them out. Ooh, good charge though. You take down one of the lances here.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
the second one.
It's pretty tricky in this position for B as well, because as the Onimushas hit the field, especially when Whistling Arrows comes in, the range and the move speed gonna get really tough to deal with on the retreat for B. Can't afford to take any bad engagements and then retreat.
Still just making a ton of these knights, and I even tried to steal away some of the deer here from Anatan, but the couple of spearmen aren't gonna be able to deal with that. Villagers did move out to the boar now as well from the looks of it. Charge is being taken here, a little engagement at the front side, that's a lot. These mounted samurai. Archers there as well, perfect response to the... one went down. Perfect response to the Onimusha here as well, as long as they're able to keep up with the army mass.
Yeah, plenty of lances for B, exceeding the mounted samurai numbers considerably, but that is temporary, really. Seems like you have... Ooh, the ball move out is interesting here from B, alongside the village. If don't tell me he's gonna lose another one. He's gonna lose another one, isn't he?
He's gonna lose another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe yes.
Maybe.
He tried to go for the charge, didn't get enough distance in, but is still gonna kill that Shinto priest.
Yep. Third one falling now for Anatan. Pretty... By this point, this is very annoying, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Each still just spamming lances right now.
No, Knight's good unit.
Yeah, but against better knights, you know? I mean, I just feel like if Anatan just...
Better Knight's
pumping-
even better unit.
Yeah. If... I feel like if Anatan just made nothing but mounted samurai, he'd have the same, if not more. That's what I mean. The Onimusha will equalize it, but why not just have more mounted samurai instead, right? I'm not sure.
True. Real.
I guess it's a similar issue as we talked about before, right? Where if Anatan does want to dive, you know, a tight Chinese base, pretty tough to maneuver around, especially with big units like the cavalry. So having just some Onimusha behind to keep dealing damage is useful. But diving Chinese, easier said than done.
It is. At the same time, like the hand cannon placements, they're pretty good, but when we're getting to like these Masters of Army, they don't really make that much of a difference anymore. It's more about like choke points at that point in time. They're still very good against, like, in general, not just the hand cannon placement, but like the arrow fire up against the Onimusha. That's like the kind of bread and butter in order to finish off the weaker units that try and like weasel out of a fight.
Yeah, for
He's
sure.
now also starting to add in some crossbows and spearmen. I think that's the point in time where like the army composition starts to diversify a lot more.
Yeah, the crossbows make so much sense.
Single monk.
Yeah, B just doesn't care for the relics at all, it feels like. He's happy with this ball position. Looking to protect it quite well. Barbican giving plenty of vision on the left, so the gold mine, although somewhat exposed even beyond the Barbican, he's gonna see units coming.
Looks like he's also trying... Okay, finally adding in his own religious units as well. But I'm really interested to see, like, in hindsight, like, how much has he been using the market throughout all of this? Because that was, like, a really early market that he went for as well. I'm gonna, like, check out some of the rates there on the market, see if, like... Yeah, every now and then, just a little bit of wood being exchanged here. Looks like a little bit of stone as well in between. Probably just for some emplacements.
Maybe spring gold on the Barbican. Would be quite nice. Probably got that, I imagine. Oh, doesn't look like he actually got it.
Probably more on the outposts that were next to the boar. Ooh, lose one knight there.
He's delaying the painful reality of the Chinese situation as long as he can, understandably so. Soon enough, he will need those farms, whereas Anatan, he still has so much food to work with on his side.
That's one lucky monk there. Oh, granary transition.
The one
being intercepted
mounted
though.
samurai.
Yeah, that monk's still gonna go down though.
Yeah, he's not gonna get away with his life. Not even one relic for B in this position. Anatan charging in now. There's not many units here for B. This is...
Oh, is he going for a surround? Like, he's got another group of knights
Oh,
relatively close to it.
Oh, was
Yeah,
this the
he is.
idea
He's
all
moving
along?
in.
This could be massive.
He's taking the bait. Some villagers going down though.
Yeah, heavy price
But now
to
he can
pay.
focus the Onimusha. He's not getting... Oh, he's got the archers in on the other side as well. He's trapping a lot of the mounted samurai. That's a decent trade. He didn't kill a lot, but a lot of them are weak now. He killed actually a decent amount of Onimusha as well.
It was a good move. He killed a lot, right? But he lost 5 villages for it, and it's not like he wiped the samurai or the Onimusha, and suddenly reinforcements out of nowhere. Anatan's army doubles in size, and B again forced to retreat.
Suddenly it's scary again.
Even now, the income for Anatan, right? The food especially. Farms buying this as well. I mean,
Yeah.
he doesn't even need them yet, really. There's still probably some day left in that pack there.
Or
and,
at the top side.
The boar, of course, yeah. So much food there as well. That could be a whole Imperial Age if he wants.
Hmm. Mounted samurai. Are they gonna go for the villagers on the boar now? They certainly should have enough burn damage at this point in time, like even with the emplacements, right?
Yeah.
Villagers hiding inside the village, though.
The villagers, probably the safest ones. Villagers somewhat tanky, of course.
There also came in.
30 mounted
Fortification coming
samurai
in.
now on the field for
It's a good
Anatan.
amount to have.
That's the kind of
19
amount.
spearmen.
Yeah, well, that's decent. It's decent.
So Yumi's now. More villagers going down on B side.
Yeah, and placing the granary there kind of tells you that that is where the farms will go, right? And
Yeah.
that in and of itself is a good piece of information already for Anatan to have. Anatan, who, with his kind of mounted samurai, you know, it's dangerous, but getting an Imperial Age here somehow, upgrading those samurai and the Yumi, that is how you can really close out this game. Oh! Anatan, the
Lose a couple of
Cyclops of
samurai.
attention. Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. Really microing this mounted samurai on the back. Picks up another villager.
Yeah, these pickoffs are quite nice for MB. Probably needs to start walling off that point there. And he's just massing a lot of his army here and even actively healing up all of the weak mounted samurai as well with those Shinto priests. So really getting a lot of value out of them there.
Still his home relic to be picked up, so it should be 3-2 split. Somewhat standard in this matchup. And Sacred Site still to be locked in for either player now. Was that B actually, is that an outpost on the southern Sacred Site?
I think so, but I don't think it's been built yet. Yeah, he's just now sending a villager out to build it.
Yeah.
There's also a single mounted samurai from Anatan patrolling around the bottom gold there. Just to make sure that he spots it whenever... just a scout. But just to spot it whenever the eventual transition out there comes in.
Yeah. Misha, a
Trying to
little
go
bit
for the
outnumbered.
charge. Lots of knights very weak at this point in time. There's still a lot of very weak knights on Anton's side as well, though.
That's a really scary mass there from Anatan. B's army's looking healthy too. Plenty of crossbows and spears now. Yumi numbers are good, but not really good enough to take a direct engagement and feel comfortable with it. But securing
Mounted
this
samurai
big
are
goal-
always very scary, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And Anatan, is he actually, like, thinking about age up somewhat soon? Like, he could reinvest into the mounted samurai, but he could also just age up and get them elited up.
Very well could. I mean,
Oh, is that already the last tier on the daimyo that's coming in for him? I think it might be.
Yeah, actually,
Shogunate
yeah.
Castle?
2 out of 6.
Yeah, so
That
he's
is it.
just like cruising now in the food department. 60% bonus. Gather speed.
He's getting closer and closer towards that Imperial Age. He probably would have wanted to get it earlier, but the thing is, you see that B is still playing actively towards the center map, so it makes you a bit reticent of being too greedy with your imp here as Anatan. So if B pushes at the right time, that could be very scary, but the lack of siege for B means that if you do have this timing, then you just dive. The lack of Mr. B
It's like he heard you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just queued up the first one now. Oh, some of the Yumi archers here, a little bit off position. Tanegashima Gunsmith has just been clicked. Hasn't been built yet. This means that this timing is going to be quite tough now.
This is the timing to go for. Right when Anatan needs this gold. He still has gold in his base, so it's not a be-all end-all this one, but securing it ahead of time, definitely useful for Anatan here, but I'd have to wait for it still.
At least the large gold vein has been denied for the time being. Age-up has now come in. Yeah.
Yeah, elite on the
Elite
Yumi.
on the
Elite on
Yumi
mounted
and the mounted samurai. Yeah, that's all you really need.
It really is. And out in the open like this, that's not a fight B will ever win, frankly. Unless he gets a crazy wrap with the lances on top of the Yumi, but this is the real painful spot now for B. The granaries are on the way, but there's still plenty to be put in, and you're starting to make Mr. Bs now, which is great, and you might have the Great Wall Gatehouse soon, but this is the real scary time to survive.
We suddenly activate the cinematic mode here, with some black bars at the top and bottom. This is how certain game studios want you to experience the game.
The black borders might close in slowly just to emphasize, you know, the action in the center. Be looking to make a stand at the Barbican and this outpost here, which is being upgraded as we speak. Triple site locked in as well. This is a very scary fight to take here for B, especially as Anatan is slowly edging you out of your base this way as well, and now re-engages directly as the mounted samurai is just away with them on the front line. The mass is not bad at all from B though. Most of his lancers though have fallen. Level 3 damage, range damage on the Yumi coming in now. He still doesn't actually have his ranged armor, the secondary one, Anatan. So these crossbows are going to do a lot of damage still, even now. And the Nest of Bees makes it very hard to stand your ground. Anatan has to keep kiting.
They're really doing all the work here right now, and SOP's just, well, not all the work, but like just scaring Anatan away from taking this fight. He can't really like take these prolonged engagements, because when he does, these Nest of Bees are able to finally like start setting up, and these clumps of archers will take massive, massive damage. I mentioned the granaries, yeah, they're not quite where they need to be yet. And now Anatan, he's trying to be a little bit on the hunt as well. Ooh, the keep just in time. No, B, he's not committing.
Yeah, he couldn't. I don't think he could. The keep would definitely go up, but he'd pay so many villages for that keep, so...
He's got units nearby, he's fine.
And the correct decision, probably... B. Looking to finish it now as his army connects towards this northern position. I mean, getting that big gold is big for B. That's what you need to actually have a strong chance in this late game here. If you have that gold, this is how Chinese late game turns into a powerhouse, right? Once you have that gold for those hand cannoneers, for those elite upgrades. Of course, Imp is still relatively far away for B here. His food income not nearly as high as he would like it to be. Hey, but now horticulture level 2 is still not in for B in this position, so his food income on top of not having the granaries is suffering further because of this. And Anatan's now adding a lot of spears of his own, which, yeah, I mean, I guess he expected some horsemen or something from B, but really this spearman, or maybe it could just be a buffer against the mass here from B, as well as the Nest of Bees themselves. B's Nest of Bees. Don't say that 5 times quickly.
Yeah, it starts getting rough after the 3rd time. We're also getting a Rebaldican in now from Anatan.
That could be massive.
Could definitely be. A lot of mounted samurais just went inside of the base of B, trying to look for the farming, no doubt.
And they're gonna find it.
This is definitely something that B has to worry about. There's the Rebaldican. Able to get its shots out. Oh, immediately killing 5 of the crossbows there. Getting killed in return, though. But the Yumi archers now able to deal with all of these crossbows with relative ease. Elite on them. They're doing plenty of damage here. And B, it feels tough for him to find his transition to the Imperial Age. He'll have to get it in sooner rather than later. But actually, the Nest of Bees, they're doing a good job here at the moment.
Yeah, these are clock tower, right? So very sturdy indeed. So he's gonna be fine for now. Fighting under emplacements as well, Anatan has, so actually loses all of his mounted samurai and most of his mass. B, however, retains most of his mass, and if there's a window for Imperial Age, that window is now. Yeah, you can see here, right, the early Barbican combined with a clock tower coming in so clutch during this hard moment for B here.
Yeah. He still has a lot of workers. He's quite behind in the economy overall. But he's stabilized. That's the most important thing here. At the same time, though, we do have Anatan now adding in the bombards as well. Thanks to the Tanegashima gunsmith.
Be ready to pull the trigger at any point. Yeah, he's gonna respect the threat. And it's gonna be the Great Wall Gatehouse. Actually going up next to the keep, it looks like, right? Not on the actual farmland. We get a little bit of a reshift here. But I think, yeah, it looks to be on the gold mine and the stone next to that keep. So that position is definitely on lockdown right now for B. Nothing getting close. And surviving.
Also getting incendiaries in for Anatan, so these archers are gonna be trying to do a lot more damage.
Yeah, the bombards are really gonna help Anatan break through, but you know, we would have loved to have seen these bombards when he still had 30 mounted samurai. I feel like that would have been a great time to have them, but yeah, I mean, Hindsight, right?
There we go, overlays fixed.
Beautiful. Back in action.
It was fixed the entire time. You are just hallucinating.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Just a fun time to be had. Where did we age up with?
You put it right
It must
next
have
to the
been-
keep. Yeah.
Right next to the key. Okay, so he still has control over the gold then,
Yeah.
at least for the time being.
And the gatehouse outranges the bombards, right? Or I think actually might even have the same
It
exact
used
range.
to.
I'm not sure. I think
It used to,
still
but
does,
they
right?
they changed it. They changed it so that now the Great Wall Gatehouse, it's just Nest of Bees on there.
Yeah.
They're not special anymore. They used to be special. Nest of Bees.
Rip special nested bees. Send your arrows is in though, so the damage on this Yumi
Yeah.
is cranked up to the max, and biology is also coming in now for Anatan behind this bee. Meanwhile, struggling for gold. He has so much to get in this Imperial Age. Hand cannoneers, you want so many of them, but on top of it, you want your upgrades. The only good thing you have going for is you get chemistry for free, which is great for these nest of bees and bombards potentially, but not exactly
Yeah,
your
nest of
most
bees.
important unit.
The Great Wall Gatehouse used to be impervious to bombards. Nowadays, though, it's just a
Yeah, look at that.
husk of its former self.
It was a bit crazy, let's be honest.
Yeah, but that was its appeal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Villagers have to run away now, though. The mounted samurai are starting to fish for some damage here and there. Nest of Bees pushing forward, wanting to start getting some shots in on those bombards to force them back. It's going to be able to do so. And we're starting to get a pretty good hand cannon near mass now in as well, with the bonus range from the Chinese. I'm not sure if Anatan's gotten silk bowstrings yet. With that,
Yeah.
we'll certainly be able to outrange even the Chinese hand cannoneers.
He's definitely going to need it, but one thing's for sure, even with incendiary arrows, the front line, Anatan is going to melt way faster to these hand cannoneers than B's own frontline will, even though it is spears against archers. The Yumi, in these sort of late game situations when you are popcap, this is when they become sort of either on par or even worse than regular archers.
Yeah,
Because yeah, it's just
there's not a lot
there
going
anymore.
for them.
Yeah.
They're really good when it comes to just remassing very quickly and just being able to run around on the map as well.
Yeah.
So they still have like some really good use cases. But yeah, and like these large army fights, they're suddenly no longer like that strong.
Be going for the classic Chinese composition here. The hand cannoneers with double spear frontline. Only thing missing is the bombards. Of course, Palace Guards could be a choice too, but up against Mounted Samurai, not the optimal choice. But with spears beside them, they could do great work still.
Yeah. He's getting like quite led around at the moment around the map. I feel like we're
Yeah.
at this point now where Yuan Dynasty would pay dividends just because of the bonus movement speed. Suddenly your spearmen
Oh, yeah.
become a lot faster. Same for the hand cannoneers as well. But it's an expensive investment to go into. But you also get a lot of knowledge at the same time. You'll be able to see just where exactly your opponent has his villagers at, and potentially also spotting out the trade that Anatan's about to set up.
It's very true. As the bees, under threat, but do get repaired in time as the spearmen look to meet in. Okay, yeah, there it is. Anatan, knowing this game is likely to go on for a while longer, is already preparing ahead of time for it with mass markets.
Just two mounted samurai here pulling back like 20 spearmen from B. This is where you really want to have that Yuan Dynasty.
Yeah, you would love to have it for sure. I mean, you know, elite infantry tactics is a pretty good compromise as well. Of course, you'd love to
Bonus
have
damage
both.
increase. Anthony's just started reinvesting heavily again. 13 more mounted samurai in queue now for him. upgrade on the siege HP as well. These bombards, 5 of them at the moment. He's gonna start to really take down the infrastructure here from B very soon. Fight about to be taken now.
With
He's getting ready to fire some shots.
so many bombards, if they do arrive to the fight, those nested bees won't pose as much of a threat anymore to Anatan. The spearmen are melting very quickly here for B due to those Yumi. Anatan holding the mounted samurai in reserve, looking for the optimal time to go in. These nested bees have to die for these Yumi to start dealing with that back line there from B. And hand cannons especially are a real thorn in his side, preventing his mounted samurai from dealing the damage they need.
And
Bombards though, there's
Turnus of
only
these
one
are
here.
so... Yeah, and the clock towers of these are so difficult to take down. Like, typically when these aren't clock tower, like the archers, they can sometimes just, like, kill them with some volleys. But because they're clock tower, they have so much health, it's very difficult to take them down, even with the archers, like with a big archer mass.
Just a squad of villagers keeping them alive in perpetuity. This is classic. This is post-nerf, by the way. This used to be way more obnoxious, as you remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty crazy, but here we are.
We've come so far. SOB's about to turn around for another volley, surely.
Oh,
Now my
wow.
one will get killed.
It's done it. This is extra scary now, though. Serpentine powder coming in for B behind this. Anatan actually going for other tactics, but there's nothing in terms of melee infantry but one spearman.
He's got the gold. He's at over 2,000 gold per minute at the moment. Might as well spend it, I guess. The trade is starting to ramp up for him as well, behind this.
The trade could be pivotal for him here. B, you can see his economy is stretched a little bit thinner. And although he has gold to work with still for now, taxes can only give you so much. I think taxes are like just over 300 gold passively if you collect them optimally. Which is nice, but not nearly enough for a full-scale Imperial Age. Especially with upgrades
And we're
still
up
to
to
get.
5. We're up to 5 bombards again. Ankan is trying to snipe down one of the bombard here. Not quite able to get the connection in.
He has to be so careful. You cannot lose these hand cannonades. You will not remass these, but the Yumi outrun them easily, especially when Osang Dynasty and B stops to kite and shoot, but this is a disaster as the Yumi are just cleaning them up one by one.
Getting Palace Guards now at the front line, elite Palace Guards, but this just feels like it's a little bit too late. The economy just wasn't there to mass them reliably, and it's still not there at this point in time. Barbican has been taken down now.
Yeah, you can see
Palace
B.
Guards. The SOB does get sniped here.
Yeah, B.
I mean,
B
all of these
well.
bombards are really low health now.
Anatan needs his own squad of villagers here on the front line. I mean, B, if he's able to somehow remass effectively here with Palace Guards, with hand cannonades,
Still trade.
they still trade. Yeah.
Yeah,
In
the trade
theory,
makes us
his-
so doomed.
In theory, his army is stronger, right, when you get to that mass, but, you know, with this trade eco now for Anatan, it's
You can just make mass mounted samurai
he could.
at this point.
He very well could. Oh,
Keep getting rushed up now. Villagers trying to deny that. There's actually enough villagers to deny it, I feel like.
yeah, there's no
He's
speed
denying it.
building for the Japanese, so these villagers, the Palace Guards will for sure clean them up if the villagers weren't enough. But they probably would have been, actually. So, yeah, be last of his gold over there, and Anatan definitely knows about it.
Happy is just producing everything that he can at the moment. Doesn't quite feel like it's enough now. How many traders does Anatan have? Can we check out the markets there? Click one and see if see just how many traders he's currently got active there at the moment. Need to switch to his perspective, I think. Maybe not.
I can click on the market in the corner, maybe the one that they're all rallied to, right in the corner.
You should always.
Should do.
Always see it. Okay, 27. We'll just do it like that. Select all. Yeah, that works.
That's a pretty good amount, especially
It's a
considering
good amount,
the
yeah.
acid gold as well that Anatan has. Plenty of it as the Japanese, the Yorishiros, of course, as well as gold from stone. B, at this point, struggling to even afford hand cannoneers, forced to go back to crossbows, which I don't even think he has incendiary arrows, right? So
Yeah, he doesn't.
They don't feel
So
great
it's not
either.
good. Yeah. He's getting a lot of gold income now at the moment, thanks to like regaining control of the gold mine there, but that's very temporary, and he doesn't have trade set up. Doesn't have walls either.
Yeah, that gold is
All
kind
the
of
opportunity to raid.
the last lifeline here for B, right? Once that's out,
Yeah.
the army he
feel like-
needs to actually win this cannot be produced anymore.
I feel like maybe if, like, legitimately now's the point in time to get Yuan Dynasty in. Because if you do get Yuan Dynasty in here, you're actually gonna be able to just raid with the Palace Guards, right? Like, you're able to disrupt Anton, and that's the one thing that's been missing here this entire time now. Just no economy damage over on Anton's side. So if we were to see the Yuan, actually even without Yuan Dynasty, just A-move them across the map, because you need to do damage, you need to stop the trade.
Yeah, I definitely
I'm
agree.
just not even sure if he knows about the trade at this point.
Yeah,
Oh, there's a hole, isn't there?
I
There
feel
it
like
is.
there is, yep. Classic
Yeah.
hole in the wall here, which spells doom for B's food eco yet again. Plenty of villages will be going down here, and a lot of idle time at that, until he deals with this. I definitely agree about the Palace Guards, though. I mean, it's one of those things where it saddens me to say, I feel like
Reacting.
it's kind of too late, and he's not reacting either to this. Yeah, the Palace Guard raids like 10,
Bullet
20
just went
minutes
down.
earlier would be great, but actually, Anatan, maybe we're extending a little bit here. The bombards are
By
exposed.
being taken in the middle.
Plenty of units here for B. Actually, B. With the lower eco allows him to remass into units instead. Uses the bombards, Anatan doesn't. A lot of villages went down though. Ay.
Yeah, he got the economy in theory to add like an additional TC at this point, but not what you want to be remassing into at the moment.
Yeah, definitely not.
Was getting taken down, but lots of military losing its life as well. Lots of hand cannoneers going down as well.
Yeah, you can see the raid. Initially, Anatan has had less units in the fight because of the raid, but now B went to defend the raid, so now he has less units on the front line. And
Quite a lot of back and forth, but in the end, GG gets called. B is going to give this one up to Anatan, which means that we are going to be getting a final match number 5 here in this last set of the day.
neck and neck these two players are. As expected, they always go back and forth when they meet. Very close sets normally. And looks to be another one here. Tied up 2-2. Nail-biting set here, and elimination is on the line, so plenty to play for.
Yeah, 100%. Neither player really wants to give this one up here at all. And there's a lot of fervor to be shown here for sure. He was really like hanging in this one. It was some interesting, I want to say like almost Mia-Micah-esque macro in between in the mid game that we had there. Like just doing everything possible, min-maxing to the max in order to be able to continuously produce units. Trading out resources with the market. Just making sure that he can keep up producing the entire time.
Next the question though, right? Second time we've seen China just get submitted by the Japanese here. Maybe we were right, Crackety, eh? Japanese can do okay.
They certainly can, though. This one was an example of examples. for that, wasn't it? It's kind of a
Yep.
weird one with the dynamics here in this one. Especially since, like, I feel like things change a lot when China gets at least 3 relics. We do have Yuan Dynasty eventually in there, right? Like, that just
Yeah.
changes the entire, like, passive income structure as well. When you're getting, like, 75 stone per minute just completely passively, without even needing to gather stone infinitely in the game as well, you just have so many opportunities. Suddenly you can put up a random wall off half the map, or get like a surprise keep up, get some more placements in. These are all things that B could have really used here, as in like some stone walls to secure some map presence here and there as well.
Yeah.
They just didn't have the access to. But final game of the day, and we're once again being blessed by Mongols and Holy Island, this time up against the Order of the Dragon from Anatan.
Quite the matchup to close it out here today. Order of the Dragon, a classic civilization on these water maps. Always a very solid pick, as we have seen it displayed earlier today by Puppy Paw. Didn't end up winning that game, but OTD just really solid all around, especially on these water maps, not to be underestimated. Mongols historically have always been a very dangerous cheese pick, I want to say, on these water maps and hybrid maps especially. But now they're sort of becoming a legitimately capable pick, right? As, well, again, earlier we've seen Puppy Paw use them to great effect against Louis MT. Now B is going to look to do the same against Order of the Dragon.
They certainly have their own dynamic when it comes to a map like Holy Island, and it's just something different, and suddenly the matchup that you're used to, or the matchups that you're typically used to, the dynamic with how you play them, don't apply to the Mongols anymore. We talked about this earlier in the game with Puppy Paw and Louis MT as well, how, for example, just the ability of going for the arrow slits and placements change the dynamic of how you take fights on water completely up against the Mongols, where you have to respect them inside of the base a lot more. Piracy also just being an aspect here, where if you don't take like good engagements all the time, you're gonna fall further and further behind just due to piracy being able to pay off, or rather give resources to your opponent for every single ship that you lose.
Precisely. Makes the trading so much harder in that mid-game on water for any other civilization, really. Plenty of possibilities. You said it completely correctly. Mongols just kind of flips the script on its head. So does Lancaster, right? But especially Mongols. The game just works differently when they're in it on these kind of maps. So I'm really curious to see what a player like B can bring together with them.
Game number 5. This is going to be it. The final match point of the day of this set here. Is it going to be B or is it going to be Anatan? One of these players is going to be sent back home. Well, I mentioned earlier, they're already back home, but they're going to be out of this tournament this time around. And the other player gets to keep on climbing back out of the second elimination bracket here.
Question is, Spears in the Dark Age? Maybe?
It's such a long travel time. It's always annoying when you go for that, and especially for like Order of the Dragon. If your opponent gets like a good spawn with Mongols, suddenly it's like stone and gold in range of the TC, and it's a whole thing, Myriad. It's a whole thing. Can you imagine that?
Doesn't tend to work out too well from my experience either. It gets a bit tough when a villager sneaks into a very specific ship. We're gonna see whether that is on the cards though here, however, as we load into the decider game here in the lower brackets between Anatan, spawning in the south side of the map as the Order. Oh, what did you see? What did you see, Kraken?
Look at B's TC.
Wait. Oh my
Where'd he put it?
God. What?
I mean, that's a value TC, but at the same time, how are you going to be gathering wood? You have to send them like miles in order to get to the wood line.
That's crazy, man. This is... I mean, the spawn is so bad for him, to be honest, right? Like
It couldn't be bad. It couldn't be worse.
Yeah,
It
like
couldn't be worse.
It's back wood and forward gold. Like that's horrific. Like I'm almost
It
tempted to say
genuinely
this is...
could be worse.
I'm tempted to say this is better than just putting it on the backwood, right? But I don't know. But this is just wild. This is one of the risks, right, of playing Mongols here. You have great potential,
Yeah.
but when you get this, it feels like, why me?
Please kill me. This is what this spot is telling me right now.
Oh.
Die Brüder. I'm stuck in the Spulmaschine. Is the
Hilfe.
TC saying as it's right next between the two goals. Oh man. This is a rough one for B, for sure. Like, water play is gonna be incredibly inefficient.
There's no
he's
way.
blocking the Gur. He's blocking the Gur.
That is crazy.
Disgusting.
Count on this game right here near the end, right? To determine it all as microing between individual straggler trees, min-maxing to the extreme.
What a rough one. One villager escapes the Khan's grasp. Well, round 2, baby.
Villager number 2. How long is this one gonna be able to gather those fishes? Secondary dock place, no?
His job is just to build that dock and nothing more. After that, he's probably gonna retire back home as well.
Yeah, and he's gonna get back safely, right? It's a gilded villager at the end of the day, so... Wait, tank here.
Unless he's starting to crave shoreline fish. Okay, never mind.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, Khan...
Close.
It's close, but... Nah. Not
He's
close
gonna make
enough.
it, right?
Yeah.
Right? Right?
It is 2 damage a hit,
7,
so...
6, 5,
It's fine.
4?
It's fine.
If this was the old Khan, both those villagers would have been dead.
If this was the old Khan, both villages and both docks would be dead.
If this was the old Khan, this was already GG.
True. You just see Mongols and it's like, yeah, no, that's it.
The Khan just would fire one single arrowhead at the TC and it would have been a landmark victory.
It's like, what's it called? Damn, the car in Age of Empires 1, you know? Cheat code? What's it called? I forget.
Oh, 1,
Oh.
2.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Ah,
Ooh, that's really close.
almost. He's causing some idle time as well. Is this enough for Anatan to age up? I think it's enough. Oh, it's barely enough. Okay. All good. All good.
Perfectly
But
calculated.
yeah, you mean the Cobra car, don't you?
Yes, the Cobra car. Yes, that's it.
That came in... Was it already in AoE 1?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't... I thought it only came in AoE 2.
I definitely remember it. I remember using it a lot as a kid in AoE 1. It was in AoE 2 as well.
Always nice playing the AoE 2 campaigns with some Cobra cars and, you know,
Oh, yeah.
especially the Frank campaign. Earstone's coming up, Archon Chapel coming up. B having quite a few fewer fishing ships compared to Anatan, but that's just a given considering just how scammed he got on that spawn. Man, okay, we're getting Mangadai. Yeah, B needs to make something wild happen here in this game. He needs to play this one weirdly. Because there's like no way that he wins that normally.
Yeah. It's gonna be
And we're getting some
bit of a
early
battle.
walls in.
So many extra fishing ships here for Anatan as well. Double at this point in time. Is that... That's Mangadai, isn't it? It's Mangadai.
Should be.
Of
Yeah.
course.
I've seen a lot of players recently go for like double Khan's Hunter. Like up to the point where they had like 6 Khan Hunters out.
I remember, like Recon did against
And I
me
don't
in the
understand why.
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, the icons
I mean,
are
I
relatively
get that it's
similar.
cheaper. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a mistake or if there's like some intent behind, because I do believe that the Khan's Hunter actually has a little bit more range. But it's also, like, attack speed wise, much slower, does less damage. Yeah, we're getting Khan's Hunter. Okay, we're getting double produced Khan's Hunters. Okay.
Just
Yeah,
just like
sure.
that. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
5.25 tiles.
double producing one, I think, is good, right? That way, even if one dies, you still have the buff. But then you should probably only make Mango die, right? Seems to make sense. The extra range could be useful here on this outpost, though.
Could be useful as well. Oh, okay, he did make Manga die first as well. Okay, that's much more fair then. I'll add Khan's Hunters to the UI.
Another one on the list. Top of the amazing work he's done thus far. Anatan is actively investing into this navy. Already a springboard ship out on the water and a galley. 2 more springboard ships about to come out. 1 just finished. B has to find some damage on land, because on water, that's a bit of a tricky one. Extended fishing lines now coming in for him, though.
I'm feeling like B, like, he's not really doing much on water, right? So
Yeah.
he is getting extended fishing lines, though, so he does kind of want water.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Did we have any? I don't think we had any emplacements yet on those docks, right?
I did see any. I didn't see any.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Oh,
That
there
one
are,
does have
okay.
it. Yeah, there we go. So,
Yeah, so at least one.
I mean, that's
He's
nice.
somewhat safe.
It's somewhat safe, right? At least for now. But just a few demos make pretty quick work of those docks.
Also
Now-
getting arrow slits in on that one outpost.
Yeah, you would probably love your gold mine, your tower to be slightly further on the edge of that gold mine to cover a bigger distance, because, yeah, I mean, this is just so annoying, right?
It is, but like it's not something that you can in theory like do forever. Though the Khan's Hunter actually does give the Khan enough range to like outrange some of the oh yeah, double outpost definitely necessary when you have a woodline like that. But
Oh,
he's
yeah.
able to outrange some of the villagers there when it comes to the outpost.
I'm a bit surprised by the horsemen, though. I mean, these are great horsemen against Mangudai just because of how tanky they are, but... And it's way harder to focus fire them down, because every time you do focus fire while on the move, you are forced to stop for a split second, which against these horsemen can mean death, right? But typically horsemen really struggle to catch up to Mangudai.
Antan's trying to make something happen on water here as well at the same time. He's getting closer and closer to Castle Age, also move the deer stones further forward. So is going to have that working for him here. When it comes to when he needs to retreat with these cav archers. Oh, speaking of cav archers, or the Mangudai, some are gonna get picked off here. Quite quickly as well, that's heavy damage. Taken here, Khan Hunter also goes down. Enable arrow slits in placement here, trying its best.
And this
Yeah,
is the
these
issue.
ships are gonna have to go to shoreline.
The arrow slits keeps you somewhat safe, but the fishing is distant, as we mentioned, so the fishing ships can still be relatively easily idled out here. So B has to be careful. Anatan already took 2 out.
Oh, fire damage here as well, though.
Pretty painful. Don't stick there for very long. And looking to go around the woodlines, but Anatan has been doing a great job of going back and forth. And these early wars really paying dividends.
There is a clear goal here from B, the way he's played this so far.
Yeah,
And that goal is Imperial Age.
for sure. That's kind of, I feel like it's... I mean, that is the... Oh, no! Master!
For B, his entire raiding force obliterated.
Gone. And now he's got no more answer to the spears as well. And
And that's
it.
GG. That's it. That's all it takes. The space is gone.
GG comes in. Man. Oh, man.
What a move to end
Awful
it.
spawn. Yeah.
Yeah, and the spawn, that was just painful. As you mentioned, it actually cannot get worse. Unless those
It
two
actually
goals were
can't.
also like separated and forward at the same time. But that's like, at that point, you
Yeah.
know, that doesn't even matter that much.
Losing your entire military force there to a single demolition ship, that's just the nail in the coffin there, the final nail. And in the end, Anatan is able to win the set 3-2 up against 3DB, meaning that he is going to be able to keep on moving on in this tournament. B, though, he's gonna have to say goodbye, at least for this one. But there's always the next one.
There's always the next one, and B is without a doubt a regular in the top 8 of EGC S-tier tournaments, especially when it matters most at that. So it's probably a bit of an unfortunate game to end it on for him, right? Definitely unlucky with that spawn there. And this, I mean, you know, this is not unlucky. Oh, as we get the slow motion detonation. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's so satisfying, though, actually, just seeing them all flop. Limp.
That's gonna do it to you. Ah, man. Yeah. Honestly, that was a really good set, but as you said, like it's sad that the last game had to come down to a pretty weird and unlucky spawn there in the end for B. It did force his hand on a lot of like poor decisions, I want to say, when it came to how he had to play this one out. In the end, though, Anatan has been able to win this set pretty much fair and square, so no real complaints there in the end. And yeah, it's definitely a much needed victory here for him. Of course, tournament life was on the line there in the EGC Masters Fall. Whoever lost this one, of course, is going to go the way of the dodo for the EGC Masters Fall. So B is going to be out for this one, but will surely be back around for the next tournaments. And Anatan, he's going to be able to continue on climbing in the EGC Masters Fall, and yeah, he's going to be able to progress through the second elimination bracket and find out who he's going to be facing off tomorrow. But now it is my utmost pleasure to go into the interview with Anatan. So ladies and gentlemen, here is you, Victor Anatan. Anatan, congratulations. Relatively late into the day now. Man, what a set that you just played up against me. Like, these were some pretty, I want to say, like, stressful games, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm starting to believe in karma. Like, I saw Lucifron spawns versus me, and now I saw mine spawns with versus B. Like, my Japanese spawn, my Mali spawn, and I just, okay, sorry B, like, it's a way for, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like
Japanese spawn was insane.
So yeah, I feel like I don't win versus B, like, just game won versus him. But it happens, yeah, like, I can't complain, but tough life, right?
The games were certainly good. I gotta say, like, looking, for example, at the House of Lancaster versus Roos game, that was one where we've seen it time and time again, where the House of Lancaster strategy, it just works. Like, it all comes together, the age-up comes in, and you're playing House of Lancaster, you got your 4 Lords of Lancaster, and you just do the A move and you win. This time around, like, B managed to get ahead there in that point in time, right? Like, have enough units, have enough knights, be safe enough in his base, and he didn't feel quite confident enough to dive him in there. When you went up to Castle Age, did you feel like, okay, I can still, like, win this later down the line, or were you like, okay, this is rough from here on out?
We practiced with B a bit this matchup, and if B plays correctly, it's really hard to find damage. So yeah, like, I usually dive in Rus and, like, killing 0 wheels and still losing. So yeah, it's really hard on Gorch, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure how to dive. Yeah, it's really hard.
Yeah. The first game, though, that was one where it was also, like, kind of tough at the beginning, right? Like, Byzantines up against the Malians game on Altai, where it felt like, for a long time, like, the second TC from B didn't get punished. But then, like, time and time again, like, that went quite late, the game. I believe, well, like, 30-ish minutes long in the end, like, both players in Imperial Age. And time again, you tried to push up against him, and the camel riders, and with the infantry support, he managed to push you back time and time again. Did you feel like, okay, you were having trouble with dealing with this military, or were you like, okay, I just gotta keep making this? Because, like, you went mass Musafaris in that game as well, which was kind of wild to see.
I mean, he didn't have long bombs, right? So, and what he have versus Musafadi. So I feel like it was a good call.
True.
Because I'm really scared of camels, right? They killing Sofa really well.
Mm. Yeah, the lack of Lombo is definitely helping out there as well. The Kalogger game was also one that, like, I want to ask you this, because you went, like, into mass spearmen, mass horsemen for quite a while there. Did you want to finish that game off in Feudal Age, or what was, like, the game plan in that one?
Which one?
When you were playing HRE versus Shuji's Legacy on Kalogger.
Yeah, I thought I will deny Pro Scouts and he will be out of food for Castle Age, but I did a bad job with it, right?
Mm.
My micro was not on point, let's be honest. Like, be microed better than me on this one.
I think it was a fairly close game in the end. I think it just came down to, like, when you took the final, like, engagements there. I think you had a pretty decent timing in the early part.
Yeah.
I want to ask
okay, guys,
you
I wanna say something. Today, like,
Go ahead.
CS community
Stage is yours.
was crushed a bit, yeah? Vortex killed B, Lucifron killed me, and we were forced to fight with each other, both practice partners. And now I'm declaring Reconquista. I will delete Spanish players from from this tournament. Like, they will fall into loser bracket and I will kill them. They need to win because their only one chance to go to grand finals is win freaking winner bracket, yeah? I will go easy on Canada. Okay, Canada, you can leave a bit. But if I will feel Spanish blood in my loser bracket, they will know they will be not alive. I will just... Man, I'm playing this tournament not for a win. I'm playing this tournament just to eliminate Vortex and Lucifron. That's my goal. Because today I was shamed. They, like, Lucifron humiliated me. Like, it was not close. I thought he's like 40-years old guy who just back into the game and I can play with one hand, but apparently he got something in his pocket. Now I will prepare seriously for Spanish guys and I will play on decent level.
Well, it's quite the announcement there. I mean, one of the Spanish players you're definitely going to be meeting up for sure, right? Like, actually, is it getting flipped around? I do believe that the bracket is getting flipped around, right? So I think you're going to be facing off either against Marine Lord or Wham, whoever wins their set. I could be wrong.
I feel bad for Wham or Marine Lord because if they will fall, I have to kill them to reach Spanish guys, right? So, like, no mercy here either.
It's unfortunate, but one of them has to go, yeah. But that's like some fighting words there, Anatan. So I can definitely feel the enthusiasm, the thirst for revenge in there.
I will just
that also kind of like answers the question that I had.
Lucifron or Vortex. Okay, yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, you already answered the question that I had for you, which was like, okay, what's your like goal now in this tournament? And you perfectly answered it. Like, you're out for blood. You want to, like, eliminate the Spanish players from this bracket now. Whenever there's one in your way, you want to get the revenge in after Lucifron got a pretty decisive victory up against you here today, and you're forced to take down a good ally with B, of course, and now you're out for blood. That's definitely good motivation here, and we're definitely going to be cheering for you on your mission for sure, as we're also cheering for Vortex and Lucifron at the same time. And I want to thank you once again for being here for us today in the interview, and just in general for being yourself, because that is truly why we appreciate you here at EGC, and just in general in the AV4 community. So, with that said, thank you so much for being here. We're going to be seeing plenty more of you tomorrow, and with that, I'm going to be able to tell you good night, and once again, congratulations for your victory against B today.
Good night, Krakity. Thank you.
See ya, Anatan.
Man,
on a mission, dude.
he made his point. And you know.
Yeah, he brought it across. We're on par. Yeah, we're all filled in on the plan now.
I mean, if I was
no mercy.
If I was Vortex or Lucifer, I'd be shaking a little bit by my sunny beach right now. But I mean, having an angry Slavic man after you is not an easy thing to deal with.
Definitely not. They can get kind of grumpy at times. Oh, that's a fighting declaration of war right there from Anatan. It's gonna be interesting to see if he's gonna be able to make his goal a reality of taking down the Spanish players in Age of Empires 4. We're gonna have to wait and see exactly how that one is gonna manifest itself in these oncoming games that are gonna be continuing tomorrow as the EGC Masters Fall. We're like at the half-past mark at this point in time. Like, there's still plenty more tournament action to come in these next couple of days and weekend days. And yeah, we're just going to be taking a quick look at the bracket here, as we are going to be able to tell, yeah, exactly how this one's going to be continuing. Tomorrow, we're going to be watching Marine Lord up against Wham, Vortex up against Lucifer in the Battle of the Brothers, and whoever loses in those sets is going to have to face off against Puppy Paw and Anatan in the loser bracket down there at the bottom.
Yeah, very exciting games to come up. It's getting tighter and tighter between these two. Battle of the Brothers, as you mentioned, Vortex and Lucifer definitely about to face, and you know, if we're going by statistics, we're gonna have a secondary Battle of the Brothers in the form of Wham and Puppy Paw, but anything can happen. You know, Marine Lord is the favored, without a doubt, that can't be denied, but Wham, not to be ruled out for sure. So that's gonna be a fantastic set on our hands, and some amazing games in the low bracket as well afterwards. So much to look forward to.
And I did just get confirmation that the bracket is kind of gonna get flipped, so whoever loses between Marine Lord and Wham is gonna face off against Anatan, and whoever loses between Vortex and Lucifer is gonna face off against Puppy Paw. So could eventually still get the Battle of the Brothers in, but at least not immediately. That way, Anatan, you know, he's gonna have to work a little bit for his revenge up against the Spanish brothers.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he mentioned himself, right? If there needs to be some collateral damage in the form of Wham or Marine Lord for that matter, it has to be done for the ultimate goal of taking down one of the bulls.
Beautifully said. Collateral damage. Couldn't have said it better. It's for the greater good.
It's for the greater good of vengeance for the CIS community suffering a tough, unfortunate day here today. And, you know, being from Eastern Europe myself, I relate to that just a little bit, but not quite Slavic, of course.
Yeah, Eastern Europe in heart. Ukrainian by...
by forced conversion, I'll say.
The Wololo was strong on that one.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're gonna be wrapping it up here now for today. Thank you guys so much for watching us here on EGC Masters Fall. Don't forget to tune in again tomorrow, 3 p.m. GMT, as we're gonna be playing you plenty more Age of Empires 4 goodness here on EGC Masters Fall. Myriad, it's been a pleasure being able to cast with you here today. And yeah, once again, thank you guys so much for watching us here today.
Be here or be square tomorrow. Do not miss out.
Be here
the
or
game.
be a squircle. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
no,
right.
Not the square.
We said it.
Anything but that. That is goodbye from me as well, Krakity. Pleasure, as always, my dear. And yeah, that's it from us.
Thank you so much for watching. Yeah, see you tomorrow.